today on Divorce Court.
I need you to be my woman, not my mama. I don't disclose as much that I should because of how you come at me. You won't let me live a little.
You never mentioned one time that you guys were going out to clubs.
She is strictly my friend, period, end of discussion. Nothing else, nothing close, nothing similar, nothing. But you don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
So I don't know what to
You
tell
sneak around
you.
to meet her. You sneak around.
I don't
to go
sneak
out to
around to
clubs
meet
with
nowhere.
her. Yes, you do. You snuck around to meet her at the bar. I believe that it's more to that friendship
Well,
than you put on to me.
I promise you, Judge, gonna say maybe, baby, you probably looking into it a little more than you think.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Here today with Millicent Coleman and Paxton Milbury. The two of you have been together on and off for 18 years. You have 5 children together, 8 children total, but you've only been married for the last 5 months and you're in trouble already. So, Ms. Coleman, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about this situation and how we got here today?
Okay, we're here today because I'm fed up with Paxton. I feel like he chooses the pool hall over his family, and I think that he uses it as an excuse to cheat.
Mr. Milbury, did you hear what she just said?
Yeah, I hear.
Do you spend a lot of time at the pool hall?
Not much as she make it out to be.
Give me on an average, any given week, how many hours do you spend at the pool hall?
Maybe, I'd say probably about 5 hours a week.
5 hours in a week?
Yeah, maybe 5 or 6
At the
hours a
pool
week,
hall.
yeah.
Is that untrue?
He spends at least 20 hours a week at the pool hall.
18 years. You're not that old, Ms. Coleman. 18 years. But my understanding is that you've both been in foster care, you both had difficult upbringings, and that even you were both molested as children. Is that accurate?
Yes, we were both molested as children.
So you didn't have stable family homes.
Yes.
And that you kind of bonded over that. And
yes.
I understand that in the beginning, you kind of cleaved to him because you were out there with nowhere else to go.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Milbury, did I get that right?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit right.
Yeah.
The only reason I think it's important is because some people ask, why do you stay 18 years with somebody that's been cheating and carrying on? And people don't understand the bonds that bring people together. They think, oh, it's so silly to stay with a guy who's going to do as much cheating as you've done. But there's a reason behind the connection. So why don't you tell me a little bit about some of the cheating he has done?
We moved on to Georgia from Florida. That's when it initially took off. There was a woman, she came up, I was looking for him, his cousin had just been murdered, and he had went back to Florida for the funeral and everything. And she came up and she asked, where's Paxton? And I said, well, he's not here. And so in that time we had a small conversation and she invited me to go out and get her nails done. And we became really close friends during that time. And I later discovered that the whole entire time that they were sexually involved, they were having sex in our apartments. And it took for his family member to come and tell me that it was true and that they had been sleeping together in their apartment.
Mr. Milbury, were you sleeping with someone that she knew and that she was close to, and were you doing it all the time?
First of all, her information is inaccurate because I hadn't had any dealings with this girl when I left to go see my cousin got killed. And she's saying that I told her to befriend her, and I didn't tell her to do none of that. I didn't ask her to come talk to her about anything.
Mm-hmm. But were you sleeping with this other woman?
It wasn't even so much of a sleeping together thing. It was more so of a oral. She was performing.
But you were having sexual relationships with this other woman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You were having a sexual relationship, something you wouldn't do in the room in front of her.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Do you see that the details aren't quite as important as the fact that you were having an ongoing sexual relationship with another woman and that hurts a woman's feelings?
Yeah. But see, that at the time, when we always get into it. And when we get into it, she like to throw me out the house, throw all my stuff out the house. It's like, every time we go through something, she always disrespect me and attack my manhood.
Every time we go through something, he finds his way in the arms of another woman. Yeah. And he uses it as an excuse to cheat.
So you're saying she disrespects you a lot, so, well, hey, if you're going to disrespect me, let me go and get my love and affection elsewhere. Is that what you're telling me?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Is it a revenge thing or is it a meeting a need kind of thing?
Mostly meeting the need kind of thing. It's not a revenge thing because I don't have nothing to get revenge about. It's not nothing. I'm not vindictive towards her. It's just sometimes she attacks my manhood, so it's like I have to go and try to make sure my manhood is still intact. I guess.
So it's proving something to yourself kind of thing. You feel small and powerless because she made you feel small and powerless, and so the easiest way for you to regain your masculinity is to go have sex with another woman.
Or not so much sex, just company, just conversation.
Well, having oral sex is sex.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. It's not masculine, it's juvenile. I just, you know what I mean? To feel the need to, your manhood is so thin that it can't take any insult without requiring you to act out on it. Makes you very thin. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Milbury, I'm going to go to you now, because we've talked about you for a minute now, and I understand that she's got more cheating stories that she will be able to tell, but what is your primary complaint with her?
Okay, her anger is on a whole nother level of anger. She talks to me like I'm her kid. Mm-hmm. She disrespects me in front of the neighborhood for the world to see. Mm-hmm. Like if we go through something and I try to walk out of the house, she right behind me. Oh, you this, you that. All of the neighborhood watching everything you saying, and then she can say some very, very foul, disrespectful things that hits home, like as far as our incidents of us being improperly touched as kids. You shouldn't do that or say that in front of nobody ever in life. But
wait, she uses the fact that you were inappropriately touched as a kid in an argument?
Again, in front of the world.
In front of the world?
In front of the world. She don't care who hear it, who sees it.
Okay. Now, Ms. Coleman, I'm going to turn the page here and talk a little bit about how you speak to him when things are going wrong.
Okay. I pull up to the teen center, I let my son out, and I notice there's a car in front of me. The young lady steps out or whatever. She gets back in, he's all back on the steering wheel, cap turned to the side. So she gets in, puts her arms around him, and give him one juicy kiss.
Mr. Milbury, did that occur? Ms. Coleman, Mr. Milbury says that when you get angry with him, you actually, in the midst of an argument, bring up the fact that he was molested as a child and use it against him. Is that true?
Somewhat. There was I want to say a couple of weeks ago, when we got into an argument. The argument went completely left. And I told him that he's very catty and he acts like a bitch and sometimes he acts like a punk, and I can see why a guy would find the need to
do what he did to him sexually.
You.
Ms. Coleman, let me say this to you. The argument doesn't go left. You go left. Yeah. All right? Arguments don't have a mind of their own. You have a mind. Yeah. What a marriage is, what a relationship is knowing where that other person is the weakest and never, ever going there. That's what it is. At no point is that something you should do to somebody. I mean, I don't care. I mean, if you don't like the cheating and the running around, leave, but don't injure. That's such a psychological violence to somebody to speak on that in that way. And you've had similar experiences.
Yes, I have.
You know what I'm saying? It's not.
And at the time, it's pretty much like hit you where it hurts, because he constantly hurts me or whatever. And when I bring up the way that I feel and my feelings, it's like he's very nonchalant about it. He doesn't care. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to hit you where it hurts. Yeah. And which I know I shouldn't hit below the belt, but at that time,
yeah,
that's
I'm hurt, so I'm going to hurt you worse.
Yeah.
Tell me about the time with the woman in the car, about the $30,000.
Oh.
Tell me about that, because
okay.
that blew my mind.
We were together at the time. We had an altercation. He calls a friend, and they come over and collect up his things, and he moves out. He goes into a hotel, and then shortly after that, he gets a place. Okay. After that, he was still coming over. We were still sleeping together, and we were still very much involved. He was telling me that everything was good, that the only reason why he had this place is for his daughter. Okay. This particular night, my son says, I want to go to the teen center. So I pull up to the teen center, I let my son out, and I notice there's a car in front of me. I wasn't paying attention at first. Then his daughter steps out the back seat. So another young lady steps out, and I'm thinking because it's a two-door, I'm thinking, well, maybe they're both going to the teen center or whatever. She gets back in, he's all back on the steering wheel, cap turned to the side. So she gets in, puts her arms around him, and give him one juicy kiss or whatever. And they were just going at it in front of the teen center. They were making out? Yeah, intentionally because he had saw me. Yeah. So during this time, he did have a lawsuit. We were involved in an accident, and he did have a lawsuit going on at that time. And immediately after I saw that, I contacted the insurance company, and I told them that it was fraud. He had received injury to that hand prior to that accident, 2 injuries. He was in a fight one time. He broke that hand. There was an incident with a pot roast where the grease fell all over his hand. He lost a large amount of skin from that hand. And the injuries that he was trying to say that he sustained from that accident was very false. Yes, I did.
Mr. Milbury, did that occur?
Yeah, it occurred, but first of all, nobody gave me no juicy kiss. All she did was got out the car and got back in the car, and she seen the girl.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Second
God.
of all,
he's lying.
My hand, I did fracture my finger in the accident.
Yeah.
But
she made that call, though.
Yeah.
Right. Were you sleeping with or had any inappropriate activity with the woman in the car?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Milbury, thank you for your honesty.
We got 8 kids.
Yeah.
Everybody can't have $200 Jordans, but everybody do. A lot of our money could be toward other things, but she got to keep up with the Joneses and keep up with the Coneses, see?
Ms. Coleman, you have a complaint about money. You're working hard, and you have a complaint about how he responds to you. Why don't you tell me what that is?
I work 2 jobs. One of them are overnight, and the other one I worked mid and sometimes the PM shift or whatever. I work the 2 jobs, and I feel like during that time he has a lot of playtime, and he only works the 1 job. He decided he was going to go ahead and purchase himself a car. Where he financed the car loan, and he's paying monthly on that, and then his insurance. So a large amount of his checks goes towards that, and then the other portion I don't see towards the household or any of the bills. He may bring me $200 or $300 and say, here, whatever, take care of what you need to take care of, and then a couple of days he come back, hey, I need $40, or I need $20 for gas, and I need this, and at the end of the day, it's really like, you just not giving me anything. Because
you're handling all the household, and he takes care of his own needs and wants with his money. Mr. Milbury, your response to that?
That's not true, Your Honor.
Oh, well, you tell me what's
because, like you say, 1 check covers my car note and insurance, and then it'd be a little extra left over. Then my other whole check goes to the house, and she know that. But she try to make it like it doesn't.
How much money do you bring home a month after those 2 jobs, you personally?
About between $35,000 to $4,000 a month.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So you get paid fairly well?
Yeah.
And how much do you bring home monthly?
About $2,000.
No.
I got insurance for our family, dental, medical, everything. So I bring home, how much I bring home? Maybe about maybe $1,500, $1,300, between $1,300, $1,500.
Okay, you're doing fairly well economically. But you're saying he's just not pulling his weight.
And not only that,
not.
Okay,
Go ahead.
The purchases. We got 8 kids.
Yeah.
Everybody can't have $200 Jordans, but everybody do. Our son, if y'all can pull up a picture of his shoe collection, go from this wall to that wall. It's 1 pair of shoes he got that she and her 2 sisters had to buy. They were $275. So a lot of our money could be towards other things, but she got to keep up with the Joneses and keep up with the Coneses.
But you worried about you saying our money, but you don't contribute any money to anything.
How?
And the same things that I buy.
So you buy all those shoes and all that out of your money?
Mr. Milbury is wrong about. I think Mr. Milbury is very self-centered. I think he's unkind, but he's right about that money.
Oh, I understand that.
He is right about the Jordan thing. You got 8 kids. You don't have anything set away for college. You know what I mean?
He also fails to say that I coupon. I get them at the lowest rate. I use coupons and things like that.
But it's not important.
She coupon for shoes.
Okay.
It's not important. I think I know exactly what's wrong here. I can't fix it, but I can tell you what train to get on. And I'm going to try to do that. Both of you were raised in circumstances that you had to fight and that you weren't loved and respected and esteemed and you were powerless, and you take it out on each other. You come into this marriage, you're together, and the one thing that you make sure of is you're not taken advantage of by the other. That's your main thing, because life is taking advantage of you. You're going to make sure he's not going to take advantage of me. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to put him out. I'm going to be angry because he's not going to do it to me too. And you make sure that she doesn't make you feel small again, because you felt small and you felt powerless. And if she's going to throw me out, I'm going to have sex with other women. I'm going to do what I want to, because you're in competition with each other. You're fighting one another. You're tit for tat. And you take all of the damage that was done to you, and you make sure that one more person doesn't do it to you too. Okay. And all I'm trying to say is you need to end that today. And you need to say, you've been hurt, I've been hurt. We're going to put a period on it. We're going to hold hands, and we're going to, if I'm upset, I'm going to say it calmly. If I feel low and little, I'm not going to go out and get another woman. I'm going to say, hey, baby, you made me feel small when you did A, B, and C. Don't throw him out the house. You know you're going to let him back in anyway. So why go through all of that? You know, you have to decide that there is a different way you're going to be in your house, and your house is a sanctuary away from that hell that you came from, and it's someplace where you're going to decide he's your number one interest and she's your number one interest, and quit buying them expensive shoes. You should have sneaker money that you spend on some counseling. Because you need to learn how to be married, because y'all don't have a clue. You just don't. So take that money next time you want to get somebody expensive shoes and say, we're going to invest in our love. We're going to invest in our children's future. Because every time you hoop, holler, and kick people out, you set off little tornadoes in their head. You want your kids to be crazy? Keep it up. Keep it up. But you love her.
I love her. I do.
And you love him. Mm-hmm. And you're letting what happened to you destroy one another. Don't do it. I'm going to start you off with a counselor, but you got to take you. He cares about you. He does a lot of wrong stuff because he doesn't know how to handle his powerlessness. You care about him, and you do a lot of wrong stuff because you don't understand how to handle your powerlessness. You guys got to be in this together. It's the Coleman-Milbury world against everybody else. You're your own country. And I want you to grab on to one another. And I'm going to send you to somebody who's going to start you down the road. But promise me, you're going to get some counseling. Promise me.
I promise.
It's important. You're good people. Got good jobs. Making good money. Got a lot of kids. Ain't no reason in the world we can't make a run at this and do it right. But you got to put it all down. Do you understand that? Good luck to you both in this matter as a gentleman.
Even though we have a lot of problems, I believe that it's our marriage worth saving. And in order to save it, I believe that we need to communicate more and possibly go to counseling.
Well, after everything's said and done, I still love her. You know, she's a good woman. She's a great mom. She's an excellent provider. And I just think we need to work through the problems and get it over. And I can't imagine my life without her.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm on divorce court today because my wife is rude and unruly.
I believe my husband is cheating and he hasn't been honest.
My wife thinks I'm cheating, but I'm not doing anything. She's being insecure.
All he wants to do is be with thoughts.
Keisha likes to physically fight, and if I'm not around for her to fight, she likes to fight my things.
He says I break his things. Yes, I do. I think that's better than breaking his face.
I want her to work on her anger.
I don't want to leave, but his actions are pushing me away.
If Keisha changes, I can see myself staying with her forever.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Keisha Thompson and David Wilkins. Ms. Thompson and Mr. Wilkins, you two have been together 10 years, married for the last 2.5, and you have 3 children together. You are, however, having difficulties, thus you are in divorce court. Ms. Thompson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me, why are we here today?
Well, we're here today because of my husband's infidelity and his dishonesty. He has been lying to me for several months, and when I call him on it, he gets angry. I really do love him, and I really want to work things out. I just don't know where to go from here. I'm very hurt, because I really love this man. He won't stop lying.
Can you tell me, when you first found out that he was cheating, tell me a story. How'd you find out?
Well, I had looked in his phone. He has 3 phones. He works a lot, and so he has 2 work phones and a personal phone. And I looked through his phone, and I saw a text message from a woman who told him, "Good morning, handsome." Now, this is 7 o'clock in the morning when you're at home with me. And he texts her back, "Good morning, beautiful." So I asked him about the text, and he tells me he didn't know who that was. He gives me all of this stuff about how the phone was someone else's before it was his. But when I looked at the text message, he had already had the phone for a week. So my thing is, you're that disrespectful that you can text somebody while you laying in the bed with me to tell them good morning. And then when I called the person, she played dumb, act like she didn't know who it was. 2 weeks later, I look at his personal cell phone. I see the same number in the phone. He's steady telling me he don't know who it is, and he knows who it is. He knows who it is, but he's trying to make it seem like I'm crazy and I'm paranoid and I'm disrespectful, but really he's the one disrespectful to me because I would never do that to him.
Mr. Wilkins, are you cheating on your wife?
No, I'm not. I'm actually like a pretty cool, decent guy. I don't know. I play a lot of games sometimes.
You play a lot of games. What kind of games?
The same stuff that she was talking about, like women, they text my phone and things like that. And
you say, "Hey, beautiful," and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
good morning.
I don't know. I just be, talking back, just entertaining, not doing something I ain't got no business doing.
Fun and flirting.
Yeah.
But no actual touching is what you're telling me.
He's lying. I mean, he done already came clean that it's been an infidelity with this coworker who I've been questioning about. This woman has been calling him. She's been texting him. They've been direct messaging. How can you sit and lay in the bed that we pay for, and you text somebody else? It's so disrespectful. And then you're upset because I'm angry and I'm trying to hold everything together for our family, but you keep doing the things that you say you're not gonna do, and we're supposed to be working on it. And the whole time that we're supposed to be working on it, this is what he's been doing, even to this day.
Did you have an inappropriate relationship with a coworker?
No, I didn't. Actually, my wife, she does hair and nails and things like that. So really, the girl was conversing with me about how she wanted to get some stuff done. So I invited the girl to my house. But ever since that day where she came over, and she just, I don't know, she just out of the blue, out of whole cloth, she's making this stuff up. No, she's not making it up, but like I say, sometimes when you already have things on your mind, you start to look
misinterpreting
too
what's
far
going
into things
on.
that's not.
Well, I understand you found a condom and a jacket and a thong. Get all the stories out so we can talk to him.
He was supposed to be helping someone move. And I know that sometimes I could be a bit extra. That is very true. But it's only when I feel like he's deceiving me, because he's not a liar, but I know he's been lying. And I found the condom. He told me that it was somebody else's jacket. My thing was like, if you know how your wife is and you know that I'm gonna pop off, why would you not throw the condom out? Because the first thing I'm gonna say is, "What you doing?" Mm-hmm. Then you texting this coworker.
It's a work jacket.
Y'all texting each other 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you know, just last week, the thing about it is that he always tries to justify why she's texting him. You have no justification why another woman is texting my husband. The only person you should be concerned about is your wife, and he's not. He keeps telling me he want to work it out, but how? You can't even stop for one day to just not think about her and think about me and what we built.
Right. Mr. Wilkins, your response?
Her jealousy is at an all-time high.
She talking about to be jealous.
She talking about like this jacket. Like she need to tell a whole story.
How would you feel when you found that in my purse?
Tell me the whole story, Ms. Thompson.
It's a work jacket.
You tell me the whole story.
It's a work jacket. So it all got the same company logo on it. So when we finished moving and stuff, I just put the jacket on and I went on about my business. I didn't check the pockets. I don't check my pockets before I go outside.
What about this one particular individual? Is there someone that you do keep in contact with a bit much? And do you see how her jealousy can be piqued because of the nature or the frequency of your contact with an individual?
Yes, I definitely do understand that. But she need to realize she invited this person into our lives. I didn't tell her to come over our house. She wanted to be her friend. And,
he did.
She wants to be her friend.
I didn't need no money from her. I have clients. You invited her over to our house. You were talking about I invited her. You introduced her to me. I didn't know her. I was fine not knowing this thought. But now you done let a permanent boo-boo stain come and mess up what we built, and you want to sit here and try to make it seem like I'm crazy when you being disrespectful. How would you feel if I was laying in the bed with you texting some man, telling him, hey, beautiful, explaining to him why I didn't call him? That's so I would never disrespect you like that, David. Never.
You understand what she's saying? I mean, I cannot believe that you are totally innocent when she has all of these very specific details of what you're doing. Can you just step back off of denying it for just a moment to say, maybe, even if you're not cheating, maybe some of the things that I do with respect to other women is disrespectful? Can I get there?
That's something that I told her. I told her this 1,000 times.
Then why
like I say,
hang on.
we got our own things going on. Like, okay, I might be, talking to other women and stuff like that, but it all starts with her anger in the first place. She controls everything. She always wants to fight physically. You know what I mean? That's her thing. This before all the cheating and stuff even,
Okay, so I want to move on to that. So you say that she is, as she claims, a bit extra. I want you to tell me how extra she really is.
You're sitting here trying to make an excuse for the stuff that you're doing, and I've done nothing to you but be good to you. I've been with you for 10 years, David. I've never cheated, even though you cheated on me twice. How can you sit here and act like you innocent? The reason why I act like that is because of the things that you do to me. You did this. I didn't do this.
So, Mr. Wilkins, you say that she is just out of pocket when she gets angry.
Yes, she is.
Give me some examples of what's going on.
Okay, like I say, she keeps tabs on me, whatever I do, like the phone and stuff like that. So, like I say, if she calls me, like if I go outside or anything, just go to a barbecue or something like that, she has to text me and call me every 5 to 10 minutes.
If you
she
would
want
stop.
She want me to FaceTime and show who all in the background and all this craziness. And if I don't do what she asks me to do, it starts to get physical. She likes to throw punches, or she likes to claim that she's gonna do, she kicks me out of my house every day.
Because I asked this man the day that this woman came and got her lashes done, were they having sex? You know what he did? I asked him this in the privacy of our home between husband and wife. He went and told her, you know what? She think we doing it to each other. How could you feel like you owe her so much loyalty and you owe me none? You're sitting here trying to make an excuse for the stuff that you're doing, and I've done nothing to you but be good to you. I've been with you for 10 years, David. I've never cheated, even though you cheated on me twice. How can you sit here and act like you innocent? The reason why I act like that is because of the things that you do to me. You did this. I didn't do this. I didn't do this.
So me cheating on you twice, get
Your
you
words are
unruly
hurtful.
every day for 10 years.
Hang on, Mr. Wilkins. Let me explain to you what I'm going to explain to you what your problem is, but I'm going to allow her to finish speaking because I think she's got a lot on her heart that she has to get out. Why don't you tell me about how you feel on the day-to-day? Because I think you're scared to death all the time. You're frustrated and you're frightened, and it comes out as anger. Tell me.
Every day is different. I've been going through something very personal that is really affecting everything. It's just been like a downward spiral, and the person who's supposed to be my best friend is not there for me. He entertaining other people. He, at 1 o'clock in the morning, calling her babe, calling her love. Still, we in LA, we supposed to be focusing on us, and he can't do it. If you don't want to be here, just tell me that. Because I want to be here.
Mr. Wilkins, and hang on just a second.
Yes.
Let us all assume that she is extra and has always been extra, even before the 2 times you cheated. Wouldn't it behoove you not to do suspect and suspicious things, knowing that what her anger is a basis of fear. She thinks she's going to lose you. So every time you feed that fear, she just loses her mind because she's scared all the time. She's fighting for her very life. Wouldn't it behoove you to behave in a manner that does not invoke anger and rage?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Like I say, I love Keisha. Me and her, we've been together for 10 years. And she, you know,
Do
she
you
might...
love her enough to stop texting this other woman, hey, babe, flirting and all that? Do you love her enough for that?
Yes. I don't have to text her and do all these things. I don't have to do that stuff.
But you have been doing them, right?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. You got to tell her you're going to stop and tell her you're sorry and tell her you know how it made her feel. Go ahead.
I already do every day.
No. You came in here and you defended what you did and you continue to do it. She said you even did it while you were here in L.A. So you're continuing to do it. You can't recover from behavior you don't own. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to help you guys get off of dead stop crazy. But I want to hear about one more thing before I do.
We don't communicate. Anytime she says anything to me, it's with eyes full of tears. You know, she doesn't just say, David, this is, X, Y, Z is what's wrong with me. What she does is she comes in with the tears already running, so now I'm like, oh my God, now I gotta hear this all day.
Ms. Thompson, you say he's so guarded that he can't even have a discussion with you unless he's drinking. Why don't you explain to me what your communication issues are?
Well, with David, it's hard to talk to him when you say one thing he don't like or that he thinks doesn't make sense. He cuts you off. He shuts it down. He'll say he don't give a F. He ain't talking to me no more, and that's it. And the only time that we could really communicate openly is if we've had a few drinks and he's open and willing to talk. Other than that, he has his poker face on, like that face he got right now. That's the face every day, all day. He never show no emotion. It's only either just anger. That's it. And when I'm telling him directly what I need from him, he's still not willing to do that. So I don't know what to do.
Mr. Wilkins, did you hear what she said?
Yes.
Okay. What is your response to how you two communicate?
We don't communicate. Anytime she says anything to me, it's with eyes full of tears. And for some odd reason, I just don't respond to that. That's why when we having a couple drinks and we're having a good time, then, I can open up a little more. But she does not, she doesn't just say, David, this is, X, Y, Z is what's wrong with me. What she does is she comes in with the tears already running. So now I'm like, oh my God, now I gotta hear this all day.
I'm hurt. You hurt me.
That's why I say, after if we sit down and we talk together, then it's a little easier. But those tears, it's like, man, she's trying to make me cry. I don't want to cry.
I'm not trying.
Let me ask you, and don't be defensive. Just be open and be ready for it. Do you contribute to the love and the care in the household in a meaningful way? Do you do things that make her comfortable and happy and feel good? Do you do that?
All the time. That's all I ever do.
Give me some examples.
It's not everything.
That's all I ever do.
Give me some examples.
Like I say, man, my kids, they love me to death. So that's how you know I'm more involved. If I walk in the door, everybody is with me. They're no longer downstairs, screaming and hollering with her.
You're talking about the kids. I want to talk about how she feels. What do you do to contribute meaningfully to her emotional state of mind?
I have no idea, to be honest.
And you know why you don't have any idea? Because you don't. And what happens is when you don't care for her in an emotional way, she becomes crazed with it. She is starving for affection and appreciation because you don't do anything about it. Now, she comes at you all wrong when she asks for it, but you're not doing it in the first place. And that's what's put her there. So let's talk about how we can get off of where we are. It doesn't take much to make a woman happy. It really doesn't. It's a lot easier than most men think. A little care and concern, 5 minutes a day. How was your day? How are you, baby? A hug. One thing a day to make her think you think she's important will change everything. It's extraordinary. And a lot of guys come in here and say, well, I come home and I'm making money. What's your problem? And that she needs to feel loved. And she doesn't feel that from you. And not only that, you spend your time saying, hey, beautiful to someone else, but you don't say it to her.
I do say it to her. She don't respond.
But let me just say this. You are only responsible for what you do. I'm going to talk to her about what she's doing. But when I asked you how and the ways in which you care for her and make her feel important, you came up with absolutely nothing. And you came up with nothing because that's what you're giving her. That is what you need to change in order for this relationship to change. Now, Ms. Thompson, let me say this to you. You have to give him an opportunity to fix what is without him having to address everything that was. You have to be in a position of letting go what happened if what is happening is better. Because he can't make all that go away. And if you keep making him address that, one day he's just gonna bounce. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now, whether or not she comes along with a better attitude immediately or not is neither here nor there. You're responsible for what you do. Now, once he does that, which he's gonna do, right, Mr. Wilkins?
Yes.
Once he does that, you got to step off all that angry.
But what if he don't stop?
If he doesn't stop and you can't live with it, bouncing is an option. If I was in an atmosphere of constant dark and I would do everything I could to change it, but in the absence of change, you have to decide whether you can live with what it is and be happy, and if not, you can move on. You're financially able, you just have to be emotionally able to do that. He sounds like a guy who's going to take care of his kids no matter what, because he loves them, but you've got to decide whether or not you're going to remain miserable. You know what I mean? I've told him what he needs to do. You're the only person who can say he's not doing it, and therefore I'm not taking it. But that decision is up to you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do better, Mr. Wilkins. You are the author of your own pain. You can stop it if you want to. You need to know when to call it a day. See, I know when to call it a day. It's a day. Goodbye.
I'm desperate and hopeful to keep my marriage together. I mean, I love this man. We've been together 10 years. And he's really good to me. I just wish he could just get it together, just for the sake of our family and for the love that he say he have for me, because I know he do.
When the judge said that she should leave, it kind of hit me to the core. It made me realize that I need to do better and be better before somebody who really loves me is gone.
Today on Divorce Court.
Chris is just a cheater, a liar. He can't tell the truth for nothing.
The woman I fell in love with 7 years ago went from just the sweetest woman in the world to just this complete monster.
I can't leave the house without him calling my cell phone and be like, where you going?
Living with Portia is just like living in maximum security prison.
Chris doesn't think I know about the cheating, but he's not fooling anybody.
Portia thinks I'm cheating, but I'm absolutely innocent until proven guilty. There's no evidence.
Yes, I still do see myself staying with Chris forever for some fact that I'm in love with him.
If she keeps this up, there's absolutely no way in the world that I can see myself spending the rest of my life with her.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Chris Sample and Portia Johnston Collier. The two of you have been together for 7 years, married for 5. You are in deep trouble, so you have come to see me. Mr. Sample, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
Well, Judge Lynn, let me start by saying you're a very beautiful woman. And
won't help.
She's a very beautiful woman, too. Mm-hmm. But, you know, I've been finessed this whole relationship because, I mean, nothing's been the same since, I mean, we've got together. Like, I mean, she doesn't trust the thing I do, anything I say. She doesn't believe anything I say. It don't matter what it's about. She can't believe anything.
Give me some examples where she hasn't trusted you and it was ridiculous.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll also start by saying, you know, this is actually the first black woman I've ever dated. I've normally dated either white girls, Hispanic girls, and maybe even mixed, but never a full black woman. And, you know.
Do you find it different?
Oh, very, on so many levels. But, I mean, this is a brand new ball game.
Why don't you be more specific?
Well, when I dated, you know, a white woman or any other race, you know, when we get an argument, it's always, you know, something calm, civil. She act all the way out. She just take it to the extreme, no matter what it is. Like, you know, I was at work one time, And I called her, text and said, hey, babe, I'm gonna be coming in late, and she, sent me a message back, okay, that's fine, all nice and calm. I happened to leave a little earlier than I thought I would, and I get to the gas station before I go home, and I start getting text messages on the phone saying, hey, Portia's at the job, and she's wondering where you at and what you been doing, why you leave early. And so that kind of made me mad. I'm like, why you checking up on me? Because she got it bad. She want to check the time cards when I get off of work. That never happened in any previous relationship I done did. But, because she made me mad, I was like, I'm finna go to the bar. I'm gonna stay out a little late tonight. Just go do my thing. So, I come in about 2 o'clock. No biggie. She woke. She's sitting there, arms folded, eyes all buck, and just looking all, just crazy. Crazy. So, I'm a little nervous. I shouldn't be nervous in my own home. I go upstairs to go sleep, because I'm scared. I went as far as I pulled the bed out and put the bed in front of the door in our guest room so she wouldn't come up there and bother me. Yeah.
He did do that.
Because
he's actually not lying about that part.
Look, when she start arguing or something like that, she got this thing she like to do. I don't know, it must be a turn on to her. She'll start arguing, right?
Yeah.
Then, she'll go put on lingerie and want to come lay out naked in the bed and scooting all over close to me.
See what you can get, right?
Yeah, but I just try to, scoot away from her, like, get off me, and that affects her in some type of way, but she always doing the most.
Now, you artfully avoided it twice. I'm going to go back for a third time. Black women on so many levels. Are we angry?
Oh, she's very violent.
He made me that way.
I'm talking about black women in general. Is that why you didn't date us for a while?
Well, see, I grew up with like, I think, 5 sisters.
Right.
And so I got to kind of see they all had different personalities. One was real ratchet. One was real ghetto.
They were all black.
One just always did the most. It was always something. I was like, man, they ain't gonna date no black girl. Is this how they really act? Because I got to see, firsthand how these black women acted. And I was like, I don't want to date no black woman. I want to see something different. I've never, I just wanted to be different.
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. I'm gonna address it in a little while, but I ain't mad. Don't worry about it. I don't get mad about stuff like that. I get mad, but not about stuff like that. I'm gonna tell you why, too. Let me ask you this. Are you ratchet and loud?
No, ma'am. I am not.
Did you do all that where, wait for him in the dark?
Yes, I sure did.
Yeah.
I mean, he told me he was coming home at a specific time. He knows that I stay up and wait for him. Why lie? If you get out earlier...
But I read in here, I got all over your paperwork the word stupid tax, stupid tax, stupid tax.
Oh, yes.
You filled his car with water, siphoned out the gas, filled the car with water.
I do not know how to take out gas.
But you put water in the car.
One time.
Oh, now she admitted.
You broke at least 7 of his phones.
He broke his own phones.
You're claiming non-ratchet and crazy, but you don't read that way.
Actually, I'm not ratchet or crazy.
You know what?
I'm not mad because it's not my money. But don't you think that's an awfully expensive way to make a point?
Yes, ma'am. I do agree with you on that. But 7 phones I broke? No. He's broken all his phones. I probably broke 1 phone.
Don't let this fool you.
I had 2 phones.
Don't let it fool you.
I had 2 phones. I had 3 phones altogether. 2 of them he broke. The first time he broke my phone was because I was at work and there was a guy. I started talking to him as a friend. He got mad because it was a guy who I was making friends with. Second account he broke my phone was because we were both laying in bed on Instagram. All of a sudden, I get a message. I'm like, message? Okay, who could this be? There's some girl on this time about, oh, you're Chris's wife? I said, why does it matter? So she says, oh, so since you want to be petty, we had sex in your room. I said, oh, really? I hope it was good.
Okay.
He denied it.
Because it wasn't true.
Okay, well, Mr. Sample.
Okay.
We're gonna get to the bottom of why she doesn't trust you so much and why she's so jealous and crank with it.
Jealous?
Very.
Of who?
Of him? I mean, water in his car? Come on now. Let's not play games.
Jealous.
But we're gonna get down to the reason why, and I think that your behavior has a lot to do with it.
I found some other females' earrings in the car. I said, okay, so you're late. Pick me up from work and earrings. Whose earrings are these? These are not mine. Those are yours. How you gonna tell me what's yours? Dude, I buy my own jewelry. I know what I got.
Now, Mr. Sample, I'm gonna read what you told me.
Okay.
Because I read it to Joe. just to make sure I had it right. And then we're going to discuss why she might be a little jealous.
Hope it's not raining outside.
It says, I do admit to cheating on her. However, I've never given her any reason to suspect it. So I'm innocent until proven guilty. Now, you actually said that. So, so what you got to say now?
I mean, I cheated on her, and I told her about it, and you know.
How often?
Once.
No, I've had a lot of thoughts of cheating on her, but I've only cheated on her one time.
No, he's cheated on me plenty of times. He's only told me once.
She might seem all sweet, Your Honor, but like I said, this is really a wolf in sheep clothing. Can I play something for you? I got a little bit of audio on how she talk crazy to me and the way she treats me, and then you will see the reason why I do the things. You know,
not that I need any more evidence because that car thing was enough.
Can I
will
play
listen to it for you.
Let me play this. This is the real her. This is what I go through. This is the reason why I go and seek alternate, because of stuff like this here.
Seek alternate. Just remember you said that. Go ahead.
I would never be like this, that stupid. Okay, first off, I'm not degrading you, so please stop degrading me. You have degraded me. You've been degrading me. You degraded me when you go with me. How do you do the you do? Why you do what you do? Why you sit up there?
See.
No, I see.
This is what I gotta go through.
But
she can't ever seem to be civil. We can't have normal conversations.
No.
I got it.
When we talk, it's gotta be a whole bunch of this and that.
Okay,
this and that.
But you heard the recording, but that doesn't tell you why I was talking to him like that.
Why were you upset? Do you recall that incident?
Yes, I do.
Well, tell me about it.
I believe we were on our way home from probably picking me up from work, and I found some other female's earrings in the car. I said, okay, so you're late, pick me up from work, and earrings. Whose earrings are these? These are not mine. Those are yours. How you gonna tell me what's yours? Dude, I buy my own jewelry. I know what I got.
Your Honor, this is what she does. She gets in my car, and she started playing Sherlock Holmes. She get in the car, the seat leaned too far back.
I know
how come this vent ain't pointed the way I left it the last time I was in your car? She get in my car, she got to start looking for hair. She got to try to find some bogus receipt and say, you were here.
Bogus receipt?
You know, I might let my sister use my car.
Receipt, right?
This receipt don't matter.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the receipt don't justify exactly that was mine and where I've been at one point in time.
Your Honor,
but this is what I got to go through.
Let her respond to that. Go ahead.
I actually have evidence of a receipt that don't belong to him.
You also say that you found photos on his phone.
Yes.
Of other women.
Yes.
Tell me about them.
Oh, God, let me see where to start with that.
Give me all kinds of stuff. What is this?
Oh, that's a 10-karat gold necklace, 18-inch. That was $50 from Walmart that he don't know anything about.
I do. I actually do.
Now he knows.
What do you know about
now
it?
He knows about it.
What's up with it?
Let's hear about it.
She real jealous and protective. Like, I can't do anything. I'm not allowed to be a man, period. You know, and actually, the receipts she have, it is mine. I admit it's mine. But it was a gift that I bought for her. But see, I can't do anything like that. You know, surprise her with things because she got to be up my butt 24/7. I mean...
So you didn't give it to her because...
No, he got it to his other female.
I took it back and got my money back. Why don't you show that receipt of me getting my money back?
Because
I
you
got
never
my money
did.
back.
You don't get your money back from a gift card.
Yes, you can.
No, you don't.
You can get your money back. It don't matter if it's credit card, cash back, whatever
Your
you got to do to get your money, you get your money.
I'm so done. I'm so done with this. You say that he's so disrespectful to you that you have problems being intimate with him anymore because it's so hard. Why don't you tell me what you mean by that?
So she go to the kitchen drawer and get the scissors. She took the scissors and said, either you can take them off or I'm gonna cut you out of them. I like, stop playing, man, move, I'm finna go. She grabbed my pants, got the scissors, and cut a hole in them and said, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Take them off, I'm gonna cut them off.
I did not cut a hole in those pants.
She's gonna cut them off
I did not cut no hole in those pants.
So, Ms. Johnson-Collier, why don't you tell me why you don't want to be intimate with him anymore?
I can't get intimate with him because he's always out all night, all times of the night, with only God knows who. And I don't want to catch anything.
Mr. Samp, what your response to that would be?
When I'm out, I'm either at work.
Lie.
Or I'm at a friend's house, you know. Like I said, she doesn't allow me to be a man, just like I can't have female friends. And
what kind of things does she not allow you to do that you think precludes you from engaging in manly behavior?
Well, I feel some type of way that she's kind of threatened of me, and I don't understand why. Like, what I mean by threatened, like, she doesn't allow me to work out. Like, why do you want me to, I mean, if I want to be in shape, that's my health. I want to look good for myself, let me do that. But if I work out, I'm doing it for other females. I'm trying to go impress somebody or something like that. Or I can't, I can't wear what I want to wear. Like just the other day, I tried to run to Walmart, and I just threw on some sweatpants and just a normal T-shirt. That's what guys wear. Just get out a little bit.
Gotcha.
So she come in front of the door talking about, so where are you going? I said, I'm just gonna run to Walmart. Not in them pants, I said, what's wrong with these?
They were skinny
I'm gonna tell you one more
jeans.
time, not in them pants.
How
I said,
are your
okay.
sweatpants skinny jeans?
And I think she's just playing around. So I'm like, man, move, get out the way. So she go to the kitchen drawer and get the scissors. And come back to me. I didn't go off. I didn't run out the house. I'm thinking she playing. So she come back with the scissors. I'm just laughing like, girl, what you doing? Going on, She took the scissors and said, either you can take them off or I'm gonna cut you out of them. I was like, stop playing, man. Move. I'm finna go. She grabbed my pants, got the scissors, and cut a hole in them and said, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Take them off, I'm gonna cut them off.
I did not cut a hole in those pants.
She's gonna cut them off.
I did not cut no hole in those pants. I did say that I would cut them off if he didn't take them off. I mean, they're skinny jeans. Who wears skinny jeans as sweatpants?
Okay.
Sweats are baggy.
Sweats aren't supposed to be skinny
They're baggy.
jeans. Yours are skinny jeans.
Okay.
Do you think that the things that you do will keep him from cheating on you? Do you think that anything that you're doing with respect to the gas tank or the phone or the skinny jeans, do you think any of that is effective?
Not necessarily, but at the time it feels good.
Do you see any reason why Miss Johnston Collier is so frightened of losing you? Because she's scared.
I mean, I don't know why she would be scared. I mean, I go to work, I do everything a man's supposed to do. I clean the house.
No, you don't.
I cook. I mean,
if
I don't cook, we don't eat. We'll starve.
The last time he cooked was like 5 weeks ago.
We'll starve.
A whole month and a week. No. Yes, we will starve if I don't get in there and do something.
Man, all she do is spend all her time on YouTube watching hair and makeup videos. That's all she do.
Actually, I don't
You can't cook no hair. What we gonna eat tonight? A Remy sandwich? A Brazilian sandwich?
We just might. It might taste delicious.
I don't understand all this. I mean, I can't, like I said, I can't do anything. Like even when I'm at work, I do restaurant management. I do all kinds of things.
Right.
We work together.
For instance, though, we had this one girl come into the restaurant one day, and she wanted an application. Now I'm short-staffed, so I really need to hire somebody. As long as this girl can count money, I'm finna hire her.
Yeah, right.
She was a little cute.
It wasn't about no counting no money.
In the business, that's what you want. You want the cute girl so you can put her at the front register. So when these men come in and they gobbling her all up, and they gonna spend their whole check. They can come here flirting with every day.
Right.
It's for the benefit of the business. So I get a girl the application. She goes fill it out. I told her I interview as soon as she gets done. She turns it in to me, Portia snatches out of me, I'm gonna interview this one. I say, okay, cool. Now, I'm already upset because that ain't how we handle things, You don't have to go snatch no paper out my hand. I'm your supervisor. So,
I didn't snatch it out his hand.
She did.
I hope y'all don't believe that.
Well, she interviewed the girl. I don't know what she said to the girl. All I know is when she came back, she was like...
I got it.
She wouldn't let me hire her. Like, I can't hire nobody.
I got it. Let me tell you what I got. And let me tell you why you can't be mad that the soda can is flat. Let me tell you why you can't be mad that the soda can is flat. Let's say you got a can of soda and it's empty. Then you put the weight of economic discomfort on it. Then you put the weight of I cheated on her and I run around a little bit. Then you put the weight of I flirt with other women and I know being a man and I go out to 2 a.m. You put all that weight on her. The can is flat. And you said, you're handing me a flat can. The can is flat because of all the weight that's on it. Yes, she's yelling. Yes, she's angry. Yes, she's upset. She's under a lot of pressure because she's scared all of the time. Anger is nothing but fear's bitchy little sister. It's the way fear comes out because she's fighting and defending for her life all the time because you cheat on her. You run around. You're good looking, you're manly, and you believe you have the right to do it. So you do. And you can get away with it. So you do. And it makes her crazy. It makes her absolutely crazy. The can is flat, and they're always talking about black women angry, this, black women angry. If you look at the socioeconomic ladder and what is happening in our community, the absence of men because of the function, there are just so many reasons why we're just hanging on by a thread, and yes, sometimes maybe we get a little cranky. That's her. Crazed from the fear of it.
No, it's not 24/7.
No, you got to take some of the weight off of the can.
He don't know
You know
how.
what I mean? You got to take some of the weight off of the can. That way, hey, they can breathe a little and feel a little better. Let me tell you something, Ms. Johnson-Kyler. You're going to die paying that stupid tax. It feels like you're empowered by that, but you're not. The power is whether you can stay or go. The power is to be cool when you do it. The power is in the amount of education and economic support that you have behind you. The power isn't in the yelling. The power is, I can take it or leave it. I don't have to fight like it's my life, because it's not my life. Like, I can go forward and go on and move even if he's not in it. So if he wants to go out 2 a.m., I get sick of it, I'm done. But don't raise your blood pressure. Don't show, because it don't help. You're mad every day on the off chance he might leave you one day. That's 364 days of pain in case he does something wrong, 365. Bad trade. So be with him, be cool till he shows that he's not worth it, and then step. And then maybe he'll get a clue before you step. But quit letting him dictate how you feel. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't let that love go to waste. This matter's adjourned.
I mean, because some of the things that Chris said, I know he knows that he lied about, but I forgive him. So
I don't think this relationship is going to work out. I mean, I'm in too deep, putting up too much of a fight. It's too much. I don't want to go through this every day. I work 12, 13-hour shifts, and I don't want to come home to nagging all the time. I want to just be happy, and I'm not happy, so.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because my husband is an alcoholic and is driving our family apart.
She nags me to the point I want to drink.
His DUI's been hard on me, been hard on the kids.
I've had numerous DUIs, high-speed chases, done a lot of time in jails, being away from my children, some cheating involved.
I was mad at Jeff, so I revenge cheated.
She got back at me by bringing somebody I didn't care too much about and sleeping with them.
Jeff, I want you to get the drinking under control.
I want the judge to explain to her 2 wrongs don't make a right, especially when you're trying to work a marriage out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jeff Miller and Helena Miller. The two of you have been married for 10 years and have 3 children together. You do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Miller, you are done and through because of an ongoing issue and problem. And I'm going to start with Mr. Miller and have him tell me why you're here in divorce court today.
Well, me and the wife have been going through a lot of issues since we've been married. From day one, when we met at a bar. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of an alcoholic. It's
kinda?
Yeah. It's been ongoing for years and years before I met her.
You sober right now?
Yeah.
You had to think about it.
Well,
you had a sip, though.
Well, a little hungover, but yeah.
A little hungover,
yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it owning you, Mr. Miller?
Probably so, yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Miller, does the alcohol own him?
Yes, it does.
Tell me what's going on.
Well, we're here because his drinking is driving our marriage and family apart. I mean, he had multiple DUIs.
How many is multiple?
Like 8 or something like that.
8 DUIs.
Yep.
Couple high-speed chases.
Do you recall any of that stuff, like the high-speed chase? You remember that? You're not a blackout drunk? You remember what's going on?
For the most part, yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would ask you what you're thinking, but that's a stupid question because you were drunk and not thinking. Mrs. Miller, tell me what other things has occurred as a function of his drinking?
Just lying and in and out of jails and rehabs multiple times.
How many rehabs?
I lost count.
Do you know how many times you've been in rehab, Mr. Miller?
Throughout my life, probably, I don't know, 10, 11
10 times?
Yeah.
How long is the longest you ever stayed in one rehab?
Close to a year.
1 year. And how long did you stay sober after you got out?
Not long.
Not long?
No.
Like within the month or?
Not even a month, no.
Did you know he was a drinker when you married him?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I didn't realize how bad.
Mm-hmm. So tell me some stories about, because I want Mr. Miller to hear from you. the ongoing nature of the disaster he has created in your life?
Well, it's just hard for me to trust him and everything. He broken the trust and everything, and just the drinking, how he missed birthdays and holidays with our kids, got family members that he gets into arguments with. And
do you have any concerns about him drinking around the children or how his drinking is affecting the children?
My only concern about his drinking around the kids is their attitudes, because they don't really show him respect and they disrespect him, but I think it's because they're hurt by him not being there in their lives.
So he's not there because he's in jail.
Yeah,
for
jail,
DUIs.
Yeah.
How long have you spent, the longest time you spent in jail for DUI?
A little over 3 years. I just got out
3 years.
5 months ago, yeah.
You just got out 5 months ago, and you're drinking again?
No.
How old were you when you started drinking?
13, 14.
13 or 14. What were the circumstances? Was it the thing to do with your crowd? Was it you were sneaking booze from the cabinet?
No, I really didn't have a crowd. I lived with my grandmother, and she took medications and stuff like that, and I was kind of like on my own, so I did what I wanted to,
Just free to be.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's something that happened to you, or some way that you feel, or something that's going on in your head that you think caused the alcohol?
Honestly, I've asked that question several times in all the rehabs that I've been through. I've been through the substance abuse treatment part of it. I've been through the other part of it, like therapeutic community type stuff. You know what I mean? And
what did we find out?
Well, I could say just the parents divorced when I was 8 years old, but I'm like 40 years old now, so I mean that really, I don't think would be a factor or an excuse or whatever you want to call it,
Listen, whatever trauma you had, no matter the nature, there's no designated age by which you get over it. The pain was there, you work with it. So it doesn't mean, what happens to you when you're little matters. You know what I mean? Do you think it was that?
Kind of the separation, yeah. Could be, I guess. I don't know.
You ended up with your grandma, though.
Yeah.
Right. Give me the most painful or hurtful story associated with his drinking that he needs to hear so he can understand the nature of your distress.
The most painful is probably him thinking that just putting everything on my shoulders and the disrespect and how
when you say disrespect, give me a story that shows me how he's disrespectful when he drinks.
Calling me names in front of the kids and just putting me down, calling me fat, ugly.
What's the most difficult thing for you? Is it the children?
It's not that I'm absolutely necessarily trying to do anything to my children, harm them in any way by, you know what I mean?
Mentally, I know you're not trying.
But as far as that goes, I just don't get intoxicated and just start talking nonsense to her. I mean, it usually resolves from us arguing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, about you calling girls in front of me, calling your ex.
That was, I didn't even really call her. I was acting like I did, but that's another issue, but.
But when you were drunk during all these episodes?
Yeah, I never called a girl in front of her. I acted like I did, but I didn't. She's talking about the last week.
Yeah. She's mad about it still. We may have to address it. But what I really want to address is what you think is happening with your children as a not intentionally, but as a function of the fact that they live with a man who lives in a bottle.
I get to drinking sometimes and I think I'm just going to drink a few and then call it a day, but then it, of course, escalates till I'm up till like 2 or 3 o'clock at night.
I don't come home till 5 in the morning.
You know, the saying is, 1 is too many and 20 is never enough.
Right.
You do understand that you can't have one. What do you think is the most negative thing that has occurred with respect to your children as a function of your drinking?
I guess the fighting with my wife, the yelling back and forth in front of them, and
What about that 3 years you spent in jail?
Yeah, I'm sure it affected them.
Have you talked to them?
Well, yeah, I have since I've been home. Yeah, I let them
What
know
did
I'm
they
never
say to
going
you?
away.
Yeah, what did they say to you?
My oldest asked me if I was ever going away again. I told her no. You know what I mean? I'm home for good, or I mean, if something happens that me and her split or whatever, then I guess you know, I'm still going to be living in where I'm living. I'm not going to leave town and be out of their lives. You know what I mean? I'm going to be there for them.
You can't hold a job as a function of this.
No.
Tell me how the are you trying? Is it your record? Is it that you can't get there because you're hungover? What's up?
A lot of the jobs, yeah, it's because I was either intoxicated or hungover. I couldn't show up. I mean, I get to drinking sometimes and I think I'm just going to drink a few and then call it a day, but then it, of course, escalates till I'm up till like 2 or 3 o'clock at night, till I pass out or the bars close down. And
Or don't come home till 5 in the morning.
You understand that, you know, the saying is, you know, 1 is too many and 20 is never enough.
Right.
You do understand that you can't have one.
Right.
You do I mean, do you fight
really,
that first one, or do you come say, I'm just going to have a couple?
Pretty much, no, it's not going to be just a couple. Sometimes it's, you know, I'll get a 6-pack, but I can't.
So you're not fighting at all?
I guess not, I don't know.
I understand he cheated on you once while he was drunk.
Yeah,
Tell me what happened there.
It was a few years back. I guess he was at a bar or something. I guess he met a girl at a bar or something. Me and the kids, we didn't want to deal with him because he'd been drinking for a couple of days, so we stayed over at my family member's house, and he cheated with some girl at the bar, and that led to not trusting, and I was really angry.
Mr. Miller, did that happen?
At that point, I was actually waiting to go to prison on a DUI, and she took off with the kids to her mother's house over an argument, and it was just kind of one of them things. I was kind of.
Well, I'm about to go. I want to have some sex before I leave.
Well, no, it wasn't even like that. No, I wasn't even there to have sex.
I mean, that sounds. I mean,
I wasn't
not right, but practical.
No, I mean practical, but I wasn't there looking for anything like that. I was just there, you know, drinking, socializing, and you know.
That happened.
It happened.
And then you revenge cheated.
Yes, I did. Probably a couple years ago, I was still upset and angry, and sort of want to play the get-even game, want to make Jeffrey hurt like he hurt me.
You're just tired, though, aren't you? I mean,
yeah,
you're just exhausted.
Tired of
you have all the money problems, all the
dealing
kids.
with everything, myself and everything, and why he run around thinking life is one big party, pretty much.
As far as me cheating and this and that, I mean, I have an issue with her being on Facebook with somebody I know that she don't even know, and actually, a couple weeks ago, I deleted one of the girls she wanted me to delete on my Facebook, which there's nothing going on with her anyways. Okay. Never has been. Nothing even flirtatious or nothing.
Well, I'm going to take a moment, get off the drinking, and let's explore that for a moment so we can see what other contributing factors may apply.
I found out that while Jeff was in rehab this last time, he's the one that was acting like some high school student, passing notes around with some other chick that was in rehab with.
Were you philandering in rehab? So, Mr. Miller, you say she has an active Facebook life that you find distressing. Why don't you elaborate?
It's some guy back home, and he was my friend on Facebook before I went away this last time. While I was incarcerated, she told me, sent her a friend request, and I didn't think nothing of it. You know, I was like, yeah, go ahead, cool, accept it. My daughter's always telling me whenever I'd call from prison that Mommy has been messaging so-and-so, and I'm like, well, who? At first it wasn't a big deal, you know what I mean? She said the guy's name. But the more I kept hearing about it, you know what I mean? I'm like, you know, I didn't really even say nothing about it till I got out, and then I actually seen what was kind of going on, the flirting online.
Online. Ms. Miller, were you flirting online with somebody?
I did not start flirting with him until I found out that while Jeff was in rehab, this last time, he's the one that was acting like some high school student, passing notes around with some other chick that was in rehab with. He
Were you
even
philandering in rehab?
He even had her phone number. He even called whenever he went back to, he got out of rehab, went back to jail. He had her phone number and was calling her from jail. At the same time calling me.
Is that right?
When I got violated and they re-paroled me to a rehab, inpatient rehab, outside rehab, it was co-ed. You know, that was still kind of on my mind, and it was just kind of, you know, I don't know, still kind of angry about finding out what I found out, and I wasn't really sure what was going to happen.
That's the guy I cheated with. You started the war.
And that's what I'm saying, started the war. I mean, it shouldn't be like that, tit for tat, you know what I mean?
But it's not tit for tat.
Yeah,
it is like
you started it.
No, it's not
No.
tit for tat. You give her no economic support, no emotional support, no parental support, no any of any kind. She is constantly spending her time and money dealing with you and all your negativity. You don't give her anything, nothing emotional, nothing at all. So she talked to somebody on Facebook, and you know what I mean? You have reasons for everything, but you can't get indignant about nothing because you're showing up not just nothing. You're like a black hole. You suck in all the light. You know what I mean? It's not like you're just like this ongoing negative thing in her life. You know, I mean, I'm surprised she hasn't done more. You with me? Not that it would be
really,
right.
Not really. I mean, the dude's sleeping with her. He ain't paying no bills. He ain't.
Neither are you.
Yeah, I mean, but how? I mean, how could I be so in the wrong whenever, you know what I'm saying? If that's a game, if it's a game, then I guess it's a game.
It's not a
you know what I
game.
mean?
She's exhausted. She's tired of having to deal with you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you get me, though?
I get you.
It's worse than having another kid. She's supporting and dealing with all of the negative ramifications of a life with an addict.
Right.
Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it the way to handle it. But you need to understand the nature of the pressure she's under.
Right.
You with me?
Right.
Your wife says that one time when you were drunk, you told the kids to get away from you and that they weren't even yours. Is that accurate?
It wasn't. It didn't go down like that. Me and her was arguing, and I was trying to make a point. And with the kids, they surround us and like take up for her. You know what I mean? And start screaming at me, telling me, "Daddy, get out, get out!" And I'm like, you know what I mean? I might have said something like, you know, I don't know where that even came up. I mean, like, I don't.
But do you understand why they do that?
Yes, I mean, just I haven't been around. Yeah, they're taking up for their mama, but when they don't really, you know, I mean, I'm not really. We're just arguing. You know what I mean?
You're the big bad boogeyman. You're the guy who comes home drunk. You're the guy who has accidents. You're the guy who doesn't pay anything. She is their life. She's the support if they need anything emotionally, physically, financially. She's there. And when the big bad boogeyman comes out from jail and starts yelling at the only thing that stands between them and being out on the street, they're going to defend her. It's scary being in a house with a guy that comes in and got an attitude and ugly and drunk. Been there, done that.
It's not even like that, though. I don't come in drunk with an attitude. Me and her start arguing about whatever. It's like the nagging starts, and then it's like, what, you know what I mean? I'll throw some phones on, jam some YouTube, and be like, all right, get away from me. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And she's still nagging to the point to where I do. You know, I'm like...
Gotcha. Let me tell you something, Mrs. Miller. My man doesn't even see what a pit of darkness he is in your life. And he doesn't seem remorseful. He seems indignant about any kind of needs that you have. Maybe you don't approach them appropriately, but he's indignant about them, not realizing how many darts he's thrown at you. You don't need to have one foot out of the door. You need to have both feet out the door, and you need to do it now. Don't expose your children to that anymore. He's not even trying anymore, and he needs to step on and step away and step into something else while you step into better. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Mr. Miller, I wish you the best of luck. I hope things get better for you. I don't know what kind of dark you're swimming through. I really don't. But first thing you have to be is man enough to see how much negativity you've brought to your wife. And then after that, I don't know what you can do, but at least try to do that. because you can do that. You know what I mean? Don't, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Right on.
This matter is adjourned.
Yeah, there's damage done, but I think it could be fixed, whether a therapist or a judge or anybody else says that it can't. You know what I mean? They're not us. They don't know. You know what I mean? So
if he doesn't change like right away, like, and step up and show me within a month or something, I'm out.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Andrea Colton and Quentin Coleman. The two of you have been together for 4 years, engaged for 1.5. You've got a wedding date set. You gave me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find that your union is ill-advised. You have some concerns and consternation, so you've come to me to get my opinion. You filled out my compatibility test. Now I just have to find out what's going on. So, Ms. Colton, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why you love him, but you're not sure you want to marry him?
The reason why I love Quentin, because he's a caring person, he's loving, and
that's okay. Why don't you start? Well, so why are you here? Good guy, nice looking. How come we're not halfway down the aisle already?
Because of cheating and security.
Who's cheating? Him or you?
Both.
Now I don't know who to yell at. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how you two came to be together, a little bit about your background, so I can get an idea of what kind of lives I'm trying to combine here.
Me and Quentin met 4 years ago through one of my family members. And we started off as friends, and then later on made a relationship. We, got into a relationship, and then...
But I understand that prior to all of this, you've had a very rocky past in your relationships. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your romantic history?
Like, before Quentin, I was in a previous relationship where things weren't always good. I mean, I had been through a lot, like, as far as abuse and name-calling, and so I was, like, a little overweight at the time, and so I lost weight, left the relationship alone, and moved on.
Well, good for you, because that's not always an easy thing to do. That isn't an always easy thing to do. Mr. Coleman, where do you see... I take it what she said so far is accurate with respect to the way you met, correct? Yeah. What concerns do you have about this relationship?
Well, I just hope that we'll be able to work through things, minor problems that come up between us. Won't let minor things become such big arguments between us. And just work through things and be happy together. I just like for when we're happy and together, because there's really nothing wrong with us. It just seems like small things get in the way.
I saw a few big things. I don't know. I understand. Why don't you tell me about the time the couch got lit on fire? That to me is a big thing.
Okay, me and Quentin was supposed to be watching one of our sons, and he wasn't there when I made it to drop my son off, so he said drop him off at his mama's house. But I ain't want to do that, and so I was mad, and we was arguing, and so I went in, put lighter fluid everywhere. I put lighter fluid everywhere in the house, and so I got a little scared, so I decided to just bring the couch cushions outside and set it afire.
Mr. Coleman? Yeah. That I take it that happened because nobody would make that up and tell that on themselves if it wasn't true, because it's absolutely a bizarre and ridiculous thing to do.
Yeah, she had broken my house before at the time. She broke out the windows. It was a rough time.
I gotta say, Mr. Coleman, she does a lot of stuff. Aren't you a little scared of her? I mean, she lights stuff on fire. I mean, there's certain things that we're going to go through, but a person who can't. Now, if you were sleeping with with a sister in the house, I could see her, you know, I can't see it, but I could grok it a little bit. But she got mad about where you were going to drop off the son to the extent she was going to light the whole house on fire. Doesn't that concern you?
Yes, it concerns me, but I mean, honestly, it's something that she's been working on since then. I mean, I'd be beating her if I said she hadn't been working on it. It's something she's working on. It concerns me, but it's something that I see will get past. I can live with.
What was the problem with you not wanting to drop his son off someplace else? Did you have problems with where he was going to go?
I feel like he was somewhere where he had no business.
Oh, so you think he was cheating?
Yes.
So it wasn't really about dropping the kid off. It was about why he couldn't take care of him.
Yeah, why he wasn't there when he's supposed
thing.
to been there, yeah.
Have you ever caught him cheating on you?
I done found text messages and other things like that. I mean, but never physically.
Yeah. What were the worst text messages you saw?
Can I come chill? And
Can I come chill?
Yeah, she came.
Is that the time you busted out all the windows with the stick? Was that the message that made you bust out all the windows with the stick?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, to be completely, I mean, we were still together, but it was technically during like a breakup period. Really, like it was a period.
You were on a break.
We was on a break, but we wasn't on a break.
Still like together. We were staying separate.
I don't understand this break business. Somebody needs to get me a rule book and figure out what it means to be on a break. What does it mean to be on a break?
I mean, we had separated. We had separated, and we were staying in separate houses. And so one night I came over to just to come over and be with him or whatever like that. And I can't remember why.
You went over there to have sex, right?
Yeah.
Okay, help me out, because I don't understand.
And I don't know how the story came up, but he had started acting funny and stuff, like towards me. And we was arguing about another female, and he was like, I ain't been texting her and all this and all that. So then he opened up his phone, and I see that text message about that female, and so now I'm mad, and so...
We got a stick and broke the windows out.
I would just go ballistic and just bust out all the windows and...
Aren't you at all frightened?
Nah. I think she was probably... Well, to give you more background on it, during the break thing came in a period where, she said and acted like she didn't want me. And so, I accepted it, I swallowed it, and I didn't never talk to any of the ladies physically or nothing, but, I stepped back out in the game, I guess, and once she found out, I guess, other women was interested in me, I guess she went crazy and ran them off. She ran all of them off.
And I get all that. But don't you worried about, someone who's like looking to light the house on fire? That to me is like, ooh, I don't want to sleep over there with her. None of that ever.
Not really. I don't know. I can handle it.
You the coolest man I ever met. You just rock solid over there. You still think he has women on the side that are popping up?
Yes.
He claims that they're good friends.
But every time we have a problem within our relationship, somehow I always catch him talking to her.
Do you do that? You still think he has women on the side that are popping up. Is that right?
Kinda, sorta, yes.
He claims that they're good friends.
That's what he claims. But every time
give me your best evidence that they are more than that.
They used to be together.
So this is one particular individual?
Yes.
Do you know who?
The one that keep popping up.
Oh, yes, I think I know who you're talking about, but she never really pops up.
But every time we have a problem within our relationship, somehow I always catch him talking to her.
Do you do that?
It was a close friend that I could talk to. Like, she probably had called us saying, like, hey, how you doing, or something. Like, I know one time my grandmother died. Like, sorry, your grandmother. Because this was somebody...
That explains one conversation.
I mean, we don't like.
Thank you.
She's over exaggerated. We haven't had a bunch of conversations.
Recently, he had.
I mean, even in the past, she
But-
might have called or texted me a couple of times, but nothing inappropriate, or it wasn't like.
But are you
this.
going to her with and I'm not accusing you of doing anything inappropriate.
Yeah.
I'm just asking you, do you go to her with the problems that you're having in your relationship with Ms. Colton over
The
there?
best way I can explain is an old friend that I stopped communicating with because of her, and every now and then you may happen
You hear
to,
from her.
Yeah, and she just seems to catch me every time that I happen to hear from her. But
This so happens. Every time she calls, she happens to be
I mean,
around.
not even necessarily call with every time. Like, I mean, she could tell you if I'm lying, but we was just saying, hey, how you doing, or bye, whatever, and she would happen to catch it and say she's pop it up or something.
Yeah.
But
Is that a real fear? I mean, are you really worried that he's with that woman? I don't think he is.
I mean, that and like the real fear is like our financial problem and like, I mean, I trust him now.
Tell me about the financial problem. What's the issue with the money?
It's just basically I want security, like to make sure like if I was to get fired from my job that, you know, he'll be able to take
Well, what is
care.
his current employment situation?
He's an entrepreneur, so.
As unemployed with ideas. Are you unemployed with ideas?
no, I pay the bills.
You pay the bills?
I get her everything she asked for.
Does he make money?
Yes, he does. Yes.
Does he
And
make
do pay
decent
the
money?
bills, yes. Yes.
So why are you so worried about
I mean,
economics?
because of the pay is like like a couple years ago we had a miscarriage and it was like he had went into this depression, which I was too, but both of us deal with it separately. And so when he went into this depression, he just stopped
Doing
everything. Had brought more problems within our relationship, financially and emotionally. And
But even during that time, though, I still.
But you say he had a T-shirt business and he wouldn't distribute the flyers and he tried to renovate and sell old houses, couldn't do that. You know, is it one failure after another, or is he actually bringing home money from these different ventures?
He's actually bringing home money. Like, as far as with the T-shirt thing, it was like, he said he wanted to start it in the flyers. He wanted to start this T-shirt business. And so he saved up his money to get the equipment, and then once you get the equipment,
do you lose steam after you go to the ramp up of a new entrepreneurial experience? And then,
No, I just happened to take a loss on that one because me and my friend, we had a party event coming up and we needed cash to do something, so I just, used it. So the weather ended up being bad, so we ended up lost on the party. But I just took a small loss on that one.
I'm gonna help you out here, Mr. Coleman. I'm gonna give a small but spirited defense of the entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs lose 5 times, hit once. And if you want the big money and the big hit or somebody to do really well, those are going to be the entrepreneurs. The guys that go out there, they take a risk, and if something of his takes off, you're going to be all on it for the ride. But you also have to be on it for the startup. And the startup sometimes doesn't work. Sometimes this doesn't work, sometimes that doesn't work, sometimes the other thing doesn't work, but it's only got to have one thing that works, and then you're good to go. So as long as he's bringing home some money, he's not just blithely going out there, blinging and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
And I don't
so
think
you gotta back him up. You gotta back his
everything
play.
he do. I support him. The reason why Quentin is for me because he's caring. You can be mean as ever to him. I could be punched him in the face, did whatever, and he'll still give me whatever I want.
And I can light the house on fire, he gets over it. It's okay.
Nah, he was mad.
That's what you're telling me. Here's what I'm going to do. This is a before your vows, and I always got to have both sides of the story. Now I know the problems. I want to know the good stuff. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Now, Miss Colton, listen to me. There are rules to this thing. Let's get this right. I want 30-second profession of love for this man over here. I don't want any complaints. I don't want any ands, buts, when, maybe. I want you to give me 30-second sales job on why this man right there is the one for you. Go.
The reason why Quentin is for me because he's caring. You can be mean as ever to him. I could be punched him in the face, did whatever, and he'll still give me whatever I want or take the time out to love me. He's a loving person. I mean, he's just a caring person, and that's the good thing about him. Like, he's a caring person, and I love him, and
Now, Mr. Coleman, that woman just said over there, I can abuse him and he'll take it.
But
that's basically what she said.
though.
No, she don't mean that I take it and just sit there. And,
I mean, like,
I don't believe you're a punk or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm thinking, like,
hold on to the grudge or be mad long about it.
Like I can light the house on fire, he gets over it. It's okay.
No, he was mad.
That's what you're telling me. I bust out the windows, he sweeps it up, it's fine. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not.
Well, tell me something else.
He's a loving person.
He is.
He's a
that
loving
I can say. He's a very loving person.
He stand up for what he believes in, and if he believes in it, he's headstrong in it, and I admire that about him. He's very intelligent, and any question I ask him, he can answer it, and if he don't know the answer to it, he will find it. And he is a good person.
Mrs. Colton, you crazy as they can be, but you get an A+. That was a great profession of love. I'm scared of you. You know, I ain't gonna go nowhere in a room alone with you or anything like that. But that was an A+ profession of love. Mr. Coleman, you got a high hurdle there. Why is Miss Colton the woman for you?
Well, Miss Colton the one for me because, like she said, I love her regardless. Even when I want to hate her, I still love her. And we like two sides of the same coin. We like complete opposites, but we have so much in common. A lot of times when I'm thinking a statement, she'll say it or vice versa. You know, we really, like, we play well off each other and get along. And I don't know, like you said, she's crazy as I can be, but I just love her for some reason, so.
Joe, I do believe this is a first. 2 A+ professions of love right in front of me. Well done, people. I'm going to look at your compatibility test, then we're going to talk about what I think y'all ought to do. When I first reviewed your paperwork and your compatibility test and your history and what was going on, I was all prepared to print out a boarding pass for you. To get you on a plane, first thing smoking. But you guys came out here and in some way, shape, or form delighted me. I don't know how you managed it, but you did. You read a little bit like a doormat, but clearly that's not the case. You're just a man so comfortable in his own skin that even the house on fire don't scare you. Whether or not that's security or insanity, I don't know. But I appreciate it for what it is. Ms. Colton, you got a good man over here. And I want you to always remember that. You know, you say you've been abused in the past and that people made fun of you and that you don't let what those bad people said to you and did to you and made you feel about yourself make you so insecure that you have to cause chaos in his life because he didn't deserve it. He didn't do it. And you always know when you're lighting something on fire or breaking it with a stick, it's those little people that tried to hurt you that are making you do that, and it's not him. So always remember, every time you defeat your temper, every time you conquer your anger, you are defeating those people who chose to treat you badly. So look at it that way. You can't change your past, but you can redefine it. It can be the reason that you're better tomorrow. It could be something that you can stand up on and jump over the moon instead of letting it lean on you. You with me on that? So, yes, Mr. Coleman, I'm going to give you this marriage license and ask you to please take this woman, get her in the house, lock the door, and keep her away from us. This matter is adjourned.
I feel good today. Well, we feel good today by getting Judge Lynn blessings on getting married. It's something we was hoping that we'll hear, so now it's confirmed.
Yes, I'm happy today with the judge's decision. She said everything I thought she would probably say. And I'm just glad we can go and get married now.
Today on Divorce Court, today's couple believes fate brought them back together after a one-night stand 10 years ago. After a whirlwind romance, they got engaged and blended their families together. But now, his excessive drinking and chronic unemployment are causing her to press pause on walking down the aisle. Let's find out why she's still considering marriage.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Quinetta Green and Carl Edwards. The two of you have been together for 4.5 years, can't quite get to the altar, so you've come to see me. Ms. Green, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you can't decide whether or not you should walk down the aisle with Mr. Edwards?
Well, we've been together for 4.5 years, as you said, and recently he started to excessively drink, and with his excessive drinking, it's been causing all kind of problems. For an example, when we go to when I wake up in the morning, he goes to the store. When he goes to the store, then he comes back home, he has a bottle. By the time I get back home, he has another bottle, which is a pint. In the morning, he buys a half a pint. And by the time I go to work and I come back, he has a full pint. And I even bought an example of the full pint, if I could show you.
You got the full pint? Let me see the pint. Now, this is a pint of alcohol. He goes through 1.5 a day.
Yes.
According to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Edwards, is that an accurate recitation of the amount of alcohol you drink?
Yes.
Are you concerned about that at all, sir?
Yes, yes. I am concerned. I mean, I drink because, I don't know, I think every time I get stressed, when I get, feel overwhelmed or I get real mad, anything like that, I don't know, it's like a stress reliever.
And I understand that because that's what people do, that's what alcohol does. My question to you is, it happened just a couple of years ago. You're not a long-term drinker.
No.
Did something happen that caused your life to be more stressful or uncertain?
I've had a couple of discriminations with me getting a job, and so I've just been, kind of worried, back and forth about everything. It's a lot of things.
When you say a couple of discriminations, why don't you explain the circumstances to me?
I've been called the N-word by one of my bosses and never came back to work after that. One of my employees told me I need to wear a patch over my eye because I guess the customers don't want to see it, you know what I mean? So, it was just, it takes a toll on you when you, so. And I get stressed and I started drinking.
Ms. Green, do you agree that the drinking occurred around the time that he lost those last 2 jobs? You can have it. I don't want, people flipping stations and see me with a pint.
The excessive drinking, I believe, started once, the things with the jobs. But before then, he had been drinking, and I can admit, sometimes he'll try to stop, but he can't completely stop. It'll go to 2 half a pints, which equals up to 1 pint.
Right. What have you done about that? Discrimination occurs, job circumstances occur. What have you done about them? Have you filed lawsuits? Did you go to the EOC,
I'm
whatever?
currently in a lawsuit right now.
With both or with one of them?
One.
With one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you just waiting that one out?
No, I have been finding little side jobs on Craigslist, things like that, little jobs here and there, just to make some money. But I am waiting it out. I have a lawyer and everything, so
yeah.
I'm just.
The busier you are, the less time your mind has to mess with you about what's going on. Work is its own solution sometimes, just for the anxious mind.
I can understand.
Putting that out there.
Because when I was working, I didn't really drink until I got home, and it'd be late at night, and then I'd have a shot and go to bed or something like that.
Yeah, but anxiousness,
Yes, ma'am.
Explodes on time. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You say, though, that not only is he drinking, that he's mean, he's not a happy drunk, he yells at the kids, there's always some problems. Give me some examples of some unpleasant behaviors Mr. Edwards has engaged in because of his drinking.
Well, when he first started drinking, he's the nicest person. He'll give you the clothes off his back. He's so sweet and nice. But then once he gets on into the date and he gets mean and he just started making up stuff. For example, we could just be sitting there and we could be talking. I'd be like, babe, look at this on my phone or something like that. He'd be like, what are you doing looking at that? And it's just, if I would have told him earlier during the day to look at it, he'd have been like, oh, that's fine. But because he's excessively drinking and it makes him so angry. And I'd be like, why are you so angry?
What happened when the kids called you to tell him that you would be late instead of him? And
he got real angry. Like, usually, like, if they'll tell me that they're just going somewhere, then it'll be okay, and I'll tell them later on because I be at work all the time, so I'll tell them later on. But this particular day, I could tell that he had been drinking because I can always tell that he had been drinking. So one of the children wanted to stay late for a game or something like that, and I told him, yeah, but I was so busy I didn't have time to tell him about it because I was at work. You know, I'm a cook, so I was cooking or whatever, and I didn't have no break. So he texted me, why didn't you tell me that she was going here or that they were going here? And I was like, well, I thought as long as they told one of us, it was okay. And when I got to it, I would have told him. He blew it out of proportion. When I got home, he was extra mean and angry.
And carrying on. Yes, certainly, Mr. Edwards.
Okay, well, she making it seem like if she at work, and I'm at home waiting for the kids to come home from school, why should they call her? What is she gonna do for them? Like, if I'm at home waiting for y'all to get here and nobody's showing up, and she know they not gonna show up, and I don't know that, but I'm at home, am I wrong? Am I wrong for...
You may not be wrong in theory, but in response, you were wrong. Hey, next time, you should call me because I was worried and I was the one home. Period. End of story.
And that's what I said.
See what I'm saying? People make mistakes. They do illogical things. And all that anger doesn't help. Go ahead.
I mean, it's not like one time. It's not a one-time thing. They do it like every day before they come home. So when they start coming home late, I'm like, who is this? Where's this? Where's that? They gone over here. And I call her. I forgot to call you and tell you. But if you keep doing it, how am I supposed to know and keep up with them and find out?
Do you think that maybe they have problem calling drunk daddy?
They don't know if I'm drunk or not.
Yeah, they do.
No, they not.
Yes, they do.
How would they know if I'm drunk if they're at school?
Because you're drunk every day.
But I don't drink that much every day.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You admitted it, she said it, and the kids live there. They know. They know when you're drinking. They know when you're drunk. They know when you're mean because you're drinking. It's not a secret. It seems like that to you, but they know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I don't want him to think that we just, be just on him, that I'm always on him about it. But I'll be like, it's a problem. He'll be like, you just trying to be my mom. I'm not trying to be your mom. I'm actually just trying to, let you see what everybody else see. But he has a problem with it. He can tell everybody else their problems, but he can't never accept his own.
That's not true.
All right. I want you to tell me your concerns about his contribution to the household, given the current circumstances. That's what we're going to talk about next. Did you go on the man's job and start a lot of who shot John and got him fired for show?
I don't feel like I did. He tries to blame it on me, but I feel like
what did you go and do? What did you do?
Well...
Mr. Edwards, your wife is complaining about your contributions to the household, but you say that part of the reason you got fired was because of her on the last job. Explain those circumstances to me.
Okay, well, I got suspended from my job for 2 weeks. And like a week into the suspension, well, I didn't even know I was suspended, but I got suspended for 2 weeks. And my boss told me to come up there to talk to her about my suspension. And when I went up there, she was like, well, we're not going to fire you. You're suspended for 2 weeks. I said, okay. I left. I walked out. She was like, so what they say? I said, they suspended me for 2 weeks. She gets mad, goes in there, asks the lady, can I get the manager's number? Can I get the, the head office number and this and this and this? And they getting back and forth into it. Her girl get to arguing with her. She get to arguing with the girl, telling the girl she gonna beat her up and all this stuff. And I've never went back to work since that day.
Yeah, what's the point? Yeah.
And then
what did you get suspended for in the first place?
I didn't get suspended. It goes into the lawsuit that, she called me.
About the N-word?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay. And that's the one that the lawsuit is about. You don't have the lawsuit about the eye.
The eye. Well, I got, yeah.
Because you have glasses on now because you have light sensitivity.
But I only have one eye.
One eye. I got you. And they were trying to cover that from a previous accident?
When I was 16, I got shot in the eye in Chicago.
No kidding.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm so glad you survived. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah.
Blessed.
Did you go on the man's job and start a lot of who shot John and got him fired for show?
No. I don't feel like I did. He tries to blame it on me, but I feel like
well, what did you go and do? What did you do?
Well, I went in there and I was like, can I have your corporate's number? And she was like, no. And I was like, well, I'm a customer and I want your corporate's number. She said, I know who you are. I said, I don't care who you think I am. I asked you for the corporate's number. I'm a customer and I want the corporate's number. She was like, get out my store. He should have wiped off the handle. I was like, that's not the reason that you suspended him or anything. You suspended him because you called him the N-word.
Let me tell you something about how you handle business. When somebody else is wrong, you don't get wronger.
But she made me mad.
So? She was probably mad when she called him that word.
But that's just an excuse.
But you shouldn't. No. Anger is rarely the solution to anything. It makes things worse, but it don't fix nothing. Lawsuits fix things, but you went in there and made sure he couldn't get, he could have stayed on the job, he could have worked something out, they had a good settlement, a whole lot of things could happen. Because you lost your temper, he didn't have access to any of that. You see what I'm saying? You were satisfying your current need to hurt somebody.
Because she made me mad.
Yes.
You just can't do stuff like that.
Yes, she made you angry. Are you going to let everybody who doesn't like you or says something against you run your life?
I've been working on that.
Take paychecks out your house? A woman that thinks you an end going to take the paycheck out your house? See what I'm saying? They win when you let them do that to you. They win.
But I just don't know how people can get away with stuff like that. I felt like
she didn't get away with it. She didn't get away with it. You could have pursued it, but you didn't pursue it in the right way. See what I'm saying? And he is, you can pursue it legally. You do it quietly and comfortably. You could have found out what corporate was on your own. You can Google that. But you were mad. You weren't resolving things. And when they poke at you and make you mad, they got your number. Always be cool.
Oh, you've been drinking. You've been doing this. And then it's a big fight between her, me, and okay.
I surrender. What would you do if your partner got you fired from your job? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question for your judgment call. My fiance still holds resentment for me cheating 5 years ago. Is there anything I can do to help him get over it?
If it's been 5 years, then that's a deeply seated issue. And I don't think there's a lot you can do personally without getting some professional help. Because if it's a deep issue, it's a long road back and you're gonna need help getting there. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Is it an issue in your marriage, her level of anger? How often do you see it? And can you give me an example of something other than the employment situation, which we've already discussed, that she just went way west of reasonable on?
The DVDs, that made a big argument.
Oh, tell me about that.
DVDs made a big argument because I took them out the room and I brung them in my room and I told them not to mess with the movies because they was leaving them all over the house. And so I said, that's it. And I have like 200, 300 DVDs. So, and they leave them around the house. So I said, oh, don't mess with them unless you ask me. As soon as she get home, they just get the DVDs and go in the room, and I take them from them. And now she arguing with me, talking, why are you taking them from them? Why are you doing this? Why are you acting like that? And I'm saying, I'm trying to tell her because because they had them all over the floor. She'll say,
They
no,
$5,
because you're
$4
drinking.
movies.
She say you're drinking. She say you, because, no, it ain't. It's because you're drinking. But no, it's not. It's because I'm trying to show them that you can't just have my stuff all over the floor. I mean, even when they got DVDs, yes, they only $5 for $1. I get deals for them, so what? But they my deals. It's my movies. I mean, I just want them to be nice and taken care of. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they can't watch them or whatever the case may be. I just want them to be taken care of. If somebody give me that stuff, I will take care of that stuff and give it back to them like I got it from them. You know what I mean? So that's why instead of me arguing with anybody, I just took all the DVDs and put them over here like, okay, nobody touch the DVDs. But as soon as she come home, everybody can do what they want to do and touch all the DVDs they want. And then when I say something about it, now it's, oh, you've been drinking, you've been doing this, and then it's a big fight between her, me, and okay.
I surrender. I do. But I let it go on that long for a reason. Do you see how agitated you still are about some $5 for $1 DVDs? Do you see? No. I know she got an anger problem. She told me she got an anger problem. But part of the problem is she got a drunk guy at the house with anger issues too. And she's trying to deal with the kids, make sure they're where they're supposed to be, make sure the money's all good, and then get home and deal with the guy who's 10 miles east of Rational about some DVDs. Because you're still 10 miles east of Rational right now today. So I know you were lit up. Today's question sponsored by... What is the worst kind of partner to come home to after a long day at work? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Mr. Edwards, you have got to see how much pressure she's under. Because that has got to be a driving impetus for you to do something about your situation. She can't get sober for you. You have to do it. And the only reason you'll get sober if you have a really good reason to fight, and I'm telling her she's gonna break. She's gonna break if things don't change. And she can't sober you up. You with me on that?
Yes.
Your kids know you are a drinker.
Yes.
They come home to this chaos every day. Oh, I know you don't want to hear me.
I ain't saying I don't want to hear you. I don't feel like, like I'm not holding up, like I'm just not doing nothing. I'm just sitting around letting her handle everything.
I didn't say that. What I said was she's gonna break because she's got too much on her. I'm telling you that. She's got too much on her. She works all day, she deals with where the kids are gonna be, and you come home agitating about DVDs, your entertainment situation. It's too much. I let you go on and on about stuff, so maybe you could see how unnecessarily angry and agitated you get about things. She's accepted her anger issues. You need to accept yours. Nothing will change until you accept it first. True. And you got reasons for all the things you do, and she got reasons to be angry. But I fussed at her about getting your job stolen from her. Now I'm fussing at you about that alcohol and your anger. Yes, ma'am. Accept responsibility for that. And what you need to do is have a really strong reason to do something different. And I'm telling you, if you don't get it together, she's gonna break. And if she breaks, the kids go with her.
True.
You love your children?
Yes.
Don't let her break.
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
How much longer are you willing to wait and see if this...
Truthfully?
Yeah, truthfully.
I'm willing to wait.
Period?
Period.
Where could I get this deal before you go? 5 DVDs for $1?
Pawn shop.
Yeah?
Everybody know that.
I gotta get on top of that, man.
today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because we've been together for 4 years and we are still stuck in the same position where we was the first year we was together.
Some of our issues are financial, verbal abuse here and there. We had some issues in the past with cheating and stuff. So.
I want the judge to tell Kern that it's time for him to step up.
Janae's the woman that I want to spend my life with and be with nobody else.
If Kern got down on one knee today, I would definitely say yes.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Janaya Kendrick and Kern Thorne. The two of you have been together for 4 years. You have one child together, correct? This is a before your vows. You want to get married, but there are some significant difficulties, including significant difficulties with her family. Ms. Kendrick, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here asking me whether or not you should get married?
Okay, well, I've been with him for 4 years.
Right.
We've been living together for 4 years, but we still seem to be stuck when we first met each other. We're the little things.
Tell me about a few of those little things.
Things like who does what for the household, who cleans what more, and those little things become an argument a lot with me and him. Finances becomes an argument every other day. When he's out of money or he's broke or something, or he doesn't have anything left, he'll get mad because he's the only one working and bringing in the money consistently. And he'll start to get mad and argue about, well, you don't do this and you're not working and you're not helping with the bills. But it's 50-50, I believe, because I pay majority of the rent. He just turns and pays the
other things.
The other half, of, like the little small portion of the rent, and then we have maybe like 2 to 3 bills that he'll pay.
Mr. Thorne, is that an accurate representation of what's going on in your household, or do you have a different point of view on it?
She's somewhat accurate of it. What she does helps a lot because she takes care of the house, and that allows me to work freely and to do what I need to do.
Right.
When it comes to the finances side, I would say it's an issue because I am the only one working. And, you know, if I got to do everything on my own, what I have is what I have. If I don't, then that's it. You know, she is right.
Say that to me again. If I have to do everything on my own, what I have is what I have.
I mean, in terms of meaning, if we have it to do it, we can do it. But if we don't have it to do it,
I got you.
You know, we can't do it. We'll have to see and say, okay, we have to wait till next time I get paid again, or it just onto the wayside.
Now, from what I'm seeing right here, that's normal couple stuff that we can work on. But Ms. Kendrick, I understand that there's some underlying issues from the beginning of the relationship that I think you're still upset about. Why don't you tell me what was going on in the beginning that you still have resentment about today?
In the beginning of our relationship, everything was fine, and then I got pregnant. And when I got pregnant, he left me because I was pregnant. 5 months and a half later, he comes back and says that he wants to do things right and he wants to be a father. At this time, I was living in a hotel, lost my job, and then he opened up his door to me. So that's where I've been ever since. But because of the simple fact that we wasn't together when I moved in with him, it was a lot of things going on. Example, there was a time where I wasn't too comfortable walking around his household yet because I still felt like a guest. He still had other people. He had roommates at the time. I still felt like a guest. But at this particular day, he just kept bringing me stuff up and down the stairs, making sure I was okay, like to stay in the room. And I'm just like, I'm kind of fishy, like, why? So 5-10 minutes later, he comes upstairs and tells me he's going to go to the store. But when I look out the window, he leaves with another woman. And she gets in her car, and he gets in his car, and then they drive off, and then I didn't see him until the next morning. How I got in contact with him, I had to call her phone because I went through his phone plenty of times. I've seen him talking to me.
Went through his phone plenty of times.
Yeah, I have. I've seen him talking to multiple women. I'm an investigator. I like to put stuff down, so.
But were you living there but not together at the time?
But he was feeding me to like, you know, we're going to be together. I want to be with you, and he was feeding me lies, making me seem like
it was going to work out.
It was going towards that.
Okay.
And then to turn around and do a whole nother thing.
Mr. Thorne, what is your take on that circumstance?
I admit what I did was wrong. I should talk to her, you know, try to express to her how I feel about it, instead of just saying I'm breaking up with you and then going.
But even if you wanted to, even if you told her about it, breaking camp isn't the thing to do. You may not want to be with her as a girlfriend, but you got to stay there as a father.
I think if I would have, you know, not do the breakup part, but try to find a way where we could deal with each other and handle it. And okay, yeah, you are pregnant, so how can we go about it? Then it would have been a better. Instead of me saying, you know what, I don't want to be with you, and then just disappearing for some months. It makes it look bad on my end. Like, I just was just dead ready to be a dead.
Well, my understanding is her mama can't stand you.
Yeah, that's another issue, too, with this.
Yeah, she wrote us a letter. I don't like how he treats my daughter. He's a deadbeat. He's a bum. He's abusive. He stinks. I mean, he literally smells. She's unhappy, depressed, and has low self-esteem. She doesn't love herself. I know that for sure. He broke her down. And that's just the first paragraph.
And it's like, how can, you know, how you don't even know me as a person to really, you never sat down with me and tried to talk to me, and then you just thought I'm a bum, I'm a deadbeat. But before that, I was, you know, I've always been a worker. I've always been hard working on the things that I do. And
did you know your mother felt that deeply with respect to Mr. Thorne?
Yeah. She despises of him. She just doesn't like him. I think because of the simple fact when we first started out, I confided in her a lot, which
when he was doing that messy stuff.
Yeah, which I don't do anymore because like they're just going to judge him off of what he done in the past, not looking at what he's progressed to.
You think she's overreacting?
Yeah, she's overreacting.
He hurt her baby, and she's just not gonna like it. No matter
my mom's
what
just very protective of her kids. So
okay. I'm going to get past what happened in the beginning because it appears you've gotten past it. Yeah. And what I want to talk to you about now is the manner in which you speak to each other, because some of the names that you guys call each other is horrifying. You said in your papers he's called you stupid in front of your friends. Is that accurate?
Yes. He has called me stupid.
You say he's called you a B, but you've also called him a B.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Kendrick, you say Mr. Thorne says some outrageous things to you when you argue. Can you give me some examples of the things he says or the things he calls you?
When we get into arguments, most of the times it's always about finances. But when we do get into arguments, we'll start to nitpick on who does what for the household, who pays who, and then we'll get nasty with each other. He'll tell me that's why nobody loves you, your family doesn't even like you, and then most of the time me and my family aren't speaking, it's because of him.
You said in your papers he's called you stupid in front of your friends. Is that accurate?
Yes. He has called me stupid.
And you say he's called you a B, but you've also called him a B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Thorne, is what we're talking about accurate, or do you have another story to tell?
We both, when we get into it and we both argue, we both just...
It gets ugly.
You know, we'll just argue. You know, we got into... we were talking the other day about, you know, trying to get a vehicle and seeing about that. And from us talking about seeing about getting a vehicle to us just arguing out of, you know, just off a few...
Let's talk about the money. Tell me how the money thing works at your house and the things that he believes you ought to be doing that you're not.
He just wants me to work. He just feels like honestly, I think like he feels like I've never worked since we've been together, which is not true. I've always had a job. This is probably the first year that I haven't had a job, that I haven't been working. So he'll just belittle me and make it seem like, okay, well, we can't go out.
Why don't you have a job? I mean, sometimes, I know it's nice to have that 1950s version of life, but sometimes in this man's America, it does take two incomes.
Well, see, at first, he was okay with me. It was like, okay, I'm okay. You're helping because my son, he has special needs, so that check goes towards rent every month. So he doesn't have to worry about a big chunk of rent every single month.
Because your child has special needs and disability because of it.
That comes from me. If it turns around and he can't do something to make something happen, like he doesn't have to worry about food. I do that stuff. So it's like it's 50-50 when it comes to things like that, because it's
Mr. Thorne, what do you think about her contribution to the household financially?
It's a lot because, like she said, if I had to worry about the rent on my own, I would have to, take money from one check just to make sure that the next check have enough. And, that would be difficult. It's a little bit difficult how it is now, but it will be much more difficult if I had to worry about the rent on my home.
But do you have some concerns over her not contributing more substantially?
I more or less want her to work so she could have that confidence in herself. Because when we going through it and we don't have no money, the first thing she's always ready to say is, gosh, I wish I had my own job. I wish I had my own money. And then when I say, okay, go ahead and get you a job, the next thing that she'll come back to me is, well, I'm going to get my own and you just going to get out. You got to go. And it's like, I want you to have your own so you can feel confident in your own money. You don't,
Well, does she harp on you about how much money you bring in then?
No, she doesn't come at me about the money. She comes at me about more or less being able to provide her some money to do the things that she want to do for herself or the kids. And
do you get on him about how much he can bring home to you so you can do stuff?
Not all the time, but sometimes.
But you do it.
Sometimes, like not.
Do it, especially
not
when
all the time.
When has she asked for something
like my hair
outrageous
done,
or ridiculous?
I would say,
nothing ridiculous.
It's
my
nothing.
Hair done, my nails done, certain things that women want done. Like I got to do it myself. He doesn't do it.
I'm going to expose myself as a court low on estrogen. If money's tight, your hair don't need to be done, nor do your nails need to be done. None of that is essential. You got a special needs kids. You're getting disability on that. You guys are just making it. Hair and nails is not essential. I know I'm going to get hate mail for that, but hair and nails is not essential. And if he's tight and it's hard, you should let that go.
But then if he doesn't have it, I would get it myself.
How much savings have you got?
I mean, like,
how much savings have you got? It's not
I don't have any savings. I don't have anything.
You can't have children and not have savings. If you're, whatever, you should have a jar called hair and nail money. And every time you feel like getting your hair and nails done, you take that money and put it in that jar and put it in the bank. Don't have an impoverished mentality. There's all show and no go. My understanding is, Miss Kendrick, you are waiting for that ring. Let me tell you what your mother told me. She said, I don't know why she's waiting on a ring. She's still married anyway. Are you still married? Can you have a good relationship with your partner if your mother hates them? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You waiting on a ring? Wondering what's taking so long?
Yep.
Maybe we should ask him. Mr. Thorne, what do you think about marriage?
I'm open to it. My mother was married I'm 29, so she was married for her whole life. So, for me, I've seen how it is to have that family structure and how it is to be in that. So I would want that for my kids and for myself also,
You say you're open to it, which means the idea of it is nice. Are you open to it with her?
Yes, I am. I am open to it with her.
Is there something holding you back?
I just feel, I would say the little small issues that we have, I would say one of the issues that we will have is her family. Like, because, outside of the kids that we have at our house, it's her other two kids.
Right.
And for me, I would want them around too. I don't want them to just say, the two that we have is all perfect and everything, and they're not there,
Right.
I would want them around so they can have the same.
Are they around?
No. They can't come around because he's there.
Your mother won't let them come around because he's there?
Yeah.
Wow. Her mother really don't like you. Let me see what else she said about you. She said, my daughter would be okay financially because I own several businesses and she used to be administrator, but when she was, he used to have him just chilling at my stores, and I'm not having him chilling at my stores, so she can't work there because I don't want him there. I mean, Mama really don't like you.
In terms of her working with her mother, she had problems with her own mother working there. She will, if she had something to do in terms of her son. A prime example, she was working there 1 year, and you know she'll have to go back and forth taking her son to the doctor. Right. And in terms of her mother saying, "Okay, it's okay," the first thing she's saying, "Oh, you're gonna get fired. I'm gonna fire you." Yeah. And it's like, what's the point in if I'm working for you and you know I have a situation I'm telling you in advance. Not just a day, but days in advance that I have to do this, and you turn around, oh, you're fired. Then it's like, you know what? I'd rather go work for somebody else and be able to do the things I need to instead of saying, oh, you're fired. Because what's the point of doing it if you're going to threaten me every single time I have something to do?
So you're waiting on a ring. You're waiting on things to get less thick. Let me tell you what your mother told me. She said, I don't know why she's waiting on a ring. She's still married anyway. Are you still married?
I've been separated for several years now.
But not divorced?
No.
Were you aware?
I was. I've been aware of it.
What you waiting on a ring for? Shouldn't you be filing some paperwork?
Yeah, that too. That's I mean, yeah.
I think we just haven't put no time into just saying, okay, let's do that and see, because, you know.
Y'all don't know what's important. You putting in time to hair and nails and not like, I got this new man. I said, that would be my divorce filing money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd get that right so my kids could get right so I could get with my man. Right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Am I overly practical?
No.
I'm just right.
Today's question sponsored by... How can you change the minds of your partner's family once the well has been poisoned? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back.
There's such a thing called a married state of mind. And a married state of mind, and when it's you and me, and then it's them. And them includes the children. You love them. But it's you and me on the same page working hard for one another. It's you and me fighting the money, not you and me fighting about the money. You know if you want extra things in your life that you could work. Mm-hmm. And so don't blame him for not having the extra things when you didn't choose that option. When you're married, sometimes there's stuff that you want that you don't get because you simply don't have the financial wherewithal to get it. And I think you need to be at home with that and comfortable with that and secure with that. And I know you've stopped telling your mother about him, so I think that is an intelligent decision on your part. Mr. Thorne, I think you're a decent guy, but you have to, when you're the man of the house, you got to be slow to go. And that, when I say go, I mean to call names, to get undignified, to disrespect. Even if she comes out the side of her neck about something, you the man of the house. You supposed to show up Superman and say, hey, I'm not gonna go down there with you. When you can talk to me like the man that I am, reasonably, come on back. But don't go there with her. And when he doesn't go there, you say, oop, he's leveling up. I better level up too, or he ain't gonna wanna deal with it. You're two good people. I mean, the other marriage is an impediment, no doubt. But the other stuff you can work out, and I think you can, and I think you'll be a great couple. So I can't go ahead and bless a marriage that you can't make, but once you get rid of him, attach yourself to him. This matter is adjourned.
So you want a ring, but you can't get married yet anyway.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about this divorce? We're going to finalize that?
Yeah, I'm going to finalize that.
Yeah, how? What's your plan? Quickly?
Very soon.
I don't have nothing negative to say. You know, all the things that were said are not true. I'm a hard worker. I'm far from a deadbeat, you know. I'm not none of the people that she said, so.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because DeAndre cheats, he lies, and he's immature.
I am the one that's cheating, but Mecca has cheated on me before.
The communication between DeAndre and I is kind of rocky.
When Mecca get mad, she likes to disrespect me.
I want the judge to tell DeAndre how to become a man, become more mature, and take responsibility for his actions.
Mecca, I need you to open up more to me so we can gradually get our relationship back on track.
I want this relationship to work because me and DeAndre have been together for like 6 years, and I just don't want this time to go to waste.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am here with Mecca Johnson and DeAndre Matthew. The two of you have been together for 6 years, engaged for 4. You have 1 child together. You're here on a before your vows because you're not quite sure whether or not you should make it official. Therefore, you've come to me. You've given me your compatibility test. I've read it. I was alarmed by it. Ms. Johnson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you've come to see me today?
Well, me and DeAndre have been together for 6 years, and he cheats, he lies, and he is very immature. He lies about everything. It was a time that he cheated. I remember being 9 months pregnant, and a girl had reached out to me, and she asked about the relationship between me and DeAndre. And I stated the relationship between me and her, and that I was 9 months pregnant. And she said that he told her that he was a virgin. And
did you? Now, come on now.
It's not, but he will literally tell a girl he's in the NFL. He'll tell her he was a virgin. Like, he will finesse his way into anybody, like, to talk to
Mr. Matthew,
anyone.
did you tell that lie?
She is a liar. I never told
That
her.
never happened.
Never
So
happened.
you never said that?
No.
You never told anybody you were in the NFL?
No. Why would I
you
say
did.
that?
Yeah, you did.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you did.
no.
Yeah, you did.
No. Can I explain?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. I never said I was in the NFL. I told the girl that I played semi-pro ball, so she may have interpreted it as if I was in the NFL.
Did you play semi-pro ball?
I did.
No.
Did you really?
That was after the fact. This was like 4 years ago. He just played semi-pro like a year ago. So the time, no.
But he was trying to play semi-pro. I mean, it wasn't like right out of the blue.
But he's saying semi-pro, but he told the girls he was in the NFL. He didn't say it like Georgia State. Like, he was like...
He
would have
got
like
specific
yes,
with his
yes,
stories.
He does.
You say he has a dating phone on his app?
Yes.
Dating phone on his app. A dating app on his phone?
Yeah, he had a dating app on his phone. And I was going through his gallery, but I wasn't like necessarily just going, looking through his phone. Because, me and him, like the type of relationship that we had, like he'll see my phone and I see his phone. So it's like I wasn't lurking or going through anything. I was looking through the pictures. And I seen a screenshot of a profile picture that was unfamiliar to me. So when I asked him about it, he brushed it off and he said it was nothing. But me, this is like the 3rd year of us being together. So it's previously that he lied before. So I was doing like a little bit of research. To just verify, because I never want to go to him without facts. I always have to, facts. Because
have
he
backed
lies
up.
so much that I can't just say, hey, I seen you texting this girl.
You got to have evidence. You got to have evidence. I got it.
So
now, Mr. Matthew, you admit to messing up a few times. Is that accurate?
Yes, I do admit to it.
But you say that she did an odd thing in response to that with respect to some letters she wrote. What did she do?
Yana, one day I came over to her house and I was going to get a room together for move some things around, make a room look nice. So I go to change in the room and I go under the mattress. I see letters under there and I'm like, okay, let me check this out. So I'm reading it and the guy's, he's in prison now. But I ain't really paying no mind to it because we here and he's there.
Right.
So the letter said, I miss you and, I love you. It got little cute pictures and everything. And then now, she telling me, I don't really talk to him like that or whatever. And I'm instead of asking her, I'm like, why are you sitting here lying? And then she even told me that the dude would be a better father than I was.
That's a lie.
Miss Johnson, did you say that?
Never.
What are you doing pen paling dudes in prison? It's a thing.
But
lately, I've been to a lot of women, I'm having trouble with my man. Let me write a guy in prison.
I wasn't
what is that about?
This guy. Me and him, we was never like on a sexual type of relationship. It was like
because he's in prison.
No, me and him went to school together. Me and him were friends. But, it was a rumor around that he tried to kill himself. So I just reached out to him, you know, to let him know, like, life is more than what you know make it. So you can't just, like, just try to kill yourself like that. But I wasn't just,
Did that turn into something other than support?
No.
It did.
Our relationship, me and his relationship, I would never even look at him like that.
Why,
So I don't
why were
understand.
the letters under the mattress?
That's where I just put him at. I put, like, I wasn't trying to hide him because he folds the bed. You know, I wasn't trying to hide anything. You know what I'm saying? I was never trying to hide
That's an odd place to put some letters you're not trying to hide. That's all I got to say.
I wasn't trying to hide him. And the relationship, like, me and him never had a relationship together. Like,
did he know about him?
Yes, he knew about him. And I never introduced him, but I told him who he was in the relationship that I had with the guy.
Mm-hmm.
But me and the guy never had a physical relationship together.
I got you.
Nothing.
I got you. But there was something a little off because you put him under the mattress. I'm gonna tell you that right. No. I've been up here too long. I know something a little off because you put him under the mattress. I know that for a fact. When things get ugly with him, you go, this guy's always nice and squishy, and he's never a problem because he's not in a position to be a problem. He's just in a position to think of nice things to say to you, and that's what he did. I'm gonna move off of there. My understanding is that her attitude is strong. So strong, in fact, it's become a significant problem in your relationship. So I want to talk to you about that next.
I come back to the house. She tries to snatch the keys out of the car. So I'm like, Mecca, chill out. Like, calm down. So next thing you know, my clothes got bleach on them. My shoes is in the woods.
Tell me about her attitude. Give me a story.
One day I'm sick as a dog, can't move, can't go to work, none of that. So I'm laying in the bed and I decide to go get some orange juice. And once I go get the orange juice, I'm drinking it. We have a daughter, like I mentioned, she wanted some of the orange juice. So I told my daughter no. She felt like I had to give her some of that juice because she wanted it. And I'm telling her, I'm sick. I give her this juice, she's gonna be sick too. It's just gonna get passed around the whole house. She has an attitude about the whole situation, so she goes to calling me these disrespectful foul names. So I'm a Taurus, so I'm bullheaded. So, you know, okay, I'm gonna leave so we don't get into it. So I go to the park for a second, you know, just to calm down a little bit. I go on social media. She's on social media calling me a bum, saying I don't do nothing for my child. She's just going all in. So I can't touch you. I can't really say nothing to you, so I'm going to get on social media as well. So I get on social media. I come back to the house. She tries to snatch the keys out of the car. So I'm like, Mecca, chill out. Like, calm down. So next thing you know, my clothes got bleach on them. My shoes is in the woods. And I'm sitting there like, come on, how can you really do this?
Ms. Johnson, did that occur?
Well, it did. And I do admit to me having a bad attitude, but it's just like my patience with him is like, I don't have any more with him. He lies so much and he cheats. So it's not like I have an attitude because...
Does it help?
It does, for me. But I don't have an attitude towards him because,
Did you lose your mind because he wouldn't give the child some juice?
That's what I'm saying. Like, anytime I have an attitude with him, it's bigger than that.
Well, what was the argument about?
About what?
The big argument where he left the house and you bleached his clothes.
Well, I actually seen something in his phone. He always played victim. Anytime that he's caught doing anything, he tries to play the victim. So it's just like, well, you was doing this, so I'm doing that. And I just felt some type of way. So whenever he left, I just bleached the clothes. But it was.
You know how stupid that is? I always call it the stupid tax. You get angry and you tear something up, you got to replace it.
Right.
So that's just throwing money out the window. Whoever's making those clothes making a fortune off crazy people who tear up stuff because they're angry. And it doesn't get you anywhere.
I mean, but he punches holes in the walls that he doesn't even...
Well, you're both ridiculous. I mean, it's not, you know what, he's more ridiculous than me. You're both ridiculous, but you do understand that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're here on a before your vows. You're asking me if it's wise for us to marry. That's what you came here to do. So, in order to even consider that, I'm going to give you a moment, pull yourselves together, and I want each of you to give me a 30-second sales job on why the other person is the person above all others, you want to marry. I don't want to hear anything negative. I don't want to hear any buts. I don't want to hear anything bad. I want 30 seconds of unadulterated love. You with me?
Yes. She has to be open to my opinions and basically let me be the king of the relationship and she be the queen.
You can be the king, but if you're with other women, why would I just say, I'll follow you when you're doing the wrong thing?
Is it ever worth it to pay the stupid tax? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, Ms. Johnson, you know what the job is, right? You're going to tell me why Mr. Matthew is the guy you want to spend the rest of your life with. Nothing negative. Go.
I feel like he takes care of me, and not like on a financial level, but you know, if I ever need anything, he's there. Like, he will literally go to the end of the world to make sure I'm straight. He takes good care of me and his daughter. He just always makes sure that we're good. Like, if he's not doing good, he'll always make sure that we're good at the end of the day. Like, food, you know.
He's a good provider. He takes care of you. He's a protector.
Yes, he is. But he just has his, I'm sorry.
Couldn't help yourself, could you? I was about to be impressed because I didn't think you could do it, to be perfectly frank with you. I didn't think you would. You lasted longer than I thought, which is saying something. And you said a very nice thing about him, that he's dependable, he's a protector, and he's a provider. Mr. Matthew, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Tell me why Ms. Johnson, above all other women, is the woman for you.
Okay. Honestly, my honest opinion on why she is above everyone else is because if anyone knows me, I really came like from the bottom. I felt like I didn't have much family support. And when I met her, I could be selling grass or, you know, anything. And she's there supporting me the whole way up. And that plays a big role. If y'all can't support each other, then y'all really don't have nothing. And I feel like that played a very important part on us. And then even when it came down to me not having a place to stay, she offered her home. And we were still in high school. And she's been there ever since. And even when I didn't have a job, she helped me to get on that path to better myself. Even when there was times where I felt like I was down and I wanted to give up, she kept my head high and she gave me that encouragement and motivation to want to do better with myself.
Ooh. Impressive. Well stated. Heartfelt. Valuable. Meaningful.
Yes,
worthy. I like that.
Thank you.
And let me tell you what I didn't like. A compatibility test. You over there. List 5 things that are wrong with you. You can only find 3: stubborn, mean, and attitude, which all is the same thing. You know what I mean? You're just loud and you snap, crackle, and pop a lot. And you said about pretty much the same thing about him. He took the test more seriously than you did. He spent more time, and he was more thoughtful than you were. You showed up a little girl on this, and that concerns me. You said you wanted her to be submissive. What does that mean?
Okay, let me elaborate on that.
Please.
When I say I want her to be submissive, I want her to be more so not so dependent. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong, you know, with her being dependent, but we are a partner, we together. When someone wants to be married, they want to become one.
Right.
So she has to be open to my opinions and basically let me be the king of the relationship and she be the queen. Let me be the provider and not so much all the time just thinking you're in this by yourself. Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he makes me feel like I'm in it by myself. He doesn't, like, really help with
Do you inspire that in her by the way you conduct your life? I mean, king, you can be the king, but if you're running off a cliff, why would I follow you? And if you're with other women, why would I just say, I'll follow you when you're doing the wrong thing?
Because I believe everybody has room to make a change, only if you're ready to take that responsibility.
Have you made that change?
I have made a change, Your Honor.
How long has that change been happening?
Honestly, ever since I started working. And
how long is that?
I've been working for about 3-4 months now. And I definitely explained to her, I say, before we even started going through all these problems, I say, just bear with me. Once I get a job and get myself together, that's when things will start falling back into play.
Okay. I accept that. Now let me tell you what I think.
Today's question sponsored by... What relationship information is okay to share on social media? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I think you're more of a kid than he is. You're conducting your relationship like you're in high school. You don't make thoughtful decisions. You make rash decisions. You go with how you feel in the moment. You tear up clothes. You put him out. You go on to Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And that's very childless and that's very immature. No matter who he is, no matter what he does, you're responsible for how you respond to it. Mm-hmm. You cannot anger a man into your arms, and you cannot track a man into being faithful. And you should be with a guy because you trust him and that you're comfortable with him. And until you are trusting, until you're comfortable with the one, don't have a baby with him. But that cat's already out of the bag. But don't have no more. You know what I mean? But you got to be able to trust him. You know, you've been cool for 90 days. I don't know what job has to do with being able to be faithful. You say, you know, you've been cool since you had the job. I don't know if that means you just don't have time to cheat on her, or if you were cheating on her because you didn't feel like much of a man, because you didn't have a job, so that's what you were doing to fill yourself up. But whatever there is there's a core of immaturity to it. I think you're trying to turn a corner, and I applaud you for that. Please don't get her pregnant anymore. I would give you your marriage license, but I think it's too soon. Because you guys don't know how to have a conversation, you don't know how to have an argument, you don't know how to disagree and then get back into agreement. You need to go into marriage counseling right now. You're not ready to conduct a marriage because you don't have a married state of mind. But you need to collect a married state of mind, and you need to collect some tools with which to conduct a marriage. We'll let this license expire, and I'm going to ask you to go to marriage counseling and do that for a year. And take that seriously so you can give your relationship a chance and your kid a chance. Are you with me on that?
Yes.
So what two important things did we walking away with here? Birth control, marriage counseling. Say it with me. Birth control, marriage counseling. You're both equally responsible for both of those things, and I want you to take that seriously. This matter is adjourned.
Do you believe that this is going to work? Do you want to marry this man?
I mean, I do think it's going to work, but it's just that he has to grow up, take responsibility.
Judge Lynn had a lot of advice. What's some of the things you're going to walk away with?
I'm definitely going to get the marriage counseling, and birth control is something that is going to be in effect immediately, actually.
It's a cringe-worthy culture clash between today's couple. He continues to introduce her as his black girlfriend and can't seem to understand why she's so uncomfortable with this label. On top of this, he's a traveler. Although they're now the mom and dad of 2 children, I'm hoping to understand why she still wants to be his wife.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Monica Hugel and Joshua Weldon. The two of you have been together for 6 years, and you have 2 children together. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have some children by a previous relationship.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hugel, tell me a little bit about how you two got together.
To be perfectly honest, we met on a dating app with the premise of what a dating app is, just a hookup. So we didn't have any preconceived notions. But when we first met each other, that spark was undeniable. And so when, then that's when we decided to maybe think
extend
about
the
extend
relationship a bit.
Exactly. And then once you do that, then you start going into your personality and different things, and that's where the differences came in.
Yeah, what differences? I see one. You're black and he's white, right. but list some others.
Actually, even deeper than the main one that you see, the obvious one that you see, was that strong in our situation because I'm from California. I'm from San Diego. I'm used to diversity. So, being with somebody of a different race is not something that is a big deal for me. It's whoever. But by him being from where he's from, the country, small towns, where in actuality, I really believe that I'm the only black person that he's really ever known in his life.
Now, Mr. Weldon, is she the only black person you ever known?
Pretty much.
For real? That can happen. You live in a small town, don't travel much, that can happen. And now, with that as backstory, what were you thinking about on the dating apps? I'm going to see what it's like on the other side.
Yeah, pretty much, I just wanted to experience something different, I guess.
And you end up liking one another. Were you surprised?
Definitely. And she was way different than I expected when I met her. I've never really met too many black people. It was more what I seen on TV.
Right.
And I know you can't believe everything you see on TV, but it's kind of...
But if that's all you know...
Right. So I was expecting, a little more ghetto girl, I guess. And, and I didn't know how to explain it, but when we started talking, I was like, whoa. She used words I had to stop her for a minute. It's like, well, what does that mean?
Right. Educated, intelligent.
Yeah,
and that wasn't in your list of qualifiers for black folk.
Well, I mean...
And I ain't mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying that's not how we are typically portrayed in the media. That's what I'll put it.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it caught me off guard.
Ms. Hugel, you say after a while, though, when he got comfortable with you, some things started to pop up in this conversation. Can you tell me about those things?
In actuality, surprisingly enough, in 2000, when we got together in 2012, the N-word, which I didn't know was still used in regular conversation, is. And there were one example. We were watching a show or a movie, and we're sitting on the bed just watching a movie, and he says there was a situation where 2 white guys started chasing a black guy, and he says, "Oh, they're about to get that in." And I whipped my head over to him, and he literally did this. He stood straight. I said, "What did you just say?" He goes, "Huh?" He still didn't look at me. What did you just say?
Right. I feel you. I feel you.
And then he said, "Oh, I said that guy's gonna get him." I said, "No, that's not really what you said." And
did you know after you said it that you shouldn't have?
Yeah. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I went, "Oh, what did I just say?"
What have I just done?
And I was trying to I could feel the heat. From her staring at me, I'm like, I don't know what to do now.
Honestly, though, Mr. Weldon, where you come from, do you use that term freely?
It was used pretty often because most of my family, they're kind of not really racist, but they're prejudiced of some sort. And growing up like that, it wasn't any big thing using the N-word, But I've learning over the years, it's pretty hurtful and degrading, and I didn't realize at the time.
What did you expect when you were gonna hook up with a black woman? Did you have any idea?
I was scared to death, to be honest. was intimidated, and I was nervous as a wreck. I hadn't dated nobody in like 16 years because my previous relationship, I was with the girl for 15 years and married for almost 10.
So, Ms. Hugo, some other things came up during the course of your relationship. You say he frequently referred to you as my black girlfriend.
Right.
Explain that to me.
You know, I would tell my friend, oh, I met this guy. Or I'd tell my mom, oh, I met this guy. He would say, he would tell his friend, oh, I met this black girl. Or I met this girl, she's black.
You never stood alone. You were always designated as the black girl.
Right, which made me feel different. Right. You know, it was always a distinction. That's what I'm saying. It was always a distinction. He always had to justify that I was black.
Mr. Weldon, what do you have to say about that? Was that true?
Yes, Your Honor, but a lot of my friends are growing up in school and stuff were prejudiced. I mean, I hung out with skinheads for my junior year, and then after I got away from that, because I realized it was stupid, that I shouldn't hate somebody just because of the color of their skin, because I don't know anything about them.
Right.
Why should I hate, you know? And then I introduced her like that because I didn't want my friends to just be shocked all of a sudden. I mean, I took her to meet one of my friends in Gorman. We came into the house, and I kind of warned him that she was black, and we came in the house, and he got Confederate flags all over the walls.
Right.
Some stuff that was kind of, you know...
Yeah. But in his defense, I will say this. He's introducing you into an environment where, you know, they're not around a lot of black people, and he was just up letting them know, this is you, my girlfriend, and she's black, and don't get crazy with it. I'm trying to tell you, you know, just kind of give a heads up, because it was going to be jarring to that community. Not to yours, but to that community. Having said that, I'm going to say this. I understand that you are concerned that he's not really committed to this relationship because of past relationships. So I want you to explain to me why you feel that way. He's just kind of a jerk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
White, black, or otherwise, just unkind. So, Ms. Hugo, what gives you concerns with respect to his commitment to this relationship?
There was always an arm's length distance kept between me and his family, between me and his life. Granted, you know, when I did meet him, he was coming out of a relationship, a marriage, and you know, I actually was okay. Well, I'll be there as a friend for you. And coming out of this marriage, it devastated him.
Ms. Hugo, I'm going to interrupt you. You're talking about a lot of things that are perfectly true and interesting, but I want to tell you what stuck out to me. He's just kind of a jerk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
White, black, or otherwise, just unkind.
Absolutely.
And I want you to tell me some of the things that he's done, because the back of my hair is already up.
Right.
Back of my head. The hair on the back of my head is already up.
When I was pregnant, I needed a lot of help. I was at a risk pregnancy. I'm an older. You know, in the terms of being pregnant, I'm an older pregnant woman.
Yeah, okay. What didn't he do?
He wouldn't come home sometimes. I spent the first 3 months of my pregnancy in bed because I literally couldn't get up. And
didn't you text him one day and say, look, I'm hungry, I can't get up, I can't get any food, I'm bedridden, and he just didn't do it?
One day, that happened very often. Anytime I was hungry, he was the only person that could help me. And in many cases, it was me texting him saying, please come home, you know, or can you bring something to eat? And, you know, maybe 2 days later, you know, that to me, 2 days is a long time.
And wouldn't he leave you alone with a sick baby while go out drinking with his friends?
Yep. My baby ended up having some health issues.
Right. And he was boozing.
Yeah.
And when you were pregnant with the second baby, wasn't he talking to other women?
That happened the whole relationship. But I didn't find out. I didn't find out the seriousness of it until as time has gone on. So yes.
Your son was so ill that you had to quit your job to care for him. And did he say to you, so what, you just giving up now?
Yes, well, because I had to quit my job, of course, that's causing some financial issues. And so I looked at him, hey, you got to help me with some of these bills. You know, I've done everything I can. I've gone through all of my resources. So when I was kind of angry that he was like, well, why don't you go do this? Why don't you go do this? I'm like, now it's time for you to do this.
Do something, right.
He actually said to me, well, what, are you just going to give up?
I got you. Mr. Weldon, that's a whole lot of incoming. And I'm going to give you an opportunity to defend yourself. What's with all the disregard?
I was a jerk at the time. I didn't understand. I have a hard
Well, have you unjerked yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How did you get de-jerked? Would you consider an interracial relationship if your friends and family disapproved? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question for your judgment call. I just discovered that my fiance is over $75,000 in debt and has terrible credit. I'm crazy about her, but very concerned about her spending habits. Should I still marry her?
Marry her, but you gotta wait until she gets her spending under control. If you just found out about the 75, that means she's hiding it, and she's probably still doing it, so she's got to prove to you that she can stop before you give her a ring. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mr. Weldon, is all the things Ms. Hugel just said about you accurate?
Unfortunately, they are.
Okay. Talk to me about that.
She would tell me I'm still hung up on my ex. And I didn't think I was at the time, but, you know, recently I've realized she's been right about it, and I regret some of the things I've done, and I can't change what has happened in the past, but...
What's with all the disregard? I mean, I think all of those things, when you stack them up together, is you actively saying to her, you're really not that important. You're really not that important. And I want to ask you if you have any insight on why you felt the need to keep telling her she's really not that important.
I was a jerk at the time. I didn't understand. I have a hard
Well, have you unjerked yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
How did you get de-jerked?
At the time I was doing a lot of stuff, I had a drinking problem, and I was sometimes not in my right mind, and I mean, I can't blame it on that totally, but I went through an old cell phone, and I was reading some of the text messages that had gone back and forth between us, and I sat there, and I just couldn't believe the things I did and said to her that she's done nothing but help me, and all I did was treat her terrible. I mean,
he told another woman that he loved her and sent pictures of your children to her. Is that true?
It was on my birthday. He was speaking to another woman, and he had told her, she'd asked, well, do you have any feelings for this person? Because he had just called me his baby's mama kind of thing. That's how he would refer to me. And she asked, so, how do you feel? Or are you ever going to get back with her? And in the message, it said, no, I don't love her anymore. I don't have those feelings for her anymore. It's all about my kids. And then proceeded to send pictures of our kids.
Mr. Weldon, did that happen too?
On my birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
How long ago was that?
Last year.
On my last birthday.
Okay, let me ask you. You got two kids together, so I'm seeing it a little bit. But why didn't you break camp earlier?
I was in denial that somebody could actually be treating me this way. I wanted to believe every time he told me. So it wasn't that he consistently treated me
he
that
said
way.
He was sorry, and he was nice. He's nice on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday he'd pop out with another one. I've been here a long time. I know that story.
And parts of him, like I said, there were situations where we were in a bind and he did get us out of a bind and blah, blah, blah. But mainly, it's because I was in denial. I didn't want to believe that somebody was treating me that way.
Did it change how you felt about yourself?
Absolutely. And once you get used to being treated that way, that's what you expect. That's what you expect. And then now with our children, it became that type of situation because...
What do you want from me?
What I want is for you to give him a perspective on what really has been going on in the situation. I want to be able to communicate better with him.
What do you want from me? Why did you agree to come here? Because you knew I was going to fuss at you, right?
Yes, ma'am. I want another chance I mean, I know I've had to... Actually, I probably don't deserve another chance to try to make this relationship work, but I do love Monica, and I've come to realize that I have made a lot of mistakes, and some of them I probably can't make up for, and I know that she can't trust me because of them, but I love my kids, and I love her, and I want to take care of them, and I just want to do it, what's right.
All right, I'm going to give you my best last lessons. See what happens. Today's question sponsored by... What is the hardest difference to overcome in a relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Let me tell you what happens to a woman when you treat her like she's nothing every other Tuesday. She starts to believe that she's nothing. On Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, knowing full well that next Tuesday's gonna come. You destabilize her, you will her away, you make her a less powerful person. You make her less the person you fell in love with every time you do things like that to her. And I hope and pray that you understand that, because you don't have the right to take somebody's esteem from them. You don't have the right to torture somebody with I love you, I love you, I love you. Yeah. We have a baby. When she's vulnerable, when she's feeling safe, you just knock her legs out of her. You can't go any lower than that, especially when you knock her legs out of her, she falls on top of those kids that you gave her. Let me say this, Ms. Hugum. You love him and you're going to stay with him. What I would recommend is you a little bit and make him prove it. Always let him see his kids. If you want to date him, that's fine. But before you open your heart to him again, he's got to prove over the long term he knows how to speak to you. He knows how to love you. He knows how to be frustrated around you. He knows how to put down the bottle when he's with you. He knows how to act if he picks up the bottle and still doesn't call you out your name. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Absolutely.
He has to prove it to you. He has to be uncertain of you so that he knows he has to fight to keep you. You with me on that one?
Absolutely.
Never another Tuesday, Mr. Weldon. Never. You with me? Because every Tuesday, when you whittle away the mother, the kiddies go too.
Yes, ma'am.
You gonna be strong?
Absolutely.
Gonna be a strong black woman? You know what I mean? Know how to stand the ground?
Absolutely.
All of that?
Absolutely.
This matter is adjourned.
Why are you willing to forgive him?
In actuality, I don't know if I'm willing to forgive him. I have finally woken up and gotten that confidence within myself that Judge Toler said that I need, and I have decided to put a distance between us and see what will happen.
Judge Lynn got through to you today, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
If I could go back and change a lot of things I've done, I would.
Tell me why you deserve another chance.
Things have changed, I guess, for me. I've realized the bad guy that I've been and the stuff that I've done and how I've hurt her. I just want to do what's right and make her, give her the confidence and security that she deserves.
today on Divorce Court.
We are here today to see if me and Shaheed should be together. I feel like I'm the man in a relationship and he's the woman and that he should take on financial problems.
Our main problem is communication and not understanding what we're going to do with babysitting with our child.
It feels like he's my second child, and I also tell him that a lot. I feel like I'm taking care of my child, and I feel like I'm talking to my child.
When you telling her something, she automatically blanks you out and be like, okay, whatever, it's a lie.
He's still stuck in the I'm single, I'm not a parent mode.
Her communication skills need to get better, and her attitude and her moods towards me.
I feel like we can stay together if the judge feels like we can actually work things out.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brittany Patterson and Shaheed Hargrove. The two of you are both 19 years old. You've been together for 2 years. You have one child together. Things are a little rocky, and you've come to see me. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Patterson. Why don't you tell me what's going on in your relationship with Mr. Hargrove?
Well, me and Shaheed are here to see if we should be together. We have communication issues, we have financial issues, and I'm sick and tired of it. Just 2 days ago, we got into an argument because he wanted to move to Gwinnett County, basically closer to his job, and he said he wanted to get out of the DeKalb County area. So for me, I said, okay, cool. I looked up some apartments, which Gwinnett County is kind of on the higher end. I looked up some apartments, and I also sent him some that was like $700, $800.
Right.
So when I was telling him about it, he was just like, I guess he took it in a way as in, no, I'm saying like, I'm gonna move to Gwinnett County and we're gonna pay $900 on rent. And I was not saying it like that at all. I was just saying like,
this is what I found.
This is what, I'm just listening to what you said to me. I'm going by what you said. You say you wanna move close to your job to Gwinnett? That's what I did. I'm just going by what you said.
Well, what did he say to you? Did he get mad?
He was like, basically, $900 is too much money to be moving to Gwinnett County. We can't afford that.
Which
I was like,
which it is.
I was like, which it is too much. But I also sent you $700, $800 apartments.
Did you get angry with her because she gave you a wide price range of apartments? Did you feel like pressured by it?
I honestly felt pressured because at the end of the day, I'm thinking of the future instead of just the present.
Yeah.
Present.
But do you see that you might have misread that? She was just, you said I want to move to this place.
Yeah,
these are how much the houses
That's
cost.
my goal. That was my goal. That's what I was trying to get through her head. That's my goal to move out there closer to my job. But if we're not financially stable to move out there, then I'm not going to make that move.
All she did was send you listings. Why did you feel that was pressuring you?
Because at the simple fact, she said, well, if you don't want to move out there, then I'm going to move by myself.
Oh, you skipped that part.
Yeah.
I only said that because we was already in the heat of the argument. He wasn't understanding where I was coming from. I'm only listening to you,
but that's
babe.
where the communication come in from.
Right.
That's where the communication come in at. I told you, I want to move to Gwinnett. That's my goal. But when I tell you what I want to do, what's the issues of what we got to go through when we move there? We got to have transportation. We got to have somebody to watch our child, daycare or something.
Right.
That's going to take all our money.
I think you do have communication problems, but let me tell you what you missed. She just sent you you said, this is my goal to move here. And she just said, okay, I'm going to start looking stuff up and sending it to you so we know how much things cost. And you took it as she's considering outlandishly expensive apartments and I can't afford it and she doesn't understand. Do you see where you got her wrong?
Yeah, I understand.
You get it?
Yeah.
You get it? That was you?
Yes.
All right. Tell me one time it was her.
I come home from work. She had an attitude. I said, what's wrong? Ignored me the whole time. I'm asking her, what's wrong?
Right.
She didn't want to say anything.
Right.
I said, let me give her space. I'm going to let her have space. I get out the shower, I asked her, what's wrong? She said, you're the reason why I'm mad. I said, okay, let me know. What did I do to make you mad? Well, if you don't know what made me mad that you did, then we shouldn't be together. I can't read your mind. I can't sit here and...
What kind of comment is that? Did you say that?
I did say that. I said he did make me mad.
What were you angry about?
That day I was just like so frustrated. Like he came into the house, I had an attitude, yes. He came into the house, he didn't say, hey, babe, you need a break. You didn't need nothing. I let him go take his shower. I let him take his shower.
Listen, let me tell you something, young lady. Men know what you tell them.
and nothing else. And if he loved me, he would know. If he was, he don't feel like you feel. He doesn't have the same hormones, the oxytocin. All of that is different. He can't feel how you feel. You got to tell that guy. He can't read your mind. If he loved me, he would. No. Some of the most obvious stuff to me, they miss. Because they're not thinking the way you are. They're not thinking from the position that you're in or from the perspective that you have or with the hormones that you're working with. So you got to tell them. Yeah. And you got to tell them a hard target. Don't just tell them that you feel some kind of way. You got to tell them what I need. I need you to take the baby for an hour.
And it's that simple.
Even when I tell him that, he still just gets an attitude. He still gets an attitude. I have to force my break.
How you telling him?
As I say,
how you coming at him with it?
I don't come with him with him through a whole attitude all the time. Sometimes it's like, hey, babe, I really need a break. Or sometimes, so he'll get baby for like 5-10 minutes, then give him back to me. And just like as in that's enough, So I
got that. Other than that, other than the basic communication issues, what seems to be the problem? Is it about the young child that you have? You guys really weren't ready to have a baby.
We wasn't ready to have a baby at all. It was not planned. So
had you not had that baby, would you still be together?
In honesty, a lot of times I feel like we only together because of our baby.
Mr. Hargrove, how do you feel about that?
I feel like if we didn't have our son, I feel like we would have still been together. She might not feel like that, but in my heart, in my mind, I feel like we would have been together. But it's just, all I want from her is to understand my points of views on communicating on certain things. Sometimes, once she get her point of view across, my point of view doesn't care. My point of view doesn't matter. It's not true. It's just,
give me an example of that.
I'll be like, okay, I'm finna go out and I'm finna go get some stuff. She'll be like, well, no, I've been with the baby all day. You need to come in here and watch my side. I'll be like, but you just told me that we need some things for the house. But you're saying that I don't provide for the house, so I'm trying to go out here and get some stuff for the house, do things for the house. But you want to disagree with me and say, no, you need to stay here with your son. You haven't been with him all day. I haven't been with him all day because I've been at work, trying to provide for us.
My understanding is, and I think this is part of the problem, that she has a lot of anger. I want you to tell me, start off with, what's the worst thing that she's done?
I come back in the room and all my clothes are cut up.
Ms. Patterson, did you do that?
All the clothes that I bought him with my own money, yes, I ripped them up.
You just explained that to me like that actually made sense.
Since I don't do nothing for you, everything that I bought and I paid for,
you're missing the point. So what is the wildest thing she's done in a fit of rage?
This goes back to the apartment situation. After we didn't agree on what was going on, and she said that, oh, I'm just gonna leave. You can stay here. I'm gonna leave. I'm still moving. I was like, okay, cool. I come back in the room and all my clothes are cut up. Why does all my clothes have to be cut up over a situation of communication? Just because you bought some of them clothes that you bought me doesn't mean that you come in there and cut everything up. That doesn't make any sense.
Now, Ms. Patterson, did you do that?
I did do that, but I only did that because in the heat of the argument, he said, you don't do nothing for me. You not here for me. I said, I've been holding you down since day one. When you didn't have a job, I was the only one there to take you in. My family took him under his wing. When he didn't have a job, I was paying for everything. I was paying for dates, our movies, everything. And I feel like he's unappreciative to that. So all the clothes that I bought him with my own money, yes, I ripped them up.
Now, you just explained to me like that. Explain that to me like that actually made sense. You really did. You weren't just like, woo. Let me tell you, you said in the heat of the argument, I said I would just move. Remember earlier you said in the heat of the argument, I said I would just move without you. You didn't really mean that, did you?
No, I didn't mean that.
So he said something in the heat of the argument, and you're holding him to it.
Yeah.
Like that's how he really feels, that's what it really is. Oh, so if you feel like that.
Yeah, and I feel like
I'm going to go and tear up your clothes.
Since everything that, it was like, since I don't do nothing for you, everything that I bought and I paid for,
you're missing the point.
Yeah.
You're still missing the point. Still missing the point. The point is you got stuck on some mean stuff that he said. when you know full well that people say stupid stuff in arguments because you just told me the stupid thing you said in the argument, I'm going to move without you. You didn't mean that. You were just angry. So he said something in anger. And so you can't take that seriously. But you've taken it to heart and responded to that and then paid the stupid tax.
Yeah.
Because he's got to replace those clothes.
Of course, I'm going to replace them.
No. That means out of the house. Yeah. You guys got 12 cents at the end of the month. I know it. Don't tell me because I know.
Exactly.
And now you got to take that 12 cents and rebuy stuff you already bought. It's not, I'm going to go replace it. You're in a household. Now that money is out of the household. It's out of your baby's belly. It's off your baby's behind. You know, it's not him against you. It's y'all against the world. Are you with me?
Yeah, I understand.
What is the worst thing that he's done in a fit of rage?
So the worst thing he has done, I want to say, is like he went missing on me. He went missing on me as in...
For how long?
A week. Probably more than that. I had to call his family, call his job to make sure he was okay.
That is a huge thing, and I do want to talk about it, but I also want to talk about the fact that you believe that he is a follower and you are not comfortable with his friends, that when he leaves and hangs with his friends, it causes you concern.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that next.
He did go missing, but the reason she could not get in touch with him was because she took his phone. So how's she going to get in touch with him?
Do you and your partner end up paying the stupid tax after arguing? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Your sister was here on Divorce Court before, and I want you to see what happened, and then we're going to talk to her about what she's seeing at your house. Go ahead and roll the clip.
I took in my 2 teenage sisters because at the age of 18, because my mother couldn't be a mother and the state was getting ready to take them. He know how I feel. I know how I feel to be in state custody being passed around. You know, they was teenagers. They was rebellion teenagers, which I felt like they just needed a little bit guidance. They just needed a little bit help, the same help that I needed when I was their age. So I put them in counseling. I put them in this, and he felt like all that time I was giving to them and the children, I should have been giving to him. But at the same time, I felt like these are my sisters.
Sisters, and you had an obligation.
And I was obligated.
Why don't you come up, Jessica Patterson? Come up, stand by your sister there. What do you see going on at their house?
A lot. Well, it started in my house. And this is what happens when you blend 2 different households together, well, backgrounds. He come from a very structured household, mother, father, everything. So he was, I want to say, raised the right way. She doesn't come from that, so she doesn't understand how to deal with conflict. I tried my hardest to show her, but when 2 teenagers want to get together and have children and want to play house, they don't understand what comes with that, and that's what they just don't get.
Right.
And the communication, like, she sometimes thinks I take his side. I'm not taking his side, but right is right, wrong is wrong. You go from 0 to 100 too freaking fast. You could have handled that in a whole different way. Like I tell her, it took me a long time to get there, but I'm still here to show you. When I allowed him to come stay with me, when I started seeing the anger, her being sad, when he did go missing, but the reason she could not get in touch with him was because she took his phone. So how's she gonna get in touch with him?
And it was something that was not his, and he keeps saying that.
But you get where you're wrong with that again.
I get where I was wrong.
Yeah, you get where we're wrong with that. Ms. Patterson, how you and your husband doing?
Oh, we're great.
You doing great. You were little Bonnie and Clyde, little thugged out ghetto Bonnie and Clyde. It was wonderful. And they were trying to make it. They were in it to win it, and I'm so glad you're still together. And you need to listen to your sister, because she knows what she's talking about, because this is going to be a long, hard journey and a struggling road. Ms. Patterson, I'm going to ask you to have a seat there, and thank you very much for coming. I want you to tell me why you don't like his friends.
one time he almost got locked up behind his friends. They had an altercation at the store. His friends put him in the middle of a situation.
So it was just a hot ghetto mess.
Yeah.
I get it. Now, Mr. Hargrove, do you understand that once you enter the realm of parenthood, you can no longer sit in the streets because you have obligations that are beyond you. If you get shot, that's a sad thing.
Yeah.
But if your child's father gets shot, it's a tragedy.
Yeah.
You chose to have a child, so you can't do that no more.
You
You know what I mean? You just got to let it alone. You just got to let it alone. There's so much I want to tell you to. So much I want to tell you to. I'll do the best I can in the time I got left.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner spent more time with friends than with you? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back.
You two have to enter into what I call a married state of mind. And a married state of mind puts you two and your baby here and the rest of the world there. What I see with a lot of 19-year-olds and young people who are in relationships, they are on opposite sides of the fence. One of them is winning and one of them is losing. One's getting taken advantage of. One feels like they can do everything. You know, everybody's on different sides. That's what allows you to tear up clothes. That's what allows you to take a phone. That's what allows you to get so angry about something that she did or said. You take it to the nth degree when it really isn't that important. So you've got to enter into a married state of mind. Remember, before you open your mouth about anything, I gotta make it comfortable with this other person. If I were you, I would invest in seeing somebody about my anger.
Yeah.
Because anger comes from insecurity. People who are fearful and insecure, they get angry because that's their best defense. And whatever you do, I mean whatever you do, don't have no more babies. Because you guys got to really level up just to take care of the one that you got. Did you hear what I said? Listen, and if you're not sure, ask her. She got some sense. I know, because I know her. That's why I brought her back. I know she's got some sense. She was raised in a horrible situation, as were you, but she made a whole lot of conscious decisions to make her life different than where it was going. That's a person who can see past corners. You need to see past a few corners. If you can't, ask her. She's on y'all's side because you are in a married state of mind. You with me?
Yeah.
I wish you, it's going to be a tough road, I ain't gonna lie. But I wish you the best. I really, really do. Because I wish your child to have that strong parent situation going on so they can get where they're going. I want a hug from you, Jessica Patterson, because I remember you. Thank you so much for coming and running your family the way you do. You got it?
Yes.
I'm going to get you a tape of this, and I'm going to replay it for you and holler at you every day if you don't get it right. This matter is adjourned.
What advice can you guys give other 19-year-olds dealing with some of the same difficulties that you guys are dealing with here today?
I mostly say wait to have a child and make sure that you really want that relationship with the person you're with.
What are you willing to do to step up in this parenting role?
My financial issues, stop my habit, and worry about my family more than anything else.
What are you willing to do to kind of move away from those anger issues?
Like the judge just said, I most definitely will reach out to somebody, talk to my sister more, and also listen more, because I don't listen and my anger is from here to here. So I will most definitely work on that.
Judge, this is the case of Game Boy.
Thank you.
If I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. It is the new constant cry from the women who come here. Please, Judge, help me get him off that video game.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Christy Winborn and Demetrius Winborn. The two of you have been married for 3 years, although you've been together 5. You have no children together, and you have 8 children.
Yes, ma'am.
From 46, you look fantastic. I don't know how you pulled that off.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Winborn, I want to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Well, Judge, I want to ask you something. First of all, I want to meet the person that created video games. I want to talk to him for 2 minutes so I can smack him upside the head. I think they are destroying the brains of our men and making them lazy because I have to end up doing everything by myself while this man sits on a video game.
Really?
How much time does he spend on the game
He spent over
in a given day?
20 hours a day. Literally, he will
20 hours a day?
That's
impossible.
He will wake up at 6 o'clock. You don't say it's impossible. I live it. 6 hours. He'll get up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
6 a.m.
And he'll go to bed at 6. That's 24 hours. But he'll get up at 6, he'll play the video game, and then he'll go to bed at 6 o'clock. But that last hour is waking me up. Baby, you want to watch a movie?
Does that
I'm trying to sleep.
How many hours do you claim you watch video games? You play video games per day?
Oh, I play video games about 3 to 4 hours.
3 to 4 hours out of whose day? You play video games 24/7.
After a normal day, after we work, yes,
I have
of course.
pictures of this man playing video games while I'm cooking, while he cooking, while he driving,
I'm cooking,
while he
though.
putting his clothes on.
I know.
He plays videos 24/7. There is absolutely no...
Well, you got a job, though, right?
Yeah, I got a job.
You go to the job every day.
Oh, yeah, so I can't
You don't
play-
miss the
so-
job
yeah,
for the
so
video game.
I can't play for 24 hours when I'm working.
That he does from home, I actually have to do for him because he's playing video games.
Oh, you work from home?
We
didn't mention that part.
I'm still working, though. Hey, it's not playing video games.
Business, Your Honor. And basically, I run the business. He gives advice in the business while he playing his video game.
Is that true, Mr. Winborn?
That's not true, Your Honor.
Judge, one morning I told him, I said, let's get up early. Let's go to the hotel because we have kids, we have grandkids. So I said, let's go to the hotel. Let's go strategize on what our week is going to be like because I really do have to run the business, take care of the kids and everything. I said, you're going to get ready. Got up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. I had to dress 2 babies, myself, and then get everything ready for us to go. And he's still laying in the bed with no clothes on. When he gets up to put his pants on, he's playing a video game, one leg in his pants.
Mr. Winborn, did you do that?
Yeah. See, now, it takes me about 10, 15 minutes to get ready. So, you know.
It takes you what?
About 15 minutes, you know, take a shower.
Your Honor, I have to start.
Let me finish.
It takes her about an hour and 30 minutes. But she wants me to get up when she gets up to get ready. When it doesn't take me an hour and 30 minutes. But the main point is that if I'm dressed and ready by the time she's ready to go, this shouldn't be an issue. If I'm sleeping more, watching TV, or even playing the game while she's getting ready, as long as I'm ready, it shouldn't be a problem.
But when you have any free time, do you fill it with that?
He don't have free time. He play the game so much I have to start his shower for him.
No, she don't.
I have asked this man to cut the grass 3 times in a row. This is in 1 month. Okay, my neighbor comes to ask me if he wants to, if I want him to cut my grass. So I say, okay, you can cut my grass. He cuts my grass for free for a month. He never notices. So then I start paying the neighbors to cut the grass. He leaning out of the window playing video games. He missed that corner over there by the fence. How are you going to criticize somebody cutting the grass?
Does she have to pay another man to mow the lawn because you're too busy playing video games?
You know why I don't cut the grass? Because she has to be outside with me to cut the grass. She's that jealous.
Your
Other
Honor,
females in the neighborhood.
First of all,
one example.
Hang on, let him tell
One example. She has to walk with me to take trash out. Out in the backyard. She has to walk with me.
Your Honor, I have to walk with him to take the trash out to make sure it make it to the trash can.
So if she doesn't want to get up at that time, I want to take the trash out, I have to wait.
Your Honor, he will want me to get up from doing work and go and sprint to the trash can so he can drop it beside the trash can, and then I have to walk back in the house and go back, put the trash in the trash can when I get free time, because everything is a rush because it's in between his video games. He's not married to me. He's married to the game. He need to slide a ring down on his game.
Yana, the whole point is that she's jealous. If I will cut the grass more, I'll cut the grass, I'll take the trash. She's just jealous.
Jealous of whom?
Jealous of who?
Other females. If I go outside...
Well, give me your best, she's over-the-top jealous story.
I'm gonna give you your best scenario, Yana. It was we went to go eat one day, and we went to the drive-thru, something quick on the way home from work. I go to the drive-thru, and is this a female in that window? I had to get the food
Your
like
Honor,
this.
that is not
I
true.
had to look at her.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Your Honor.
Why
He
are
says
you making
this-
the food? I either gotta
Your Honor,
play my game in my phone.
Your Honor,
I can't look to the left.
He says that, but we were having a serious conversation. This one incident he's speaking of, we were having a serious conversation about everything, the game included. And
Right.
so we're going through the drive-thru, and he has a whole conversation with the lady in the window. So when we drive off, I say, the lady in the window gets more conversation with you about a burger than I get in a serious conversation about our marriage and what we need to do about it.
That was awfully specific, Mr. Winborn.
Specific?
She had a lot of specific facts on that one.
It wasn't specific. She seen my phone, what the game was, and she made a comment. I made one comment, and that was it. I didn't drag the conversation.
Your Honor, the one comment was, what clan are you a part of? How many treasure chests do you have?
What clan?
Yes. And
We're just
trying to order burgers,
And
ma'am. We're just trying to order burgers.
And she's just talking about this one incident. If we're driving, when we leave the house, this was one time we leave the house, I'm backing out the driveway. I had to look left or right, the back of the driveway. She asked me, why am I scoping the neighborhood
This man is
out?
saying he
Why
looking
am I
left or
looking for
right. He
females in the
looks,
neighborhood? I'm just
he
trying to
looks
drive.
down. He don't look left or right. He looking downward because his phone is in his lap.
His phone is in his lap and he's playing
he
that
doesn't
game.
look left or right.
You say that he puts the pro in procrastination. Why don't you tell me why you think that?
Yes, he's younger than me, but he's not the only man younger than me. There could be many men younger than me in his spot. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is having a responsible man by my side because that's what I signed up for. I asked him to buy a part for our truck. Okay, we have a Land Rover. I told him, I said, baby, we need to buy this part because it was loose. When we first got our truck, we bought it used. So I bought it, the part was loose. I said I needed him to order the part and keep the part so I'd know the part number. So we went to order our part, and this boy took so long to order the part that by the time I got ready to order it myself, he had lost the part. He didn't know where it was. And that's not the best thing. The best thing is one morning I go to get in the shower, and I get in the shower, like I said, I start his shower for him. I start my shower for me. So I start the water running. I go to get in the shower because I know it's going to be good and hot for me. I jump out of the shower screaming and cussing like a sailor because the water's cold. He didn't pay the gas bill. I gave him the money to pay the gas bill, but he said, I waited because I wanted you to talk to him. Talk to him for what? The account's in your name. They're going to ask to speak to you.
Well, what did he want you? What did he want her to talk to him
for me
about?
to actually call, Your Honor. He waited on me to make the call.
That Pacific morning, she's talking about the gas bill. Before she went and got in the shower, she said, you need to call them and set up a payment arrangement or try to pay them today. And as soon as she told me that, she went in the shower and got cold water.
Your Honor, I got cold water because the gas was off.
You can't tell me the day of and expect me to make magic in 5 minutes. And the water is already cut off. It was cut off that morning before we woke up.
You know what I'm seeing here? I'm seeing here a vision of a lopsided boat.
That's what it is.
It's lopsided.
She's talking about the business. She's talking about getting the grass cut. She's talking about the gas bill. She's talking about the trash. She's talking about managing everything and poking at you just to participate. That's what I see.
And, Your Honor, the participation isn't even like 50-50 because I pay a majority of the bills. Even with the rent, he pays 1/3 of the rent, and I pay the rest of the bills. The only thing I asked this man to do, because they're in his name, because before we got married, it was his bills. I came in as marriage. I didn't even say, okay, well, let's do everything over. We kept it to make it simple.
Right.
But I said, okay, I'll start paying the bills. I started paying the bills. He let me really start paying the bills.
Right.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Winborn. Mr. Winborn, I am talking.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
What is your financial contribution to the household? Do you just pay 1/3 of the rent and nothing else?
Yes, ma'am. I pay what I could pay, because she makes more than me.
I pay what I can pay.
Yeah, I pay what I could pay.
Your Honor, I wouldn't make more than him if he worked more.
Do you think that
my hours are?
Hang on. Mr. Winborn, your wife is over there whooping and hollering and screaming about.
She is. She is.
As to hooping and hollering, screaming about, I don't get no help. That's what she's saying over there. In 90 different ways. I feel responsible. I feel alone. I don't get no help. I got a little boy in there playing video games. I can't get the trash taken out. I have to manage everything, and I've got to force him to do whatever few pieces of things that I can get him to do, and it's still a job. Did you hear that part?
I heard that part, Your Honor.
What is your response to that? Is she wrong?
The important part for me is this is a marriage. It's not a game. It's very serious to me. I take my obligations seriously. I love my husband, but I also want a husband. Right. I didn't marry myself.
List for me the things that you do to contribute to the union that is the Winborn household.
And I'm listening.
Oh, I know.
It's a list.
I got a list.
Tell it.
I work, I cook, I clean, I help out around the house.
Okay.
It just
No. You say you work, you cook, you clean.
It comes to when we're out the house, between us working out the house and us going places out the house, she's jealous.
How many times, you keep going back to jealous, how many times do you clean? How many times do you cook? I
want to know too.
He cleans when
I want to know how many times.
He cleans when he wants us. He cleans.
She's saying when I cook but she don't complain when I make them nice fried chicken.
My husband cleans.
She don't complain.
What I'm saying is that she feels responsible for everything, and that you're having fun and occasionally dipping out of whatever world of I don't know what, if it's dragons or whatever guns or whatever you dealing with, and only occasionally dip into her world of obligation and work and effort. That's what she's saying. She's saying she's feeling burdened.
And she burdened herself, Your Honor, because she...
Because she married you?
Yeah.
No, not because she... not for the fact she married me, for the fact she's just bossy.
Well, when you
say
she's bossy, give me some examples.
I'll give you an example.
Please.
We had a flat tire one day in the yard, and the mechanic shop is across the street, not too far away. So I had to take the tire off so we could walk it down to get the new tire. And, of course, I had to wait for her to come outside with me so she could watch me change the tire.
Your Honor, he's not telling you I
then as I changed the tire, she's nagging me on how she's hot. I need to hurry up. She's then trying to tell me how to take the nut bolts off to change the tire itself.
That's not
true. Now, Ms. Winborn, do you make a habit of watching him do everything because you're concerned about him, philandering with other women?
Let me add some clarity to that, because, again, I'm an extremely confident woman, first of all. Second of all, yes, he's younger than me, but he's not the only man younger than me. Okay. There could be many men younger than me in his spot. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is having a responsible man by my side, because that's what I signed up for. Now, when I go and follow him outside, I follow him outside to ensure that what's done is done. Whenever I go and help him change a tire, he's not telling you I'm rolling a tire right beside him to a shop. My husband has support. My husband has a confidant. My husband has a wife. I have a roommate who plays video games.
My point is, Your Honor.
No, she just ate you alive over there.
My point...
I mean, hold up. She just read you. I mean, and she didn't even have to raise her voice. She did it with dignity. Hey, I'm talking.
Okay.
She did it with dignity. She did it with calm, and she was right on. I could tell she was telling the truth, and she felt that thing. You see? Look over at her. Look at her.
I don't blame her.
She's stressed. She's tired. She wants a grown-up.
Your
you know what I mean?
Your Honor, may I say something?
Yeah, please.
The last straw for me, I lost my mom 2 weeks ago. Okay?
I'm so sorry.
I lost my mom 2 weeks ago, and as I said, I was already doing everything. okay? But I'm doing everything. I'm contemplating my father and how he's going to be after Mama's gone. I'm contemplating my sisters and brothers because I love them, and I know we lost my brother in January of last year, my youngest brother. So I saw the devastation firsthand. I saw how it crippled my family. I know that losing my mother is going to paralyze us all. So I didn't want that burden to trickle down and cause me and Demetrius's business to stop, to cause us to stop being able to feed our children, to cause me to not be able to be there for my dad. So basically all I did is amp it up and start telling my husband to step up to the plate, because he really does play these video games 24/7. The important part for me is this is a marriage, it's not a game. It's very serious to me. I take my obligations seriously. I love my husband, but I also want a husband.
Right.
I didn't marry myself.
Mr. Winborn, I don't want you to say anything else, because I'm going to do you the biggest favor of your life right now. I'm not going to talk about that $800 that you want from her for some reason or another. What I'm going to do for you is worth far more than that.
Okay.
You done scored way out your league here. This woman is beautiful. She is serious. She's intelligent. She's mature. There's no nonsense. There's no ridiculousness. And she brought you here for a reason. She brought you here because she needed you to hear her about that game, because she's had it up to here with you not being an equal partner. And I'm telling you, she came here because she's looking with one foot out the door and she don't want to go. And I'm telling you, you might think that you came here for fun. You might think you came here for a free trip to Atlanta. You might think you came here for a whole lot of different reasons. She's trying to save your marriage by coming here and speaking on that in front of somebody that's going to give her an opportunity to say what's on her heart and for you to hear her. I'm telling you, my brother, I'm telling you, they don't come any better than her. You've got her. Don't fool around and lose her because you want to behave like you're 12 and not show up the man that she's asking for. Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I gave you $1 million worth of advice. Please be a smart man and take it. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so worth it.
Thank you. He really has to, like, come into the marriage. I need an actionable person. I need someone to reciprocate.
Right. I mean, Judge Lynn, she helped you, you know, she opened your eyes a little bit to what you have here.
Took into what she said to consideration.
Consideration?
I'm gonna put it down and see how things go.
Judge, this is the case of All in the Family.
Listen, I've got 2 people in my courtroom and a whole bunch of people on a witness list. I don't know who's related to whom or what they want to talk about. Stick with me and we'll figure it out together.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brandon Chapman and Tiona Mader. The 2 of you have been together for a year and a half. You do not want to be together anymore. Mr. Chapman is suing Ms. Mader in the amount of $650 for the value of a desktop computer and microphone. But before we get to that, Mr. Chapman, I'm going to ask you to tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today.
I am here because, first and foremost, I'm addicted to lust. You feel what I'm saying?
You're addicted to lust?
Lust, not love. I mean, because, yeah, lust. Lust. It's a hell of a drug. I'm telling you that. It's a hell of a drug. Listen. I thought this beautiful woman here, with, you know, American Gangster with Denzel was like blue magic, but turned out to be a bad batch, you know what I'm saying? It's not her fault. I'm a creature of habit, and we rushed into something, and it kind of feels like this relationship has been built on lies. a whole lot of lust. Like, look, who won't want to lust with me? What you talking about, baby? Talk to me. I'm not cocky, I'm just saying. We was lusting. And then on top of that, a lot of deceit and what some people say, betrayal. She's very insecure, though. I mean, we got some issues outside of the lust, but the first one I would say would be her insecurities. Like, I do music, you know what I'm saying? She don't like when, look, don't look at me like that, she gonna get upset. She's gonna get mad, she's that insecure. You can't look at me. But I have this one female artist, you know what I'm saying? We've never done anything that's like my friend, you get me?
Your friend? Or is it more than friend?
Friend, all right?
Friend
so that's my
benefit.
friend. Anyway, one day, right, I'm supposed to go to the studio. I'm supposed to, you know, look, I get dead, I get fly, you feel me? I get fly. This woman took it to the extent, she don't do the laundry, I mind you, to take the dirty and clean clothes and mix them up so I wouldn't have nothing to wear to go to the studio. Like, come on now, I can't be out there dripping sauce looking like a boss and she got my clothes smelling like tartar sauce. People won't want to be around me. What studio I'm going to? So then, on top of that, wait, I got one better for you. The Lion King, great movie. We go to The Lion King. She's so insecure, I mind you, that as we're sitting there, she took it upon her, I think it's a setup. She knew the security guard.
First of all, it was an officer.
Police.
No, please, don't interrupt him. I want him to wear himself out so we can catch up.
Oh, no, this is all day. I gotta get this out of here. You gotta hear this, right? So look.
I'm listening.
So we're sitting down, right? I'm watching The Lion King, you know, all about Simba, Mufasa, you know, so I'm eating. I'm doing a little phone thing, because I seen the movie, it's a little family time. You know, this woman knocked the phone out my lap on purpose. I know it was on purpose because she had 3 females sitting behind us. I know she knew them because they was kind of my type, kind of thick, had all the curves and whatnot. She wanted me to look, but you see these ears, right? I got these big ears. I hear everything. I heard them say, got it. She went to the extent to make it seem like she was down the ride for me. You know, this one here, because she rides when she wants to, but went and got her officer friend, you feel me? Came back in, pulled flashlights out, and guess where the phone was at the end of the day, Judge Toler? Guess where it was in her chair. Okay. Did she give it back to me? No, not before going through it. This woman is so insecure, she screams my calls.
Let me just... Whew.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Did you set him up at the movies with 3 thick women
My daughter was asleep on my lap, and he went to take her. He had 2 phones, an iPhone and an Android, and they both fell. I just thought one fell, because I seen the iPhone. I grabbed it. He gonna sit there and say, oh, where's my other one?
Objection. All right.
I don't know. What you mean? It was in, didn't you have it? No, it fell. Okay. Moving on. So he gonna be like, oh, you need to go get that officer because somebody stole my
phone. Police, Miss Toler.
Stop.
I never said get the officer.
Stop.
I'm stopping. I'm shutting up.
Next trip is the chair.
What? The chair?
The chair.
Oh, God. What? Ooh, I was nervous. Sorry. I'm shutting up.
I don't have that kind of luck. Go ahead.
What? So I go get the officer, whatever. He was like, well, can you track it? I said, no, it's an Android. So he was like, all right, we'll call it. So I'm calling it, and we seen the reactions of the ladies. And he called me over. I went over. He was like, yeah, they gave it back to me. They said, oh, is this your phone? It was underneath the chair.
So the phone dropped in the middle of a movie?
No, and then she knocked it out my lap. It didn't.
We pass out.
We was at his, this female house, right? And we had to go pick up something from him. And
did
she
we
goes...
have to go? Or
Mr.
did you
Chapman.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just asking.
Mr. Chapman.
I'm shutting up.
Have a seat.
Oh,
no, have a seat.
Time out?
Have a seat. Ms. Mater. I don't know. What? Go ahead.
So, you know, they talk and whatever, and then I don't know where she goes, you know, I just want to say we never did anything. Okay, I know. But why would you say that? Now that's a red flag in my head. We leave. She calling him nonstop. You couldn't say anything that you had to say to him while we was there, but you had to call him on the phone. Like, you could have said anything in front of me since y'all didn't do nothing. So later on, he would get back home. He goes, I got to tell you something, baby. I got to tell you something. I'm like, okay, what? He's like, we kind of did something. What is kind of? It's either you did something or you didn't do nothing. He said, well...
I got children. I got eyes in the side of my head. Stop it.
He goes, well, she couldn't take it, so, you know, we just part ways. Oh, okay, so y'all did do something.
No.
Miss
So
Chapman,
now...
you Can you behave like someone other than a 12-year-old?
I can now.
Can you do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm gonna try. My hardest. I got you. I promise.
After the chair is the door?
No, you
know what I'm saying?
Don't kick me out, please don't. Please don't. I'm ready.
Now, what do you have to say about that particular incident?
Thank you, though, for the kudos. What she said? She said she gonna what? See, lust. You see what it's based on? She's insecure. And she clingy, too, since we going back and forth. Look, listen here. She's so clingy, right? I can't go to the laundromat without this woman. Because I told she don't do the clothes. I do the clothes. So if we're in the laundromat, why do I have to have you wrapped around me? I'm not a mother orangutan. I be walking around, her hanging on my neck. I'm like, get off of me. I love the affection, but dang, it's to the point where I don't even know my name sometimes. It's Bae, 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 baby, Bae. I'm like, sheesh, my name is Braden, woman. I am a man. I mean, seriously. And then, let me see.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Mater. He complains that your family is too involved in your relationship. Is that true?
Yeah, he feels that they are because of my son. But, you know, it's my mom. My son is the first boy in the family. It's only been me and my sister. So he's really attached to my mother. So she wants to know everything.
My phone is being blown up with emails, text messages. Put your hand down, please, because I'm talking.
Tell it, Dad. Mr. Chapman, I understand your father, Melvin, is here. Why?
That's my dad. That's here. Because he's not too keen on my lustful ways. He's not really into all this. I'll keep it honest.
We're going to talk to Mr. Chapman right now. The big Mr. Chapman, Melvin Chapman.
Big Mel. Looking like Pastor Greenleaf out here. Look at you, dapper Dan.
Mr. Chapman, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Why don't you move over a little bit so your dad can join you there at the podium? Slide over.
I'm 31.
Mr. Chapman? Mr. Chapman? How did all that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't explain it. He's been this way since day one.
Right, just all his life. He just talks and he just... He can't stay on topic. He's rushing about. So much. Am I accurate?
You're right on point. Right on point.
What do you see in this relationship here? What's going on?
You really want me to touch on that?
I do.
Okay.
We were creeping, but couldn't keep it on the down low. Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. Come on.
Hey.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. My bad.
Okay. Your Honor, the first thing that's wrong with this relationship is my son decided to pursue a relationship with a female who was in a previous relationship with another family member.
Oh,
okay.
So we're dating within the family.
Yes.
That can be problematic. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Okay, so with that being said, there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of backstabbing. My phone is being blown up with emails, text messages. Put your hand down, please, because I'm talking.
Tell it, Dad.
I just needed to be known that I'm not in agreement with this. He wasn't raised like that, okay? There's a blood and water, okay? And there's you just don't do that.
Just don't do that.
And as men, there's a man code. There's certain things that men don't do.
And that's one.
And this is one of them.
Okay.
Okay. So
now, who is Tiffany?
My kid's father, sister.
My kid's father's sister. I understand she's on the phone. What does she have to say? Tiffany?
Yes, I'm here.
So why don't you tell me what you know about this relationship and what you see as the problems?
Well, what I know is this relationship, to my knowledge, began just a few weeks ago. And what I do see the problem is it's caused a lot of problem and chaos in my family and a lot of hurt. And, you know, we we knew that Tiana was the whore of all whores.
Oh.
And, you know,
Well, we can say I was a whore, but you have a nonprofit of What About Our Daughters, but you can go bash another woman on Facebook? Nah, that's not what you do. That's not what you do.
Because you are a misguided daughter.
No.
Did you have a father and who needs love and will go to any
Honey,
extent,
I have a father.
including
He just
coming
choose not to
between
be in my
cousins
life.
and family, not raising your children, and doing
Not
things
raising
like
my
this
children.
to receive love.
Right, coming from a married woman who's dating two other men while she's married, right?
But you have a lifelong pursuit of happiness to pursue hoeing.
Coming from a woman who's bashing another woman who's married and messing around with two other men.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Those
Mr.
are lies
Chapman.
for
What's up?
television.
I mean,
Those
which
are
one?
lies
Big
for
one or little one?
television.
The grown
I
one.
have my
Yes.
son right here.
I
who
see
can
what you
speak
mean.
about you and
this goes
trying
on
to get
around you all the
revenge,
time.
My husband and
All
everyone
the
else.
time.
Okay. Thank you, Tiffany.
Yeah, hang that up.
Thank you.
Mr. Chapman, I'm so sorry to have gotten you involved.
He involved
You seem
himself,
like a
though.
reasonable person, and
try to be,
it's a
yeah.
messy situation. You want to have a seat over there?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
And one thing I don't stand for is worrying about another man's private parts or another woman's private parts. Unless they was in the bedroom, you feel what I'm saying?
How did we get to private part? Is there something you want to tell me?
Like what? So let's start with Tiffany.
Okay, talk about Tiffany.
So she don't know what me and Brandon has going on. She could say, oh, they've been dating for a few weeks, but she don't know what really the time limits are and the time frames from when we started to when we moved in.
So you tell me what
We've
the
been
time
talking
frame
for
is.
about a year, and I moved in with him about 6 months ago. And just recently, that's when the family found out because we just posted something online.
So your family found out about your situation online?
No, man, my family does this. Look, I do music. You can't spend 99 cents to download my single, but you want to clock my page, baby. And one thing I don't stand for is worrying about another man's private parts or another woman's private parts. Unless they was in the bedroom, you feel what I'm saying? They don't know what this woman was doing. And whatever her past might have been, it's her past. Look, my
How
thing...
did we get to private part?
Because they talking about whoring and all this other stuff. How you know who she was sleeping with if you wasn't in the room? And look, I've been called everything but a child of God. I've been called slut, hoe, freak. Listen, I didn't own mine. My thing is this: they mad at the simple fact of what it is. Family is family. I got you. But just because you blood don't make you family. I done been through a whole lot of things where my family, you feel what I'm saying, ain't been there for me. Prime example, if you can't spend 99 cents on me, let alone spend 50 cents on a stamp to send it for me when I'm locked away, then don't tell me nothing about no family. Only time it's family involved is when somebody pass away. Oh, you done lost somebody. Look, man, all that extra stuff, look, and then to call yourself a woman of the cloth, I'm not coming for nobody, but I'm not going to sit here and let nobody get bashed, a whore this, a thought that. No, because then you want to go on Facebook and do everything else. Listen, it wasn't an issue until I went and made it public and put her in one of my pictures while I was doing music. But thank you, though, because you want to make memes. You a slut. Oh, you're such a hoe. Oh, we going to put hands on you. Ain't nobody going to do nothing to me in that sense because there's nothing to do. Why are you concerned with what I'm doing as a grown man? I'm 31. Who I choose to sleep with is who I choose to sleep with. She ain't married to that man. They got kids. I got 2 kids. Ain't nobody worried about who my baby mom's sleeping with. You feel what I'm saying? So what's the issue? No disrespect, Dad, but hold on. I'm sitting here letting it be known, like, hell no, right is right and wrong is wrong. If another woman don't bash no woman, you tell a woman like, yo, your crown crooked, let me help you fix your crown, queen. Hell wrong with you? That's crazy. Not bash her all over Facebook. You a slut, you a hoe, all this other stuff. See, I don't care. You can call me what you want. I'm aware because I know what I'm accountable for. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Both my baby, thing one and thing two. But
so you love her.
You said what?
So you love her.
Do I love her? Oh, but love is love and love is real. But we saying this, could there be love? It was built on lust, all right? It happened how it happened. It went down, all right? Cool, it happened. But ain't nobody going to sit here and say, oh, you can sleep with her, but you can't be with her. What that look like? It's a catch-22. Now, if I was standing over there and she was like, oh, he cheating on me, doing this, that, and the third, and I was sleeping with her cousin, what would we be saying? Would you be, I'd still be a dog. If I'm a dog, I'm a well-trained one. I cook, I clean, I'm loyal, but I don't give a damn. I'm loyal to those that's loyal to me.
And so who are you mad at?
Who am I mad at? The hypocrites. And then I'm mad at myself, too, because...
The people that called and your dad. But you're not mad at her.
No, man, look, I knew, she admitted to what she was doing. She's like, look, I wanted you from the time I seen you and told that man that a year ago. Now, I kept his feelings in check because, look, just because the grass is greener on the other side don't mean that the main dish is all that. So if the main dish is trash, then guess what? I'll be a side. Mac and cheese, collard greens, and pop sweet potato pie. Hell are you talking about? I know what I'm capable of. I change lives, straight like that. Yo, you download my single, Pops? Did you spend 99 cents on it? No. Did you get on there and like it? No. Did they? No. But you want to retweet, oh, you a slut, you a hoe, you a freak, oh, my cousin a dork, quote unquote cousin. I'm good off that. I'm a man of respect at the end of the day, and the only reason why I'm here is because of this nonsense, because you got involved. I'm 31, call my phone, at me and something. And I mind you, every family got skeletons. You feel what I'm saying? Every family got demons. Everybody got their own demons, but guess what? I'm the one in my family that could give two damns because I'ma stand on what I want and I'ma stand on what's right because of this man right here. That's all. So I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at her. I'm mad at the onlookers that can put their 2 cents in and give an opinion that I don't need. I don't need the loose change.
So you want me to give you $650 for a computer. Tell me why.
Oh, I mean, because I do music. I need to go ahead and get my music booming since I couldn't go to the studio.
Why does she owe you $650
Because she threw it in the tub. Because of all this, not your family involved. She threw it in the tub. I don't play video games. I ain't PS4. No, I'm trying to get to a bag, you feel me? Because, listen, I'm a wave, and I try to
Did you throw his computer in the tub?
Yes.
Why?
Off emotions.
Oh, I got that part. But be a little more specific.
Well,
give me the incident
like
that gave rise to the emotion that gave rise to the Mac in the tub.
I felt like the young lady I was talking about, I felt like he was still trying to mess with her, and she was still trying to mess with him. So, and I didn't believe that he was always going to the studio. So I'm gonna just break your laptop, go buy a new one, have her buy you a new one.
Or have you buy a new one, which you will. $650 in favor of Mr. Chapman. It is so ordered.
Judge, today's case is cleanup woman.
They've got jobs. They've got a business. They've even got rabbits. But the question is, have they got any sense?
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Leah Hunter and Timothy Johnson. The two of you have been living together for 2 years, but you're not living together right now, as I understand it?
No, ma'am.
You do not have any children together, though you have children from a previous relationship. Ms. Hunter, you are suing Mr. Johnson for $650, which is the half of the deposit you say you lost on an apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
We will talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Hunter, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Judge, we're here today because I think Timothy is cheating. Up until probably from the beginning of our relationship up until yesterday when we got here, we were at, well, I wouldn't say he was cheating, but he was definitely flirting. We were at the mall. We took the train to the mall. I go to get something to eat. And as soon as I turn my back, he's standing there with two women. I walk up to him with him and the two women. They say, "How you doing?" But he don't stop his stride to even acknowledge me. He continues to talk to the women. So after that, I give him the drink that I had previously bought him, and he tells me, "Oh, I don't like ice in my drink, so I gotta go back and get the ice out of my drink." I'm looking at it like it's an excuse just to go talk to the women that he just was flirting with, maybe to even get their number.
Mr. Johnson, were you flirting with the women at the food court?
No, ma'am, I wasn't flirting with them. They asked me a particular question. You know, they came asked me like, "Yo, you know where some stuff at?" And I was like, "I'm not even from here," you know. And she came in the middle of the conversation, which was cool, you know. But like I say, at the end of the day, They just asked me a simple
I was in
question.
line for at least 20 minutes.
Okay, so
and the whole 20 minutes, he didn't get anything to eat in the food court.
Because I told you I was ordering pizza right when we got back.
And
when have I got a drink?
He wasn't with
ice?
me. He was talking to the.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I mean that's very light and slight. Let me do this. Does he have a history of cheating? Have you ever caught him?
He does have a history of flirting, and I have caught him talking to his ex on an email. Talking about sex.
Tell me the most egregious thing he's done with respect to other women. Something that's gonna shock my conscience.
The most egregious thing he's probably done with women is have his ex email him in the middle of the night talking about she wants that thing. He didn't tell her that we were even in a relationship. And
when did that happen?
That was 1.5 years ago.
Mr. Johnson, do you recall that incident?
Yes, ma'am, I recall it, and I do admit to it. You know, I was writing an email back and forth with my ex, but then after she got on my nerves and I realized this is why I can't deal with you, I nipped it in the butt. She found out about it, you know, and then, you know, she confronted me. We got into a little argument. Me, you know, her and the ex, we had a little conversation, and then it was done from there.
Okay. Do you believe she's faithful to you?
For the most part, but we both got the same issue when it comes to that. You know,
you tell me what that is.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I do admit that, you know, at times I had women send me pictures and all this stuff. In the beginning, particularly, that's mainly what she going on. She found pictures in my phone in the beginning when we first talked, you know, found phone numbers and stuff. This went through my phone one day when I was going to go in the Chinese restaurant to get her something to eat. And, you know, she found that, but then, you know, after she did that, then came the incident with my ex. So, you know, I don't mind nobody going through my phone. That's fine. So one night, I just decided, you know, let me find out and see why she always want to go through my phone and all that stuff. And I did indeed find some stuff in her Facebook messages that she's not going to, you know, admit to. And then in the...
What kind of stuff?
I mean, just her back and forth with men and all this stuff, you know, just conversating.
Flirting and talking.
With the same thing that I'm being accused for.
Right.
And then, you know, you got your old phone that you had just switched from. You got emails and, I mean, you got pictures and text messages from dudes that, you know, we still together at this point in time. But why is they text messaging you and you worried about somebody texting me?
Me, when you got something going on.
You got
something going on social media?
Lynn, while we're talking about pictures, he had naked pictures of women, all types of women. One woman, he had the phone number of that woman, and I called her. She said she didn't know him, but I don't know. And he kept them in a area where we don't keep pictures. So he was trying to hide the pictures, and this is when we were living
Were
together.
they illicit pictures?
They were
seductive?
naked.
They were what?
They were naked.
Naked? Did you have naked pictures of another woman?
I do admit that, but at the same time, like, you know, you can't just throw this all on me because you were sending pictures of dudes that I haven't even received. So, you know, it was tit for tat at that point.
Were you sending naked pictures?
Probably when we were broken up.
And
Lord
Was there a date on them pictures?
That's your excuse every time. Every time we go through something, you always say we're not together.
Yeah,
we just broke up a couple of months ago.
You said something that just struck me in your paperwork. That one time she texted you, I'm breaking up with you, and then immediately had sex with a friend.
I texted him because I didn't want to cheat on him. I texted him and I let him know that I'm interested. I didn't let him know that I was interested, but I did text him, and in my head I was thinking, I'm interested in someone else from my past, right? But I wasn't sure. So I didn't want to cheat on him, so I did text him and tell him it's over, and then I checked on the other person.
Your Honor.
Yeah. There is no such thing as a break.
Okay.
You can't just say, we're broken up, let me cheat, and then get back together. That's not what that is. That's just cheating. That's cheating with a text message beforehand. That's all that is. That's all that. And if you guys ever want to make a relationship work, you got to stop this break business. That's just silly. Mr. Johnson, what did you have to say?
When it comes to that particular situation, she never texted me or told me about that situation. The reason I know and found out about it because when I went to the house over the weekend, she had the condom stash right there, and then that's when I seen the text messages in the phone and all this stuff about that particular situation. So we never really broke up.
He never told me that he was texting his ex either ahead of time. He never told me, Your Honor, that he was talking to her at all.
He admitted that he was wrong, though. We got that part. But my concern with you was the pretense part. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to correct your mindset. Mm-hmm. You know, oh, okay, I can text the breakup, then do something, and then go back. That's not how y'all wonder why you can't have relationships. That's it right there. We can argue about that all day long. Let me ask you this. There was a point in time when somebody in your family offered him or the two of you what you believed was a lucrative cleaning contract, and you lost it because he didn't follow up. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You say he has no motivation and no goals. Why do you say that?
Judge, I think he has no goals because he will not get a second job. He does not have children, so he has time to have a second job. When we were living together...
Why does he need a second job?
Because when we were living together, we applied for a house, and we couldn't get the house because of our income. I felt like I have a business, so I felt like because I have a business and I'm contributing as much as I can, and I also have two children, that he has time to get a second job so that he can build his income in order for us to get a house. But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to go to school. He doesn't want to...
So you mean to tell me that I ain't go to school? I ain't go to college? I graduated high school, 5.8, 4.8 GPA. I went to 3 years of college. I stopped going to college 3 years into that. 3 years into that because
you haven't been to school.
I was working 2 jobs, and school was.
When did you work 2 jobs?
Every time I decided.
Not when you was with me.
Over the last 3 years is when I haven't been working 2 jobs. All up until
over the last 3 years when he hasn't been working.
Let me ask you this. We can argue about that all day long. Let me ask you this. There was a point in time when somebody in your family offered him or the two of you what you believed was a lucrative cleaning contract, and you lost it because he didn't follow up. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Judge, when I do have a cleaning company, so because I have a cleaning company, we might get painters that offer me jobs, or I might get his family member offered us a carpet cleaning. So that's extra on top of what we already do. So if I was to get a house with a carpet cleaning contract, then that, a house or a subdivision with a carpet cleaning contract, that would add to our income. His family member told us that we basically had the contract. All he had to do is just go ahead and follow up and sign the paperwork. He never followed up or signed the paperwork. And me, I'm not that close with this family member, so I wasn't going to push the idea. It was up for him to instigate that and get it done.
Mr. Johnson, what do you have to say about that? Is that accurate?
We lost a customer. When she talked, you going into 2 different stories. First of all, we lost a customer on her end because she said she got her own company. I have a full-time job. So when I go help her, I'm helping her after work.
Right.
We did a move-out clean. And when we do move-outs, it's particular stuff that I do every single time. It's like clockwork. That's how every job I do. It just so happened that I missed the laundry room. She never told me to clean the laundry room. So when it came down to it, when we left, the lady called her, say that, the laundry room wasn't clean, the dish was still dusty, that ain't got nothing to do with me. This is your company, this is your stuff.
It's about he won't do what I asked him to do.
Your Honor, I did that job to the best of what I could. I just got off of work. Like I say, she keeps saying that I don't have 2 jobs. You forgetting I work full-time at my job, and then on days I come and help you.
Job.
That look like 2 jobs to me. You feel what I'm saying? So I don't understand how she keeps saying that I don't have this job. I work full-time. I'm a supervisor at my job, to be exact.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then I got a couple of injuries. I got a couple of car accidents. So I got injuries that prevent me from doing certain stuff. And I let her know, like, yo, listen, my body ain't feeling too good, this, that, and the third. And she just take it as, okay, whatever, you gonna still do this. This is your company.
Do you respect not only his work schedule, but his physical difficulties? And do you respect that?
I respect his physical difficulties, but when he says that he is going to do a job for me, he should just do it. If he says that he won't do the job, then I expect him not to do it. He doesn't tell me that he's in pain before we actually work. He just mentions it after I've complained. So I don't know if it's a real excuse or if he's just saying that.
She got that bougie voice that I don't like. I don't think that I should be able to da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah! That's how your rhythm rolls. You should listen to yourself one day.
Okay.
It's annoying. You say he doesn't support your goals. And you talk about going out to eat or something, and he didn't buy a drink. What's that all about?
Judge, he got some free tickets from the Improv which is, the
Comedy
they go
show,
on stage.
right.
And he figured because he got free tickets to the Improv that he didn't have to pay for drinks or food. So we're just sitting at the Improv, and you're sitting next to two other couples are sitting there. And we're sitting there and our table's empty while the other people have food and drink. So I'm like, well, what are we gonna do? So I thought to myself, I had to pay for my own food and drink. And that's what I ended up doing, and I complained.
Did you pay for his?
You didn't?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't feel like I should have to pay for his food and drink.
Why?
Because he invited me.
So?
I just feel like if I was to invite him somewhere, say it was his birthday, like I take him out for his birthday, I pay. But he invited me. For your birthday, I do pay.
But was this for your birthday?
No, Judge, it was not for my birthday.
Let me say this to you, Ms. Hunter. We can't come out here as women talking about we got all of these rights, we're equal, we have the same rights and responsibilities, and then want a 1950s dudes to pay all this, that, the other. They can't do it. Either we're equal and everybody goes in and does what they do or they don't. Or you guys cut a deal about who does what and who does the other thing. But it's not, well, he's a dude, he needs to pay. He's a dude, he needs 3 jobs. He's a dude. It don't work that way. Because nobody's in there saying, well, she's a woman, she's got to cook and clean no matter what.
Okay.
I fuss at people for that.
Okay, I understand.
I think I made your case for you, Mr. Johnson, but go ahead.
And I'm going to get to that. She right, we went there, but at the time I got the free tickets and stuff. We went, but it was a particular, we wanted to see this particular person. I just paid rent, and
things were tight?
Yeah, things were tight. I was like, look, I get paid every week. I'm not like you. I don't go to somebody's house and every day I leave, I'm coming home with about 100, 200, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you didn't buy your food. I bought the food. She did buy her drinks and all that stuff, but she made a big scene in front of it. Like, all you had to do was put me to the side, like, look, you know what I'm saying, I'll go ahead and buy mine, but you wanted to make a scene so people know what the situation is, and that's everywhere we go. Just like, she say I don't support her. She go do poetry and all that stuff. We went to a particular event, and at this particular event, they usually let you pay card or cash. I thought they was gonna let us pay credit and all that stuff. I had a couple dollars in my pocket. We get there, it was like, what, $20 to get in, $10 a piece. I had 18. We had just stopped and got something real quick. And then I just like, yo, let me just get $2 real quick, and then I give it back to you. She causes a big scene in front of everybody. Oh, you asking me for money in front of everybody. I'm one of these. Treat me like I'm one of these broke girls.
Yeah, you kind of do talk like that.
It's like,
yeah, you kind of do.
It's like, okay.
I was thinking just then, she got that bougie voice that I don't like. That like, oh wait, I don't think that I should be able to da-da-da-da. Oh yeah, that's how your rhythm rolls. You should listen to yourself one day.
Okay.
It's annoying.
She's selfish.
So you want $650 from Mr. Johnson for half of the deposit that you say you lost on an apartment. Explain that to me.
Judge, I want that money because I cleaned the home prior to leaving the home. However, the landlord says that there were still damages, and I feel like he should have helped me take care of whatever damages they were. The landlord is only suing me. He's not even suing Timothy, who lived at the same apartment.
Was he on the lease?
Yes.
He was on the lease?
He signed the lease. So I didn't understand why I had to be sued when I put in all the cleaning work and he didn't put in.
He didn't do anything. You lost the whole deposit?
The landlord kept my whole deposit.
And the entire deposit was $1,300?
$1,150.
$1,150. Mr. Johnson, what do you say about that? Did that happen?
Your Honor, right now, we in the middle of that whole issue with our previous landlord.
Right.
My name was on the lease, but it was technically her, just the primary person. He just had me sign off as the, different spots on there saying that I would be living here. But my name wasn't technically on the lease.
Yeah, I gotcha. You done with her? You done with him?
Yes.
The only thing I'm going to ask you of you, Ms. Hunter, as you separate today is this. I mean, you might want to check your program. You might want to check how you come across. You might want to check how self-involved you are. because this is a good brother right here, and he just got tired of it. You're gorgeous. You have your own business. If you just get your thing together. Do you know what I mean by your thing? How you present to the world. There's this sense, like, you know, of entitlement that you exude that's off-putting. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to go that way. And a lot of people tag that as, you know, I'm just me and I'm all this and I'm all that and I'm all the other thing. But ain't nobody all like that. Nobody. And nobody likes that. What did you want? I was
just saying, I think, like, it's just attached to the fact that she an only child, so she ain't, I got two brothers and sisters,
I do not care.
Yeah, okay.
I do not, and did you see that?
He
was upset that I was fussing at you, and he was defending you. And then you just rolled your eyes.
Sorry,
he
that
being
was
sweet,
that
and
was
you
a
continuing
reflex.
to be. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I apologize.
A reflex. Isn't that awful that a reflex that you have is to roll your eyes at a man that's defending you?
Yes,
that speaks volumes, and none of them are good. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, you said you're done, but you got a good guy here. Can you make this work?
I'm going to take some of the judge's advice and, you know, ride home with it and see how I feel.
And what about you? I mean, are you running out of patience? You think you can give, you know, her some time?
I've been willing to give her a chance. It's just, you know, we got things about both of us that we need to take care of, and then from there, we can make it rock.
Judge, today's case is old school cool.
From what I can tell, I have two intelligent, mature, educated people here. So I can't figure out what's wrong. Let's figure it out together.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kimberly King and Dwayne Patrick. The two of you have been together for a brief 11 months. You do not believe you're going to make it any further. Ms. King, you are looking for a certain amount of money from Mr. Patrick, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, I'm going to start with you, Ms. King. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why it's ending?
This man, he has a problem with that I look much younger than what I am. Constantly accused of being cheating on him, which I don't cheat on him. I done had several incidents where a gentleman that be in my building had to approach him about accusing us of each other.
Right.
He told him, you have a good woman, why are you putting her through that? Just, you know, let it be.
Right.
But I mean, it was ongoing. I get accused all the time. I don't do anything. I changed my whole life around just to settle down with Mr. Patrick. But I mean, I guess it's not good enough. I don't know what else I can do.
You don't know what else you can do.
Right.
Mr. Patrick, do you believe that she's creeping on you?
As far as physically, no.
Yeah. So what do you believe she's doing?
Well,
Nothing.
I mean, since she put it that way, she talk and text with other guys.
Uh-huh. And what kind of things does she say in these conversations?
Well, the conversation is mostly coming from them.
Uh-huh.
And that's between the phone and the social media.
Right.
She, some of them had made sexual advances.
Right.
And I'm like,
what was my comment back?
It's not your comment, it's the fact that it's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Why do you...
Excuse me, no,
hang on, Ms. King, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you believe that she invites that conversation by her behavior?
No. I don't know how her behavior is around them, Your Honor. But I just know the fact. The fact is, yes, she's around them because those same guys are in the same organization that she's in.
Okay. Let me tell you a little secret about men, Mr. Patrick. Just a little bitty one. They will chase women.
Oh, that's
They don't need any encouragement. They don't need an invitation.
Right.
They will slide into your DM. You won't know them from Adam, and they'll try to get some. What you have to do, if you have an attractive woman, which you do,
right?
Beautiful.
Thank you.
I would tell your age, but I don't know if you're cool with that.
Go.
52 years old, and she's gorgeous. Guys are gonna throw at her. What was her response when they throw?
She might say something like, "You funny," No, it's not funny. It's disrespectful. And why would you still continue to have a conversation with them? Now, first of all, you in a relationship with me.
Right.
It's not an open relationship.
Right.
So why is this conversation going on, and why does it still carry on?
It don't, and I do
What
not
do you
initiate it.
say your responses are to these men that
I do say they funny because, first of all, they know I'm in a relationship because the places that I go, far as I'm talking about the organization, he goes to those things just as well. So they know who he is just as well. But what he's saying is not true. I don't entertain it. Yeah, it's saying you funny, and that's it. That kill a conversation right there.
That's not a hard check.
Right.
He's looking for a hard check. If you would give him a hard check, don't you think that would make him feel a little better?
A hard check is block him. That's a hard check. Because that conversation that shouldn't even be going on. You block them.
Do you block your exes on Facebook? No, because we was laying in the bed one day and you was sitting there in the bed telling me look at one of their pages. For what? Why
do you
you
do
on
that,
page?
Mr. Patrick?
No, we laying right there and...
We was on his phone trying to find a place to eat.
Right.
You know, and yeah, Shaniqua. Yeah, want to know, can he talk? Talk about what? But if that was me, he would have went from 0 to 100 like he do anyway.
Well, I want to know what Shaniqua wanted with you last night.
Shaniqua is just a friend. I have never even
You should have told Shaniqua she shouldn't be calling you, period. No.
Nah, we are not together.
Well, why don't you
we always
do a
take
hard check and block Shaniqua?
Yeah,
because we are not together.
Right.
Your Honor, we are not together. We have not been together. We have not even talked.
For how many days?
Over a week.
No, he's lying.
We have not even talked.
No.
On the
Who
phone.
hasn't talked for a week?
Me and her.
No.
Oh.
She said it was over. It was done. She told me life goes on.
Yeah,
but you were laying in the bed when Shaniqua called, right? So that don't look over to me.
Right.
But we were laying on the bed, was watching TV. Just trying to find somewhere for carry out. It wasn't that laying in bed like you say it was going on. It wasn't
like that.
No, not like that.
Wasn't like that.
This is not the
Not
first
like that.
time we took no break of talking to each other, but I guess in this break right here, he decided that he wanted to venture out. But like I said, if it was me, it would have been something totally different.
Right. I think I see where we are with that. You also have a complaint, Mr. Patrick, that you say she doesn't treat you like a king, that she's inconsiderate.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Give me some stories.
It's like, I will do whatever for her.
Like what? You said you've made concessions. What kind?
I mean, one of them, I stopped drinking. I mean, completely. Not just in her company. I stopped drinking because she is in recovery.
Oh.
See?
Did he do that?
Yes, it's called sacrifice.
Did he do that, Miss King? That sounds awful.
That's what he said, but I'm just saying, but when we get mad, he'd go to drink, so he ain't do it for me, just did it for the time being.
I drank one time in that whole time since we've been together, and that's because but that was that one little drink.
That one little drink,
Other than that, I have not touched at all.
That's a huge concession, Miss Gang.
And
you know it, because you smiling. You smiling.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that.
What is the most suspect thing she's ever done that causes you to look through a phone and be concerned?
I will answer that. Every time she's with me, her phone is on silent.
So what? That's my phone. I don't have to have my phone on ring.
Not vibrate, silent. And I'm like, why is your phone always on silent? Now, my phone is never on silent.
Because you're an on-call maintenance man.
No. That's my personal phone. They don't use my phone. I have a work phone.
They do.
I have a work phone. But my phone is never on silent. It's always laying there.
They do call your work phone.
She has a code to my phone.
I don't.
So I mean,
throw it though.
But her phone is on silent. I only went to her phone one time.
And what'd you find when you went through?
Oh,
go.
I sure will. That she had talked to 3 men.
Right.
One of them being the one that she was talking about earlier, where he said this and had that. He's the same one that was trying to get at her.
Trying.
But he's gonna come tell me that she's a good woman, this and that and that. I mean, really? Why should I care about what you're saying? You the same one that was trying to get at her.
Right.
The other one was her ex. She asking him that I seen this going back and forth, where you at? What you doing? He said, I miss you. She said, I miss you back. But we're in a relationship.
Oh, yeah.
The third one, this other guy, he tells her he love her. You know what she said? That's nice.
So he texted me, asked me where was I at. So I said I'm in a meeting. He texted me back, say, yeah, right. So I'm like, yeah, right. So I had to call him, put it on speaker so he can hear what the person in the background is saying, just to prove that I'm in a meeting.
Ms. King, did you do that?
Yeah, I said that's nice. I mean, it's
But why are you having these conversations? We're in a relationship. Why are you talking to other men?
Let me ask you this, Ms. King. I get the impression that you enjoy that attention. You don't necessarily invite it, but you don't call it. You don't let it. You don't make it stop because you enjoy how it makes you feel. How far from the truth am I?
You're right, but I'm just saying, but the controlling, I mean, that's sickening because I'm saying I shouldn't have to be on the phone with him 8 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the evening. I mean, what is there to talk about? And then if I say, I'm gonna call you back.
Tell me what's going on and why you think he's so concerned about it.
Oh, I don't know, but this part, I was in a meeting one day.
Yeah?
Okay. So he texted me, asked me where was I at. So I said, I'm in a meeting. He texted me back, say, yeah, right. So I'm like, yeah, right. So I had to call him, put it on speaker so he can hear what the person in the background is saying, just to prove that I'm in a meeting. And then when he finds out I'm in a meeting, he apologized. The same stuff he do all the time.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Patrick.
Right.
In your life, has somebody cheated on you, hurt you, put you through some
years
things?
ago. 26 years ago.
They still cheated on you.
26 years
He's
ago.
still carrying that.
I mean,
That's what she said.
It seems like you're very involved in the details of where she is and what she's doing.
She don't tell the truth.
That's not true.
She don't tell the truth. She only tells what she wants you to know. Now, the same thing that she's accusing me of, she does the same thing.
What's that?
She does the same. She want to know where I'm at.
No, I don't.
Yes, she do.
Let Mr. Patrick
Yes, she
speak.
does, because it's in my phone. Every conversation, all the way back, is in my phone.
I'm giving you what you get.
She's saying this and saying that, but that's not true. She want to know what I'm doing. She want to know where I'm at. So when it comes to the things she's saying, it's a double standard because it's okay for her to do it, but it's not okay for me. That's how that goes.
Mr. Patrick is angry.
I am.
Very angry. That's what he did.
Because she's not telling it all the way it is.
I don't ask you
and
where
like last
you
night.
are.
But do you okay, maybe she's a little vague with the fact she's not all that together. What kind of cheating has she done? What has she done to hurt you?
Nothing.
And I'll honestly say, Your Honor, that I don't think that she's ever physically
So what
cheated.
are you angry about?
I'm angry about the thing because I give her that respect. I have, a friend, I distance myself from her because I don't believe that I should make her feel uncomfortable. Now, she will text me from time to time. We were co-workers. We were friends.
Right.
But every day, no.
I have my own place. I be at his place like 5-6 times out of the week. That's not good enough. And then when I'm home, I still got to be on the phone with him all day long till he falls asleep. And then he say, because if I'm not there, I'm going to be on the phone with you all day long. I might as well be in your face.
What you're saying, he's too clingy and needy.
Yeah. Yes.
Really?
In large measure, the author of your own angst, I think that the extent to which you enjoy male company, and I think guys are shooting at you all the time, and you don't put that on a strong halt, a strong check, or a strong pause, is messing with his head. And you got to make a decision as to whether or not you want to continue to have that enjoyment and entertainment, which you have the right to do, or if you want him, because you can't have both, because it's making him crazy.
Yeah,
because I think it's disrespectful.
Yeah, but why?
It's disrespectful.
But why am I constantly being accused of cheating when I'm not doing nothing.
Because the things
And
that you do suggest that
you know, you get the person you pick, not the one that you think he should be. This guy's got an issue with the constant contact that you have with dudes. And your constant contact with dudes is not always above board. They come at you crooked and you entertain it.
But my thing is, why do he tell me I'm the one for him? If I'm the one for him, then where's all this?
Act like it then.
Why you say it?
Act like it.
That's crazy. Act like it, but he say it. But
hang on. Mrs. King, I'm trying to explain something to you. If you like somebody, you have to make some adjustments to your regular conduct in order to allow them to be sane in your presence. Do you see what I'm saying? Everybody these days, like, I don't want to change a thing, but I want to be in your life, but I ain't changing nothing. So, you know what I mean? That's why nobody can get along, because I ain't changing, you ain't changing. He changed for you. He stopped drinking for you. He made concessions for you, and he doesn't see concessions coming back to him from you. And he loves you.
That's his words, though. That's not true, because I have changed. Like I said, I have changed a whole lot.
For him?
For him, just to be with him.
Like what?
Yeah, I'm dedicate all my time with him. You know what I'm saying? I have my own place. I be at his place like 5-6 times out of the week. That's not good enough. And then when I'm home, I still got to be on the phone with him all day long till he falls asleep. And then he say, because if I'm not there, I'm going to be on the phone with you all day long. I might as well be in your face instead of being on the phone. And then if somebody call me, if I click over, I'm too long, he calling back,
So what you're saying, he's too clingy and needy?
Yeah. Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I see what's going on. Now you say you gonna leave him and you want $81 for some tickets for a boxing match. Tell me about that boxing match.
No, that's another incident. We went to the fight, right? We had a nice time at the fight.
Yeah.
Go back to his place. He get up 8:30 in the morning, make breakfast. 8:30 in the morning, mind you. So we still out at the fight late. So we eat breakfast. So we laying down there looking at Lifetime. I don't know, I must have made a sound or something like I was going back to sleep or something, so he just gonna look at me. I'm like, what's wrong? First he said nothing, but I can hear him breathing like, you know, like, yeah. So I'm like, what's wrong? So what, you just gonna sleep all day? Even if I was, going to sleep all day, at least I'm up there with him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, he's ungrateful.
No,
what do
let
he
me
want
tell
me
that
to do?
story, because she leaves parts out. She only tell you what she wants you to hear.
Well, quickly now, because it's only $81.
Right. Each time she would come up there, I would fix something to eat, she'd take a bite, go to sleep. Now, this is an ongoing thing. Now, you say you spending time with me, you're not spending quality time, you just come up there and go to sleep.
I work.
I work
I'm not
too.
Gonna sit up all night.
I work too. I used to work 2 jobs and still made time for you.
I got you. I still don't understand the $81.
So here's the thing about, she said about those tickets for the $81. I mean, I got that in my phone too. She sent the picture. She said, well, of these tickets, and said, Happy Father's Day. Yes. That's what those...
I don't get it.
Those tickets were a Father's Day gift. Yes.
Because you're a father?
Yes.
So what's the problem?
But, I mean, she's saying the $81 for the tickets, they were a gift for Father's Day.
I got you. Was they a gift for Father's Day?
I mean, so was those diamond earrings for Mother's Day that's in her ear.
I got you. I'm there.
So, I mean...
I got it. I'm all done. Ms. King.
Yes, ma'am.
He don't want much but you.
That's all I
No.
What do I suppose
But you have to make some. This is who he is, and this is what he needs. If you can give him what he needs, stay with him. If you can't, leave him alone. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
There's no right and wrong about it. But I think you would be foolish to pass this guy up. I really do.
I'm not, but he need to give it. It's hard enough for me to stay clean, but for him to be doing all this extra stuff, accusing me and stuff.
Then maybe he's not the dude for you at this time.
Right.
That's what that is. That's what that is. You're two good people. I wish you both the best. I think neither one of you will have any trouble finding next up. So go on, get out, and find next up. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you.
Are you going to move on, or you think this could be something special here?
I mean, something special is something that's also need to be talked about.
Well, let's talk.
Let's talk.
It's a two-sided thing. A relationship is a two-sided thing. One person can't always be wrong. So, you know, you take that and you go from there. Now, as far as lover, yes, I do. But there's certain things that I can go for and certain things that I can't.
Judge, this is the case of Love Jones.
I have two young people here trying to decide whether or not they should marry. They're in love, everybody got a job, and nobody's cheating. Sounds good so far. Let's see if it holds up.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nikia Hamilton and Devon Johnson. The two of you have been together for a year and a half. You've been engaged for the last 9 months. You love each other, but you're not quite sure if you should jump the broom, as they say, so you've come to me for a before your vows session. I gave you my compatibility test, and you gave me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. Ms. Hamilton, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why you love him, but why you're not so sure marriage is the right thing?
Well, when me and Devin first got together, I thought he was the man of my dreams. But the longer we've been together, I'm starting to see that we want different things.
Okay.
For one, Devin is very impatient. Well, it was one time we were in a drive-thru. Now, the line is like 20 cars long, and 20 cars long all around the corner, and the car moves up, the line moves up one space. Devin's all out the window, honking on the horn, yelling at the other driver, move, move, you're an idiot, move up, you're wasting my time. He's just so impatient.
Mr. Johnson, are you impatient?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And some people are. I'm impatient. Do you think it gets in the way of your doing things successfully?
Negative. Because I have a life. We don't have time to just go regain. So, of course, I'm like, you know what? Things need to move with consistency. Things need to move a little faster. Okay, yes, I was in line. I also had work to go to that day. Some dudes texting in line. I'm like, move forward. But that ain't the only thing that makes me impatient.
You tell me what else makes you impatient?
She moves too damn slow.
She moves too slow?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, give me some examples of the things she does too slowly.
Okay, we'll go to Food for Less. We'll have a whole list written out. I go in there with the mission. Look, we about to go get all these things.
Get in and get out.
I'm not trying to stay here.
Right.
So her whole thing is, okay, baby, let's get in, let's get this list. She want to get in and look at everything and let me get this too. I think we need some salt. I'm like, is that on the list? No, let's get what's on the list. Because why? I gotta go to work. You know what I'm saying?
Now, are you dilly-dallying in the store while this man is trying to get to work?
All the time that he has to go to work. The thing is, Devin would do things like, he's just very impatient. He'd do things like, we'd be in the checkout line, and he'd go one by one to each person and ask them, could we go in front of them? And let somebody tell Devin that, and let somebody tell Devin no. He'd go to a whole nother checkout line and start from the back. Can we go next? We only got 2 things. Can we go next? We only got 2 things. And no. I mean, he's just impatient. It ain't
Mr.
me.
Johnson, do you do that?
I can't even price check when I go in the store.
Sometimes, but look, all I'm saying is, when we're in a situation like that, oftentimes it's an urgent situation. Now, I don't know what she finds as urgent. I find life to be urgent. Like I said, work. I work 2 jobs. I do free phones, and I gotta get to the field because I work whenever I want to work. But whenever I have her on my clock, it seems like we got 2 days to just waste. I don't have time to waste. So yes, I'm very impatient.
My man over here is urgent. He's trying to get his dollar on. He's trying to make it. He's trying to shake it. He's trying to bake it. Are you slowing him down?
No, I'm not slowing him down. Devin just very impatient. He's so impatient that he even wrecked my car.
Tell me what happened then.
He, I believe that you guys have a picture of it, actually.
Oh, there it is. Ooh.
Oh, yes, there we go.
That was quite the incident.
Now, the story I was told was that he fell asleep behind the wheel, which is believable because we were both doing doubles that morning, and he was on his way to pick me up. So I could believe that story, but me knowing Devin, I know he was impatient because what happened was because he was behind the 18-wheeler, and he was close up behind it, and he couldn't see on either side, and so he decided to see if he could go this way, and he couldn't, and so when he went back this way, he ran up under the car. So that's what I believe that happened. He told me he fell asleep, but I know Devin is just very impatient, so.
So, Mr. Johnson, what did happen during the accident?
First of all, it was a 12-wheeler.
Okay.
That was a
12,
U-Haul.
he was up under it.
Okay. I was one exit away from her, picking her up from work. I accidentally fell asleep behind the wheel. I wasn't rushing. I fell asleep behind the wheel, trying to pick you up from work. And then I accidentally crashed the car. I was nervous, I can't lie. Something about a woman that'll make a man nervous. So I called her. I said, baby, listen, I'm sorry. I crashed your car. I'm over here on the freeway. And she was like, oh my God, I left my Belmont bucks in there. You made me miss the auction.
Oh my God.
Belmont bucks?
Yes.
That's where I used to work.
Oh.
Yeah, she works for a caregiving agency named Belmont.
Okay,
and
I got you.
They was doing an auction. They would give her Belmont bucks. So she was sitting up here hollering at me about some Belmont bucks.
When you were just in an
I just
accident.
got out of a car accident.
You made me miss the auction. They had good stuff that day.
Okay, my father told me that if you ever feel the need to get aggressive with a woman, walk away.
Everywhere you go, something gets broken.
That's false, Your Honor, because listen, I have a reason for all of these.
Did you run a forklift into something?
Correct. The second time, no.
The difficulties. I want to know what's good about it. So I'm going to start with you, Ms. Hamilton. I want you to give me the best 30-second sales job on why Mr. Johnson, above all other men that you've known and seen and dated, is the one for you. And I want this to be all love, all happy, all positive, no negative, and go.
Well, Devin, he's sweet to me. He's kind. He's smart. He's funny. He's goofy. He's handsome. He's talented. I don't know. Devin's my best friend. I love Devin.
Nicely done. Nicely done. Now, Mr. Johnson, she has set the bar fairly high. Can you meet it? 30 seconds. Why, above all other women you've known, met, or dated, Ms. Hamilton is the one you want to spend the rest of your life with. Go.
Well, she's my best friend. She, too, is goofy. She's funny. She can be a great assistant in certain areas.
That was poorly done.
I know.
Mr. Johnson, I want to ask you a question. Do you run into stuff a lot?
No.
Did you run a forklift into something?
Correct.
Let's hear about that, sir.
Okay. Once again, I get out the car. From talking with her, I can't even focus at work. We have to do numbers. We're in a warehouse, and, I got to calculate and all that stuff.
Right.
So while I'm doing all of this, I'm literally sitting up here daydreaming, visualizing our conversation. And this is not the first time. I'm driving, and I'm literally talking to her while driving. Not face-to-face, not on the phone. But I'm like, this I swear to God, this And as I'm turning the corner, I accidentally turned a little too hard because, I whipped
you were
the
a little
lips
upset.
a little hard. Yes.
And you crashed the forklift.
Yes.
Tell me about his anger.
Yeah, okay. It was one time we had got into a fight. I had said some things I probably shouldn't have said to him, but Devin thought that it was okay to break down every door in my house. He put them all back up after the fight was over and everything, but then there was another time on Halloween. We were driving, we were about to go home, and some crazy dude decided to jump out in front of our car. Devin gets out the car, chases the guy, and I'm all out the car, like, Devin, come back, calm down.
It's not that serious?
It's not that serious. We're right here. We're about to pull into the apartment, and he was mad.
Mr. Johnson did all,
he even broke his hand.
He broke his hand? You are very destructive. You done messed up the forklift, your hand, the car, the doors. Everywhere you go, something gets broken.
That's false, Your Honor, because, listen, I have a reason for all of these, okay? My father told me that if you ever feel the need to get aggressive with a woman, walk away.
Right. At
that point, we were so heated, I socked a hole in the door. Yes, it was in the bathroom door. Yes, I did it. The second time, no, that wasn't my fault. She was sleeping in the hallway, on the hallway floor. I went to go to the kitchen to go get me some water. I passed the hallway and her hand was out. I guess I thought I stepped on her shoe, so I picked her shoe up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that was her shoe." I thought that was her hand. So I didn't toss the shoe back down. She got up, and oh man, it was Clash of the Titans in this thing. Debbie, you stepped on my hand, and you know I was sleeping here. I said, why the hell you even sleeping in the hallway?
Why were you sleeping in the hallway?
We had just moved into the apartment. We didn't have no furniture yet. We was having some type of petty argument, and Devin made me mad, so I went to go sleep in the hallway. And then
how often do the two of you argue?
All the time. It's always about something petty, something very small. We never have big arguments about anything major.
The second time we got into it, I got so mad, I almost wanted to knock her out with a Tyson punch, all the way back here to the front. And I'm telling you, I had to leave the house and go to her mama and ask her what's wrong with her.
In fact,
well, I'm glad you left. Thank you for that. I mean, I'm glad, and thank your father for me, too, about telling you about when you feel like you might need to put hands on, legs out the door first, because that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Now, Ms. Hamilton, your mother, Ms. Jefferson, is on the phone.
I see narcissistic tendencies from Devin.
When you say narcissistic tendencies, give me some examples.
Because Devin didn't want her to go home for some apparent reason.
Now, Ms. Hamilton, your mother, Ms. Jefferson, is on the phone.
Yes,
and I want to see what her opinion is of this union. Mrs. Jefferson, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Oh, you looking serious in that picture. Mrs. Jefferson, when you look at this union between your daughter and Mr. Johnson, what do you see, and do you believe they ought to get married?
Maybe in the future, but not at this time. They're both too young. They're still in the learning stages of relationship. They're good for each other. I see narcissistic tendencies from Devin.
When you say narcissistic tendencies, give me some examples.
When they moved into their apartment for the first few days, Nikia was here with me. Because Devin didn't want her to go home for some apparent reason. That's emotional control.
Mrs. Jefferson, thank you so much for your insight and for calling in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
She brought up a very good point, and Ms. Hamilton, I want steady in there. Talk to me. Do you believe that he is controlling emotionally? That's a yes. Why?
Well, okay, basically just like for the reason that she has said when we were moving into our apartment, we had just moved in. We only been there for like a week or so now. Devin didn't want to give me keys to my apartment, but I paid half of the move-in. And I felt like that was kind of controlling.
Why didn't you want to give her keys?
Okay, Your Honor. We had already agreed before even moving in, we were gonna take a week apart.
Devin wanted that week apart.
I told her that. She said, okay, we can do it. There's an agreement
on that because of him. I told him I wanted to go home. I don't want to stay at my mother's house.
Anyway, like I said, before we moved in, forgive me, before we moved in, we had agreed we would take a week apart.
Because you weren't getting along?
We weren't getting along. She called, I'm at work. I call her, babe, how you doing? Then she hits me with, Devin, did you leave a lighter here? No. Oh. I ain't got no lighter. Like, on the phone. Now,
I don't have a lighter.
A lighter. To light something, to smoke something. She's pissed off at me while I'm at work.
Did
and
you
got the
call
nerve to
him
say
at
that.
work about a lighter?
No, he
Yes,
called
she
me
did.
while he
and
was
then
at
she
work,
blocked
and
my
that
number
was
after work.
Okay, let me tell the story. Let me tell my version of the story.
Go ahead.
Because what happened was, he called me while he was at work, and he didn't leave me a lighter, and I gave him this little petty attitude or whatever, but the thing was he hung up in my face, and that made me mad, so I blocked him. And then once I blocked him, that was that. He was mad after I blocked
And that
him.
ain't the first time we done hung up in each other's face.
No, I can't hang up in your face. When I hang up in his face, it's a whole issue.
She's
It's a
done
whole
it before,
ordeal.
though.
But it's
I ain't
okay.
never
You can hang
blocked
up in
her.
my face.
I ain't never blocked her. I wasn't unblocked before. I was
So
blocked
we was
before
sleeping in the
that.
same bed. You knew exactly where I was at.
blocked
We was
for 4
sick. We
days.
was at the
So
same
the question is, why you blocking me?
It doesn't matter if
Ms.
you was blocked.
Hamilton,
And you
Mr.
can reach me on
Johnson.
Facebook.
I am about to speak. Y'all ain't got no business getting married. None whatsoever. Now, in the beginning of this proceeding, I was almost persuaded. I gave a thought to it. I was like, these are some hard-working people. They got jobs, they got direction, they got purpose. I don't get that in here a lot. And I was thinking, maybe despite their age, they might be able to hunker down and get this sucker done. And then the conversation continued, and everything just unraveled. Let me say this to you. You two are both very young. I believe that whole lot of fighting and arguing with a boyfriend is a sign to get rid of him. That's a personal thing. I never dated a dude more than a year before I married my husband. Because if you give me too much static, if I see too much I don't like, I get rid of you. Dating is for testing the waters. If the water is cold, get out. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, you may be the perfect couple for one another down the road. You may be, I think you are energetic, strong, focused. You have a sense of urgency about life and where you're going. That's a wonderful characteristic in a dude. And I think you're kind and that you're loving and that you really love this guy. But neither one of you is adult enough to engage in a successful relationship, because a successful relationship is about compromise, about understanding, about, you accept who they are for what they are. You help them adjust and grow, but you don't get mad about who they are because they come to you that way. Are you with me? Mm-hmm. Take your time, my people. Don't move in together. Take your time and date. We're applauding because you have no children. Mm-hmm. We think that is a very, very good thing. Very, very smart. Remain childless until you're married and sure. You with me on that? Impatience will kill you in the end. So I'm gonna take this. I ain't gonna tear it up in front of you because I don't want you to see that. I don't think you're bad people. I think this might work one day. But I'm just gonna slide it into my book, fold it over, and walk out with it. Y'all have a good day. This matter is adjourned.
So Judge Lynn, she didn't tear up that marriage license. She just kind of tucked it away there for a minute. What are you guys willing to do now if you leave here today to kind of get back on the same page and eventually make it down the aisle?
We just need to work on ourselves, work on each other, and hopefully we can make it down the aisle one day.
She said you're not ready to get married just yet.
At all.
So what's your take on that?
I think I'm gonna wait. I think I'm gonna wait. Probably past 30, maybe past 40. But I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. We ain't got no kids right now. I got a lot of things on mind. A lot of things.
अल्लाह की ज़ात तू ऐ झोरे सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो अल्लाह की ज़ात तू झोरे सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो हुक्म उसके बाजना पतर अल्ले ओ तेरो मेरो वजूद बनाण आलो 18,000 मखलूक गो ऐ मालिक सुनो रब सुनो जमीन आसमान आलो अर्श फर्श लो कलम महफूज कुर्सी जिया जून ना रिज़्क खिलाण आलो दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है ओ उसकी मारे गुलनाज है बहुत दुखिया ये मारा सीना माँ बर छिलाओ गई है नाओ बच्ची गो अफसा में मूद सोनो रोग उमरा गो सुनी लाओ गई है ओ जिला पुणछ गिरा शिंदरा सोनो ऐ दुखिया दिलाना अफजारो लाओ गई है दाल दर्द जो दयागा ऐ बोते ओ खाए पर बचागी नारे जो दई ओवे दाल दर्द जो दयागा ऐ बोते ओ खाए पर बचागी नारे जो दई होवे ओ माना सबर करार फिर नहीं रहा तो दख्ते जिगर की जद जो दई होवे ते बाप उसको मैं मुँह दियो सेन दुखिया अफसा जही बची सीने लाई होवे ओ दुख मुझ जावेद माँ बाप नावे ओ बचा किसे गी नारे जो दई होवे तेरे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई रे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई ओ अल्लाह पाक ने दिती एक बच्चियों सोनी ऐ गुनाहगारां अर्ज मंजूर होई दिन माँ दाखिल रही महारात 10 बजे प्रश्न होयो ते टेंशन दूर होई ओ दीती खबर फिर आनी उन डॉक्टरां ने होगी बची पर बड़ी कमजोरी होई सलाह दीती वीर डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती सलाह दीती डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती 18-19 तक रखी पुणछ अंदर और पर इकी नर जोरी कराओ दीती आई रात 9 बजे मामू आई नानी दोए गड्डी तरफ जोरी चलाओ दीती ओ मासा देरी ना लाई ले चल गया ओ 12 बजे जोरी पहुंचाओ दीती किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया आई किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया ये रात 12 बजे ले जोरी पुजया कि जल्दी डॉक्टरां कोल रवाने होया आई डॉक्टर नब्ज तके मुतू ये बोल न सके असली राज तू बे वो हैरान होया ओ मानत रब गी है तम सबर करियो ए आपसा बची गारू वे रवानी होया किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है है किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ये एम्बुलेंस करी वापस पुणछ चलना मारी किस्मत अज मुखरे मोड़ गई है आई गुल नाज वाणी अरे मान बाकी मेरी खुशी ना किंगा तू रोड़ गई है दाखिल बीच अस्पताल थी पुणछ अंदर ये मांगुल नाज गो दिल क्यों तोड़ गई है अप्रैल 22 ना सुबह गए आई 5 बजे वतन शीदरा पुजे आयान सदके अप्रैल 22 ना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शीदरा पुजे आयान सदके माना 10 बजे एम्बुलेंस आने तेरा तकन गाय अफजायर मान सदके ते कितना दुख था महंगा ऐ काल जामा जाने वाया रब रहमान सदके और वे बाप महमूद परवेज नानी नाले रोवे सजाद यमान सदके ते कफन दफन गो विलोणे यार के ओ इना दुखाना उण मीटौरे किसरा कफन दफन गो विलोणे हार के ओ इना दुखाना उण मीटौरे किसरा ओ जीता मांगे बचा गो टूर जानो इस शेर बर कलम चनो किसरा ते अच्छा रब वाले हुणे आई छोड़ गई है तीना सिना नालूण लो किसरा सबर या तो नी दिल मां याद तेरी रोता दिला ना चुप करूं किसरा ते फिया मान इना दुखाने ऐ मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपका दफनाओ छोड़ी ऐ फिया मान इना दुखाने ऐ मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपका दफनाओ छोड़ी वतन पुणच गिरा शिंदराय अंदर ओ सोनी निकी जी कबर बनाओ छोड़ी सबर करियो महमूद गुल नाज दोए मानत रब गी रब ने छुपाओ छोड़ी वे पिया मान जावे तू इजाजत ले ले जख्म मोड़ी भी क्यों रे दुखाओ छोड़ी